Good morning, everyone. I have a quietly find a spot to sit. Our breakfast buffet over on this wall will be open until 8:30, so please feel free to stop by and grab some nourishment. We don't mind if you do that quietly while we're speaking, so take advantage of that. My name is Mary Newton. I'm the president of the Reading League Wisconsin, and on behalf of our board of directors, I want to extend a very warm welcome to everyone who is here today in Brookfield and everyone who's here on the live stream. We're so glad that you could reserve this time to spend a day of learning with us, and we want to thank you for everything that you do on a daily basis to make sure that all our kids become successful readers. I want to introduce two members of our extended Reading League family who are with us today. Rebecca Miles, can you stand up? There she is, right over here. Rebecca is the president of the Michigan chapter of the Reading League, and she's a frequent participant and co-host of some of the virtual programming that we do during the year. So thanks for being here, Rebecca. Thanks for helping us set up. And Maria Murray, could you stand? Hello, Maria. I don't even know where to start with Maria. She is literally the reason that we're all here today. She's the founding president and CEO of our parent organization, the Reading League from Syracuse, New York. And she's been a great source of advice and encouragement as we build our Wisconsin chapter. And she was actually the first person to sign up for this conference. So thank you. That gave me a boost one day when I saw that on Eventbrite. So thank you, Maria, for being here to support us today. And thank you for everything that you do through the Reading League. It's having such a huge impact. And then I just want to introduce the folks that are sitting at those long tables at the back of the room. They are our Wisconsin mission partners. They're organizations who share our passion for moving the science of reading into the classroom. So we have the Wisconsin Reading Coalition, we have the Children's Dyslexia Centers, the Wisconsin branch of the International Dyslexia Association and Decoding Dyslexia Wisconsin, UW-Whitewater's Graduate Certificate in Dyslexia and Language-Based Learning Disabilities, Literacy Task Force of Wisconsin, and Carroll University's Dyslexia Interventionist Microcredential. I have a hard time getting that one out. And the Learning Disabilities Association of Wisconsin. So when you have a break today, stop by and chat with these folks and find out about the great things that are happening in our state. Find out how you can benefit and how you can participate. And now I have a few essential thank yous that I must do, starting with our Reading League Wisconsin Board of Directors. Thank you so much for taking a leap of faith on this conference, and thank you for being here today to serve as our on-site volunteer work crew. Special thanks to Steve Dykstra for helping me scout out venues and live stream vendors, and to Sarah Rouse-Borelli for pulling together everything that we needed here on site today. Special thank you goes to Ron and Mickey Sadoff, who are sponsoring today's live stream. And their gift has enabled us to include members of our reading community who can't be here in person. So Ron and Mickey, thank you very much for your contribution in helping us expand the impact of our conference. And then we have our premium sponsors, Amplify, Schools Cubed, Slant System for Structured Language Training, and Zaner Bloser Super Kids. And our signature sponsors, Hegarty, 95% Group, SRA McGraw-Hill, and Ventress Learning, and our Wisconsin nonprofit and service organization sponsors, Aaron's Education and the North Shore Center. So most of our sponsors also have tables in the North Atrium exhibit area today. That's right outside those doors. I think you saw that this morning. So please stop by and check out their products and services. And while you're browsing through that area, keep an eye out for the jars where you can put your door prize tickets. Most of those are on tables in the atrium of prize donors, but we also have a couple of pretty cool items back here at the back of the room at the Reading League Wisconsin table. So check out both locations and then divvy up your tickets for whatever items interest you the most, and save your stubs for the grand drawing at the end of the day. And our only requirement is that you must be able to carry your winnings away with you, because we don't have any ability to store or ship the door prizes. So keep that in mind in case you have an eye on one of those larger packages. And now just a few miscellaneous announcements. The Wi-Fi network for this space is on your name badge, and no password is required. You received a lunch menu card with your registration materials, so if you would please put that on the table, that's really going to help our servers at lunchtime. So in addition to the breakfast and the lunch, we're having some snacks in the middle of the morning, middle of the afternoon, and there will be beverages available at those west tables throughout the day. The restrooms are in the north atrium, so again, right out here. Let's see what else I have. Our speakers will take questions to the extent that they have time available. So live streamers, please put your questions in the chat. And those of you who are here in the room, use those pads of paper on your tables, and we'll circulate and collect questions shortly before the end of each presentation. We also have an evaluation form that we hope everyone will fill out at the end of the day. I promise you, we made it really short and really simple, but it will help us a lot as we plan moving forward. So live streamers, the link to that evaluation will go in your chat right around 5 o'clock, and those of you who are in the room can use the QR code on your table to access that evaluation. Once you submit your evaluation, then you'll get the link to the certificate of attendance. So it's a two-step process. Please submit all of your forms by the end of the day tomorrow, because our goal is to get all those certificates emailed out on Sunday. I want to remind you that all the in-person registration and the virtual registration include unlimited access to the recording of today's presentations. Live streamers, you already have your link to the recording, and those of you in the room will be emailing your link out tomorrow. When we get ready to leave today, those of you who are heading home, if you please use the north doors. Those are the closest to the parking lot. And those of you who have pre-registered for the cocktail reception can use these west doors, and the reception will be in that west atrium. One final little request, if you would please leave your name badges on one of the tables when you leave. We'll pick those up and recycle them. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker and our MC for the day, Dr. Steve Dykstra. Steve is a clinical psychologist by trade, and he is the director of Milwaukee County's Mobile Children's Crisis Team. Steve is a founding member of the Wisconsin Reading Coalition, and he's also on the board of the Reading League Wisconsin. For as long as I've known him, Steve's been fascinated by science and by reading and by the intersection of the two. And over the past few years, he's become a very popular speaker on the National Reading Conference circuit, where he's become known as a master of the metaphor. I'm sure he'll have a few of those for you today. And Steve is also much appreciated for just saying things that need to be said, even if sometimes it's a little bit uncomfortable for us to hear some of those things. So I've been lucky to have Steve as a neighbor and as a friend and as a reading colleague for over 20 years, and I'm really glad that you get a chance to hear from him today. So Steve, the floor is yours.
My microphone, oh, it's working, that's good. That's a good sign. Somebody came up and whispered in my ears, if you're sitting here, that's great. If you haven't registered at some point, you haven't gone and picked up your badge or anything, make sure you get a chance to do that. You're gonna need that tag to eat. Let's get started. As Mary pointed out, I'm an interesting person to start this conference off because unlike all of you, unlike pretty much everybody else in the room, I've never taught anybody to read. If I had to teach somebody to read, I would do the best I could, but I'd probably make something of a mess of it. but I do other things. One thing, I was talking to Wiley Blevins about this before. As a psychologist, as a mental health practitioner with children and adolescents for over 30 years, I have a lot of experience with something that you do, which is to try to take science and best practice and bring it to my work. How do I take what the science tells me and translate it into what I do? And I'm not the only one who does that. Other people do that, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But I do feel like I owe it to you a little bit to qualify myself to talk to a room full of teachers, and I wanted to share a little bit about my experience with teachers. Mrs. Christensen, Mrs. Primuth, Mrs. Dawson, Miss Lang, Mr. Waltenberger, Mrs. Lafome, Mr. Sicinus. These were my elementary school teachers, kindergarten through 6th grade, and I remember them dearly. They're important to me. They had made a lasting impact on my life. I carry pieces of the chalkboard from my 6th grade classroom in the trunk of my car, and I have them at home because those experiences were so important to me. I'm going to tell you another story at the end that I think is going to provide a bookend to that, but rest assured that while I have never taught in a classroom, I have the deepest respect for everything you do. I lack the courage that you have to stand in front of a room of 25 or 30 small children whose lives and futures are in part in my hand. I take on children one at a time, and that scares the hell out of me sometimes. To do it 25 or 30 at a time gives me cold sweats. I want to tell you as well, because you're going to notice it, I have a tremor in my right hand. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not having a stroke or a seizure or anything. I just have a tremor, so don't worry about that. The title of my presentation is The Black, White, and Gray of Science. The other title I had for a while was Building Practice from Science. This idea of building practice from science, that we think sometimes that we're taking practice from science, that we're just harvesting it. And I think we need to understand that we're building our practice from science. That's what I do, that's what you do. And science sometimes gives us a very clear path to what we should do next. And sometimes that path is not as easy to see. We would like to believe that building practice from science is like harvesting an apple off a tree. I need to know what to do next. What should I do with this child? I'll just go to the tree of science and I'll look at all the apples and I'll find a nice, sweet, shiny one. It'll tell me what to do. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way hardly ever. Not in what you do, not in what I do. Building practice from science is a much more challenging process, I think. It's a little bit like building a tree house, where science is the tree. In actual practice, we rarely pluck whole answers from the tree of scientific fruit. More often, we build practice to meet the needs in front of us, anchoring it firmly to scientific truth as best we can. I think you're all familiar with that, with having a child or a room full of children in front of you and wondering, what do I do now? And wishing something gave you a very clear answer. I should do this and nothing else. This will work for everybody. But we don't get those answers. This is what treating professions do as they follow the science. But we get in trouble when we confuse the science with what we've built it on. When we confuse the science with what we've built upon it. Someplace in our efforts to build the science of reading, to build the practice of teaching children to read, we have a foundational science that we build it on, things that you're going to hear about today, and then we translate it into practice as best we can. We get into trouble when we confuse the science with what we build on it, and when we are afraid of building because it is not science, when we are afraid of taking the next step because the science is imperfect. There are voices out there that want to remind you that the science of reading has holes in it. The science of reading has a lot of holes in it. The science of everything has a lot of holes in it. That's not a reason not to follow the science that we have or to build carefully within the science to decide what we do. We refuse to modify what we've built. One of the things that happens when you confuse the science, which in this metaphor is the tree, with the practice, which is the tree house built in the tree, one of the mistakes we make is that we sometimes refuse to modify what we've done. This is the way I've done it. This is science. This is my best interpretation of science. This is my best understanding of the science. That may change. Science is very clear with certain things. Science tells us that we should teach and we should assess. We should teach phonics. We should teach fluency. We should teach vocabulary. We should pay attention to those things. We should assess those things. We should teach phonemic awareness. We should assess for those things. That's rock hard core science. That's the tree. That's the trunk of the tree. But as you try to extend that into a classroom, how do I do that? You're going to have to mix that science with your best judgment and the best judgment of others about what you should do. And you should be willing and ready and able when something better comes along, when a better idea comes forward, when the evidence shows that maybe your way wasn't the best way, to modify that, to remodel the house in the tree, without cutting down the tree, without saying, the science hasn't served me well, so I'm going to quit now. I get emails from people, I was telling Wiley about this, I get emails from people, and probably a lot of the people who are presenting today do, I get emails from people who say, tell me the study. Tell me the study that tells me what order I should teach the sounds of the letters in. Tell me the study that shows how many minutes I should spend on this. Tell me the study that tells me what to do when the kid doesn't get it. And I say, well, I don't think there's the study. There might be 600 studies that span 5 or 6 different fields of science. And we have to rely on people like some of the speakers you're going to have today to combine those together, to combine them into a practice. But understand that we could get it wrong. I'm going to say something right now that I don't think any of them object to. They could get it wrong. Our efforts to interpret the science and translate it into practice are always going to be imperfect. And one of the things we have to do is balance our stubbornness, this is what I do, this is how I like to do it, with our humility, I might be wrong. We make mistakes when we build big practice on limited science. That would be a giant treehouse in a tiny little tree. The science won't support it. We do that all the time. We build big practice on limited science. Major mistakes have been made in education, in healthcare, in other fields of practice when we have built huge patterns of practice on tiny little bits of science. Sometimes we build on dying science. We don't want to admit that the science we thought we liked a year ago or 5 years or 10 years ago, or the science that was taught to us in college, is a dying science. When I was an undergraduate in psychology at the University of Wisconsin and a graduate student at Southern Illinois University, one of the most popular psychological assessments given to children was to hand them a piece of paper and a pencil and ask them to draw a person, a house, and a tree. And then people like me, using books that they could stack up high, would interpret a child's drawing of a person and a house and a tree, and they would diagnose children from that. They would make treatment recommendations based on whether the tree had leaves on it or not, how big the door was on the house, whether the mother was standing next to the father in the drawing of the family. That was crap. That was nonsense. It was a whole field of practice built on this tiny little kernel of truth that happy children draw different pictures than sad children as a group. Like if you got 1,000 happy children and you ask them to draw a picture and 1,000 sad children, their pictures would be modestly different. But at the individual level, you can't assign that. A really careful analysis of the so-called house tree person test revealed that it was very good at doing one thing, assessing artistic ability. But we do that all the time, and we do that because we need answers. We need to do something now, we need to do something today, and so we grasp at things. Maybe that's okay. I'm not being critical of the people who did the house tree person test. If they're still doing the house tree person test, I'm critical of them. But when other things came along, when better science came along, you need to step away from the things you were taught, step away from the things you once believed, and be willing to change. When we keep trying to build in dead science and expect it to come back to life, I might call this the resurrection hypothesis. I know the science is dead. I know the house tree person test is gone. But if I keep going, if I write a book about it, if I do an article about it, if I get 500 other people to start doing the house tree person test again, maybe we can shock that thing back to life. It's because we love the science. We don't, and the other thing we have to admit to is we don't want to be wrong. It was easy for me to not do the house tree person test because I was coming into that at the beginning of my career. But for people who had done that for 20 or 25 or 30 years, who have to look and sit quietly in a dark room and admit to themselves, my God, what have I done? That's hard. That's hard, and we see that in every field. We see that in education. We see that in every field. We see that in medicine. We see that in the way that doctors prescribe for their patients. The reluctance we have to let go of things that we once held to be true. Confusing science with what we built on it. What we built on the science may not actually be science. It's our best. It may turn out to be science. It may turn out to be science. We all want to imagine that it is, that time will be on our side, and so often it is. Despite the science, we could be wrong. We lose track of how far down we need to dig to get back to the science. In my visual metaphor here of the pile of rocks, someplace at the bottom of those rocks, there's bedrock, there's something solid. That's the science, that's the clear science. And then we build the practice on top of it, layering one thing on another after another. One layer is one thing. 2 layers are another. 3 layers gets a little wobbly. When we're building our best guess on another best guess, on another best guess, on another best guess, till we get down to the science. Now, sometimes you have to do that, because that's all you've got. But you should be aware that you're doing it, and be ready to change when the evidence gets to be different. When we lose track of how far down we need to get back to the science, when we stop looking for better answers, because we think we have it all solved. Years ago, when I first started working for Milwaukee County, we had a psychiatric inpatient hospital that had about 800 beds. We had over 140 beds just for children and adolescents, and on any given day, we had about 120 kids in those beds. A psychiatric hospital. A couple of weeks ago, Milwaukee County closed its psychiatric hospital finally and forever. We don't operate any beds anymore. And the reason we don't operate any beds anymore is we realized a couple of things. One, not that there isn't a need for psychiatric inpatient care, there is, but there isn't the need we once thought. We had already tapered down. At the time we closed, we had 6 inpatient beds for children and about 17 for adults. At our peak in the 1950s, those totaled 6,000. But the science changed and the data changed, and we realized this wasn't the best way to care for people. When I started out working for Milwaukee County, I did inpatient care. I haven't done inpatient care in decades. When they first said, we're going to move away from inpatient care, I sat back. I know what this is like. I sat back in my room and said, yeah, you'll see what happens. When you don't have us, you're going to see what happens. As one of my supervisors said, there'll be mayhem. There'll be murder in the streets if we don't hospitalize these people. And I thought he was a little extreme, but I sort of believed that we wouldn't be able to do it without that. Not only do we do it better than we did before. We get better results with something I originally thought was a bad idea. I know what that's like to have the rug pulled out from under you and to realize that the way you thought about things before wasn't necessarily the best way to do things. That's not easy. But fortunately, not everybody stopped looking for better answers. Not everybody stood there and said, this is what we do, this is the best way, this is who we are. First of all, let me assure you these are actual stacked rocks, and there are actually people who can do this. Too often, we like to think of our stacked rocks as looking like that, reasonably stable, as we pile up our decisions. But sometimes it's that bad. Sometimes it's that flimsy. We all know that in the world of reading, historically, people have made bad decisions. In the world of education, people have made bad decisions. In the world of mental health and medical treatment, people have made bad decisions and had to back out of them. They made one guess based on another guess, based on another guess, based on another guess, based on another guess, based on one study that turned out not to be accurate. People do that all the time. But we have to be cautious not to like our answers too much. Sometimes we refuse to build because it is not science. Science is, the mistake people make is they say science is this and this alone. You may have seen debates, if you followed them in the last year or two, you may have seen debates raging in the world about how we should teach our children. And some of these debates come down to a certain amount of semantics. What is science and what is not science? How proved does something have to be? How strong does the evidence behind it have to be before somebody will allow us to stamp the word science on the forehead of this practice? Frankly, I don't care that much. Other people can debate whether something is or is not science, whether it's completely science or half science, whether it's completely proved or partially proved. What do we do when the science isn't enough? What do we do when the clear science isn't enough? When the answers that are rock solid, that are in the bullseye of the target, when the things we can have absolute confidence in aren't enough? You should teach phonemic awareness. You should teach vocabulary. You should teach phonics. You should assess for those things. You should teach fluency. You should assess for those things. You should pay attention to comprehension. Although don't ever forget that when you're teaching all those other things, you're teaching comprehension. But how do you teach them? You should teach all those things. That is rock solid science. How should you teach them? It's not quite as rock solid. What should you do when your best guess doesn't work? When you have to make your second and third guess and your fourth guess? And the first program you pulled out of the drawer didn't work and you have to try something else. You're getting further and further from that rock solid science. You're not violating that science. You're teaching what needs to be taught the best way you can. But you need to recognize the difference. I see people have arguments at conferences and online all the time about things like, no, the science says you should teach the letters in this order, in this way, for this many minutes, at this time of the day. You know, I have people ask me questions. What's the best time of the day for doing a reading block? What does the science say? I say, well, when you're awake, I think that's important. But I don't think there's an answer to that. I don't know if science is ever going to answer something like that. The answers we come up with for those things are not science. So should we not answer the question? Should we not go with one of our answers, with one of our best guesses, just because it's not science? That's what some of these arguments come down to. What do we do when clear science isn't enough, when science hasn't answered every question and we need to make choices now? We need to make choices now. Going back to my personal work, I've had occasions, more than one, where I've stood outside the door of a young man who's been barricaded in his room for a few days, and we know he's in there because he's talking to us through the door, but he hasn't come out in a while and we're worried about him. And before he went into the room, he said some things about hurting himself, and now his door is barricaded and I'm on the other side of the door. What should I do? The science tells me I should do something. I should not walk away. I should not turn to his mother and say, well, he doesn't want to talk to me. You know, when you get him, he wants to talk to me, let me know. Should I push the door in? I've done that. Should I go outside and try to talk to him through the window? I've done that. Should I pass notes under the door and see if he'll communicate with me that way? I've done that. Should I call the police and let them push the door in? I've done that. Some of that, just like you do, you have to figure that out in the moment. You have to feel it in your gut and by the seat of your pants. Does that mean you're going to make the right decision? Not all the time. I've come through the door and had kids welcome me. I've come through the door and had kids punch me in the face. But you can't do nothing. You know what that's like. You have a child in front of you who's struggling with reading or math or something else. You have to do something. The answers are not clear. Science doesn't give you every answer, but you can't do nothing. Don't ever be discouraged from following your best instinct, your best judgment, but be clear in your mind that that's what you're doing, so that you're ready to change later if you need to. You're ready to try something else if you need to. You're ready to try something with this child that didn't work with that child, because what worked with that child didn't work with this child. Don't violate the science. Don't offend the science. Don't step on the science, but don't be limited by it either. Because there are dangers on both sides of this road. There are times that we are too quick to change. We try something. I'm not saying any of you do this, but you try something for 15 minutes and you go, that's not working. So you go try something else. And then there's stubbornly staying with the one thing. But this has worked for everybody else. This has got to work for this kid. This is what we do. This is how I do it. This is who I am. When we like our ideas too much, if we're honest about this, this is a danger for all of us. We all run the risk of liking our ideas too much. I'll be honest with you. I love my ideas. I have great ideas. I have better ideas than anybody anywhere. Just ask me. I love my ideas. We all love our ideas. I know what I'll do. I'll do this. This will be great. And it's not so great. I'll do it again. I'll do it some more. We love our ideas so much, we refuse to modify and adapt. We're wired to like our ideas too much. We're wired to be deeply committed to our ideas. That's a good thing. Science cautions us, though, to not love our ideas too much. We build vast practice on very little science. I talked about that a little bit earlier. But we do that all the time. Sometimes we have to. But we build vast practice on very little science. I'm not going to name it, but whole lineages of educational practice have been built on single studies or single observations. There was a time when whole lineages of medical practice and psychiatric practice were built on single studies or single observations. People do that all the time. When we keep basing our practice on outdated, withering science, we keep doing things because that's the way it's been done. That's the way it was taught to me. That's what we once believed. We build on science that died long ago, either because we don't know it's dead, we are in denial it's dead, or we think we can resurrect it if we try hard enough. That's true not just for you, but as I pointed out, for other professions. One of the things we need, I think, in education, that education lacks compared to some other professions, is the idea of a standard of care, a minimum basic level, that this is what's expected. We need a standard of care. We need a clearer definition of best practice. And that's what conferences like this are about. That's what the presentations you're going to get after me, that come after me, are going to be about. It's establishing in your mind and in your profession this notion of a standard of care and what is best practice in that standard of care. Not that everything you do will be rock solid, supported by the science, but it will be a minimum standard of care below which we shall not go, and above which is defined by something vaguely referred to as best practice. What is the thing to do? What is the thing to do when you see a child? I'm going to show you a slide now that I am not proud of. I have to confess that it took me hours to make my computer do that. As wildly unimpressive as that is, it literally took me hours. And for a moment when I was done, I was really proud of it. And then I came back to it after eating a meal, and I thought, why the hell am I proud of this thing? But I put so much effort and energy into it, and like finding out how to make my computer work, that I felt really good about doing it. And I liked it too much, but it got in anyway. So the idea here, and I don't have a laser pointer, which kind of disappoints me, so I'm 61 years old, and I was promised two things growing up: flying cars and handheld lasers. And when I do presentations, I get the handheld laser. And so that's important to me, because I don't have a flying car yet. But what I'm trying to illustrate here is that in the range of practice from one side to the other, in the range of what we might do, we range from things which are supported by solid science, which is represented by the green. And if you go way out to the edge, you find things every now and then that are clearly represented by solid science. There's solid science for them right from the top to the bottom. There probably are a few things like that. They're undeniable that we should do them. They're the best thing to do. Don't miss them. But most of what we do is some mix, hopefully to the left side, of solid science, and then our best ideas, our best interpretation of that solid science. As we start running out of those kinds of practices, we start drifting towards the right. We start getting into practice which is just our best ideas. And eventually our best ideas mixed, if we're honest, with some disproved theory and some things that still stick around, that still linger with us. After I did this graphic, I tried to write words on there with my computer and put them where I wanted them and make them look the way I wanted, and I got very frustrated. So I just printed it out, and I got a box of my kids' old markers from when they were in school, and I did that. And I scanned it back into my computer because that was the best I could do. But here you have this idea. And the point being that out there on that left side, the stuff that's pure science, that's really rock solid science, there's not enough there for everything we need to do. You can't build a 90-minute reading block from that. You're gonna have to do some other things. And then you have to be careful about your best ideas, because I really like my ideas. I like some ideas so much they turn green for me. I like some ideas so much I convince myself they're science. Have you ever seen an argument between people who want to debate whether we should teach the names of letters or just the sounds of letters? They'll pull out knives. These people will hurt each other. You know, thank God they do it mostly online, because if they ever came to the city, you'd find them bleeding in an alley. You know, the people who are absolutely sure you should not teach the names of letters. You should absolutely not do that. You should teach the sounds of letters, because the names of letters confuse people. And they're passionate about it, and if you just listen to them, they seem to make a very good argument. And then the other people on the other side who say you have to teach the names of letters. Things have names. Kids know that things have names. How would you teach something without teaching the name of something? And they're passionate about it. And if you get them in the same room, violence can erupt, because they are each absolutely certain that what they're telling you is way over towards the left side. That's absolutely rock solid science, that you couldn't possibly believe anything else. And if you say you believe in science and you don't agree with me, you're confused. But we should try to be to the left side. We should try to work our way over on the left side. We should try to stick to the science. We should know what the rock-solid science is in general terms as much as possible. And we should be aware when we are interpreting the science versus when we are just making our best, versus when we are actually following the science itself. There are two things going on here. There's what we do, the actual practice in which we are engaged, and there's why we do it, the theory and scientific foundation of that practice. Effective practice, and this is hard for people to understand sometimes, effective practice does not necessarily prove the underlying theory. And the death of the underlying theory does not necessarily negate the practice. Let me give you an example of that you should all be familiar with. You're all aware of it, there's a theory of reading that says children learn to read by reading. They learn to read by being read to. And so the most important thing is to read to children and give them lots of books and encourage them to practice, because that's how they're going to learn to read. And in fact, if you read to children and you give them lots of books to read, they do better. And so people looked at that and said, this proves that we were right, that this is how children learn to read. The fact that the practice was effective did not prove the underlying theory. That's not what's happening when children learn, when children benefit from being read to and learning to read and having access to books. It's not because that's how you learn to read. On the other hand, when the underlying theory was dismissed, as it certainly was and should be, that doesn't mean you shouldn't give kids access to books, or you shouldn't read to children. Because it turns out that practice fits in other theories. It has a very, very good place in other theories. That the practice, which is way out to the right, actually fits over on the left just fine if you're aware of the theory that's behind it. When my son was in first grade and he was struggling to read, this was a long time ago. When my son was in first grade and he was struggling to read, we came in and talked to his teacher, my wife and I, and she asked us whether we read to him at home. I said, yeah, we read to him all the time, every night, multiple times. We've read to him since he was a small child. And her next question, ready for it, she asked us, are you sure? And I remember thinking at that moment, damn. Is it possible that I only think we've been reading to him? And this has all been a delusion. And I decided, no. And I said, no, we definitely read to him. I'm pretty sure we've been doing that. And then she said, when he gets to a word he struggles with when he's reading, what do you do? I said, well, this was in the early 90s. I said, we kind of point to the sounds and the letters and try to get him to figure out the word as best he can. She bowed her head and she reached forward and she grabbed me by the arm. Like we were in church. Because we kind of were. And she said, so help me God, she said, that's the problem. She said, you're confusing him. Phonics doesn't work. Phonics doesn't work. You need to stop doing that. And I remembered the words of a neuropsychology professor I had a few years earlier when I was still in graduate school. He said, excuse my language, but he said this in front of our class. He was a neuropsychologist. He studied learning disabilities. He said, I want to tell you, there's some crazy shit out there. And it's catching on. And you're going to see it. And it's going to be bad. Just be ready. And I remember thinking at that moment, there it is. Reading to kids is a great thing, but it's a great thing for a certain reason. And giving kids access to books and lots of time to practice reading is a great thing, but it's for a certain reason. And understanding the difference between what we do and why we do it is important, because we may keep doing some of the same things, but for different reasons that will cause us to interpret the data we get from them and our observations of them differently and make different decisions about what to do when it doesn't work. If you don't understand the reasons you do what you do, you'll eventually build bad practice and not know it. The why behind the what matters. Let's talk about what this looks like in other professions. I don't know how many of you have ever had physical therapy. I've had physical therapy. I've had physical therapy for a couple of things. Physical therapy is very much a science-based practice to try to improve people's lives. Physical therapy says, if you have a certain kind of injury or a certain kind of disorder, certain kinds of exercises are good for you. And it may even give a list of preferred exercises. I have Parkinson's disease. There's a list of exercises known as big and loud that I try to do every day. But my physical therapist has me doing other exercises too. She has me doing a lot of other exercises, and I'm doing a lot of other exercises, and she says that's good for me. The science on that is not as clear. Should I stop doing those other exercises? I don't think so. And what if I couldn't do the exercises she wanted me to do? What if I tried to do them and I just couldn't do them? Should she say, well, there's nothing we can do for you? Or should she use her best understanding of why those other exercises were good to say, let's try to do this? It's not exactly what they did in the study, but let's modify it and do this. In psychotherapy and behavioral health, there's very good guidance about what kinds of therapies work best for what thing. Cognitive behavioral therapy works well for a lot of stuff. It's a really good thing. But it doesn't tell me exactly what words to use. It doesn't tell me what to do when the child refuses to talk to me. I have to figure that out in the moment. I have to apply the principles behind what I'm doing to make the best decision at the time. And if somebody went and said, show me the study that says those words you just used were the right ones to use, I got nothing. Prescribing medicines off-label. Doctors prescribe medicines off-label all the time. How many of you have children? How many of you have had a child take at least one prescription medicine in their life? You would be surprised at how few of those medicines have ever been formally tested and approved on children. You'd be surprised at how many choices the doctor has to make, which are scientifically informed, but not absolutely rock-solid science. Some of the most commonly prescribed long-term medications in the United States are antidepressant medications. Psychiatrists have choices of dozens of antidepressant medications they prescribe. In some place there may be a study that says this antidepressant medication in these studies was more effective than any other antidepressant medication. There probably is one or two studies like that. Should we take the other 18 antidepressant medications off the market? This one is best. Should we take the other 18 off the market? No, because it's not going to work for everybody. So we have to have second choices and third choices and third options. And some of the best practices in psychiatry and in medicine have been developed by psychiatrists and physicians who ran out of other options and used their best understanding of the science behind these medications to make new choices. It was observed years ago that Depakote, which is an anti-seizure medicine, had mood-stabilizing properties for people with bipolar disorder. That led people to try other anti-seizure medications as mood stabilizers, and we discovered other medicines that were effective, even though we didn't know why they were effective. We have to try things. We have to be willing to try, but we have to know the difference between the science and our best judgment. Surgery is one of those things that's pretty much laid out for you. But I had a friend who had to have her gallbladder taken out, and it took 3 times as long as they thought. And I asked her, what happened? She said, they got in there, my gallbladder wasn't where it was supposed to be. I thought, does that happen? Apparently it does. So you can draw out exactly how surgery is supposed to go, and you still get inside there and you find out, this isn't what I expected to see. And they had to figure it out kind of on the fly. The notions, as I talked about before, the notions of best practice and standard of care. The need to have an understanding of what are the best things to do and a standard of care that tells us what's the rock-solid floor that we should not go below. Always adapting, always changing, always evolving. Some of you, statistically speaking, somebody in this room has type 1 diabetes. Statistically speaking, several of you have type 2 diabetes. The standard for what qualifies as those disorders has changed over the years. What blood sugar number did you have to meet that diagnosis? What we understood as dyslexia, what qualified as dyslexia 20 years ago, is defined more broadly today. Does that mean we were wrong before? No, it means the science and the best understanding is adapting. The missing science, however, is never a permit to do whatever you want. You must have reasons, and they must make sense. They must fit the facts we have as well as possible. I've encountered people who will bully me into admitting that our science of reading is incomplete. you don't have all the answers, do you? I say, no, as a matter of fact, I don't. Well, until you get all the answers, I'm going to keep doing what I do. That's not right. The fact that we don't have all the answers is not a license to do whatever you want. It's a requirement that you take what we do have and add to it with your best judgment and experience as well as you can to fill in the gaps as best you can, being ready all the time to go in a different direction or to modify what you do. Reasonable people may disagree, but not all disagreement is reasonable. Reasonable people within the science of reading will disagree with each other, have disagreed with each other, will continue to disagree with each other. But that doesn't mean that every disagreement is reasonable. If you tell me you like to teach phonics that way, or you like to assess phonemic awareness that way, you use this standard for fluency, I like to use this standard for fluency. Those may be very reasonable disagreements, but somebody coming up and saying, I don't teach phonics. I don't believe in it. I don't worry about phonemic awareness. I don't think it matters. That's not reasonable. Not all there are reasonable disagreements, but not all disagreements are reasonable. One of the things to keep in mind, and this is something I say in a lot of places and in a lot of fields. Let me get this up here for me. Know what you think you know. Is be very clear in your mind what it is you think you know about reading, about medicine, about driving a car, about the best way to bake a cake. Know what you think you know. Know why you think you know it. Do I know this just because I think it? Do I know this because somebody taught it to me 30 years ago? Do I think I know it because I heard it at one presentation or read it in one article? Do I know it because I like it? Know why you think you know it, and know that you could be wrong. That's a humbling thing, to realize that you could be wrong. And some of the things you feel the most deeply and the most passionately, to know that you could be wrong. You have to accept that you could be wrong. When I worked in an inpatient hospital and we would hospitalize kids for weeks at a time for things we wouldn't put them in the hospital for now, we were wrong. When doctors in the 1950s told people with asthma, smoke cigarettes, it'll open up your lungs, they were wrong. When women used to give birth to children and we said, after you give birth to children, you should lie on your back and not move for 10 days. They were wrong. We're doing better now. But some of what we do now will be wrong 10 years from now, or 20 years from now, or 30 years from now. We can take that. We can handle that. We should be humble. How many of you are teachers? I'm going to tell you a story. True story. I told this story all over the country, but now I get to tell it closer to the community in which it happened. So years ago when I was working on the inpatient service, we did some good work. It just wasn't a good idea. A young man came to stay with us. He was 12 years old. He was with us because he had gotten in a fight at school. He was a very angry young man. I had never met him before. Other people who worked on the unit had known him from previous admissions. He was a very angry young man because of the way his life had gone. He was 12 years old. He was in the cafeteria at his middle school, and an older, taller, stronger boy, 14 years old, was teasing him. There were some things about his physical appearance that attracted attention. And the kid was teasing him, and this boy was using his coping skills really well. He was holding off. He was not lashing out at this kid. And then the kid went too far, and he overwhelmed his coping skills, and my kid, who was 12 and smaller, turned around and jumped on this kid and knocked him to the ground. The reports from the security guard said they pulled him off in about 10 or 15 seconds. In those 10 or 15 seconds, he unleashed rage on this boy. He broke every bone in his face, and the kid needed multiple surgeries to put his face back together. He lost several teeth. One of his eyes was displaced from its orbit because he broke so many bones in his cheek, and it all had to be put back together through multiple surgeries. That's how much rage this kid had. And as I got to know him, I found out what his rage was about. He lived in foster homes and group homes because he couldn't live with his family. There were very good reasons why he couldn't live with his family. And I would try to talk to him, and he was cold, and he was hard, and he was difficult. One day in a room where we were playing some games, there was a pool table, and I turned around and he swung a pool cue at my head and missed me by about that much. And I felt the breeze as it went by my nose. Weeks later, he asked me, "Why didn't you call security after you did that?" I said, "Because you still had the pool cue and I was afraid to yell for help. I was afraid you'd beat the crap out of me." He warmed up to me a little bit, but never that much. And after a few weeks, he left and he went to a residential treatment center. And 2 years later, I was in the basement at the Children's Detention Center in Milwaukee County seeing another kid. And a line of boys coming back from the gym walked by the window of my room. And he had those physical features that were easy to notice. And I spotted him in the line. He was 2 years older. He was a lot taller. He was a lot bigger. He was a lot stronger. But that was him. There couldn't be anybody else. And the next day I came back and I said I had been appointed by the court to evaluate him. I hadn't. I lied. Turned out, I thought I had to lie to get in. Turned out they would have let me in anyway, but that's what I did. And they got him out of his room and they brought him downstairs to see me, and he sat there cold and quiet and stern like he'd always been. And I asked him if he remembered me, and he was angry with me. He was insulted. "Of course I remember you." Okay. I didn't want to piss him off. I said, "Why are you here? What happened?" Because I hadn't seen him or kept track of him for 2 years. And I said, what happened? He said, "Oh, you don't know." He said, "I found my parents." He hadn't seen his parents in years. He was legally separated from them, termination of parental rights. And all the blood drained from my head. I almost passed out. Because I knew from talking to him earlier that the one thing he wanted to do in his life was find his parents so he could kill them. And I searched through my mind really fast, trying to keep myself awake, steadying myself on the table, not wanting to pass out. I steadied myself and I said, "So tell me what happened." And I'm searching in my mind for news stories about a double homicide, and I'm thinking what lawyers we would get for him, what psychologists we would get to testify for him. We would keep his case in juvenile court. I wouldn't let him get transferred to adult court where he could go away forever. We would preserve the rest of his life. We would make them understand why he might do this. And he explained to me that he was living in a foster home, and by just dumb luck, the foster home was a few blocks from where his parents were living. And he spotted them one day. And that night, he gathered up the few things he owned in a bag, and he walked to their house, and he knocked on their door, and they let him in because they had no idea why he was there. And a few nights later, after he had figured out the way they were living and what they were doing, he walked around their bed. They were probably drunk and asleep. They were passed out. He walked around their bed with the biggest, sharpest knife from the kitchen, deciding what he was going to do. His mother was a small woman, he said, and he knew he could kill her quickly. But if his father woke up, his father was a big guy, and he said, "I'd have to fight him, and I don't know if I could get him. So I knew I had to get him first." He thought all this out. But he knew his father would be hard to kill, and his mother had a phone next to the bed, and if she woke up and called 911, he would get arrested. And he didn't want to get arrested. So I asked him, "What did you do?" He said, "I went downstairs and I put the knife away. And I walked to the District 4 police station on Silver Spring Drive. And I turned myself in." And he was in detention because while he was gone, he was supposed to have a hearing for a minor delinquency charge that was still pending against him. And he didn't show up for court while he was missing. And that's why they had the warrant out for him. That's why he was in detention. He didn't kill anybody. And all the blood rushed back up to my head and a smile returned to my face. And I took the first decent breath I had taken in several minutes, and I looked at him and I asked a really interesting question. I said, "Why?" "I remember what you told me. The one thing you knew you wanted to do with your life, when I asked you what you wanted to do with your life, the one thing you wanted to do was kill your parents, and you had the opportunity. Why didn't you do it?" Which was a dumb question because there's a chance he would say, "Good point, just a minute." But he didn't. He held his hands up like this. He rolled both his thumbs in, very unusual thing. He holds up 8 fingers and he says, "Because there's 8 people in the world. There's 8 people in the world that if I did that, I would be letting them down." He proceeds to name the first one, Dr. Dennis Kozell, a wonderful psychiatrist, a dear friend of mine, somebody I had the privilege of working with for years. I sometimes say there's two kinds, the best child psychiatrists in Milwaukee County and in this area, there's 2 kinds of them. They're either Dennis Kozell or somebody who trained with Dennis Kozell. Now there's another generation who trained with people who trained with Dennis Kozell, but it all comes from Dennis. So that's how I see the world. He held up his second finger and he pointed at me, he said, "You. You may clap for me in a little while or ask me questions, give me a good review. Thank you in advance. That's really wonderful and I appreciate it. But nobody's ever going to thank me or honor me as much as a kid who said he didn't kill 2 people in part because he didn't want to let me down." And here's the part I want you to remember. The other 6 people were all teachers. All of them. And every one of those teachers, one of the great regrets of my career, because he named them, is I didn't write those names down and find those teachers. And I really wish I had done that. Because I'm certain of one thing. Those teachers would have been surprised to be on his list. This was an angry, cold kid who was not warm, who did not seem to care about the people around him. And in fact, he had formed such strong relationships with those teachers that it saved his life. It saved his life, it saved his parents' lives, it saved his future. You already save lives. Being here today, we're just trying to help you save a couple more. Thank you for being here. Do we have any questions? Mary's moving.
We didn't pick up any questions. Anybody who has a question for Steve, if you want to just jot it down on that pad of paper on your table, these ladies will be around to pick them up. But I have a couple of questions. If there are any people here who haven't checked in yet, that you haven't gotten your name badge, they will be at that table. See Noel, he's waving in the back corner. We have about 20 people that I suspect are here based on the number of seats that are taken, but we have name badges that haven't been picked up.
If you're an imposter, just go back and be one of those people.
Yeah. You just have to like divine what their names are. And could you just raise your hand if you have empty seats at your table? I know there are a few up here, but how about, so there are some empty seats, and and most of them have bags sitting on them. So
resist the urge to grab the lottery tickets
can you
from
just
those.
hold your hand up. Hold your hand up. Keep it up if you have empty seats at your table, because we're going to have somebody come around and pick up those bags. And there are people who arrived who didn't get a bag, who are sitting at weird seats in the room. So that'll be very helpful. Thank you. I think that's it for me.
All right.
Well, we can either adjourn early for our break, or you can just talk, Steve. He likes to talk. Otherwise, we're going to reconvene at 9:30. Is that right?
That would be right for Wiley
for Wiley
Blevins.
Blevins, 9:30.
Just on a lark, is anybody here from the Racine Unified School District? Oh, good. We have a question.
Well, I can just tell you it. How'd you handle the situation with the teacher?
You mean when?
She was saying phonics.
Well, you know, the thing is, I have great regret about that, because the first time something like that happens to you, you're not ready for it. And this was almost 30 years ago, and I knew something then, but I didn't know as much then as I knew now. And if I could go back and do it all over, I would have taken my kid and walked down to the principal's office and say, you got to put him in a different class. You know, but I think what I would have found out was that that was pretty much the philosophy everywhere in that school at that time. You know, I have more sympathy for her now than I probably have at some points in the past, because she was doing what she was taught. And more importantly, she was avoiding and not doing things that she had never been taught. You know, there's the saying we have in the Reading League and elsewhere, you know, when we know better, we do better. You know, one of the things I'd like to say about this, too, in front of a room full of teachers, is this movement, which we call the science of reading, is sometimes misportrayed as being very anti-teacher. I've sometimes been misportrayed as being very anti-teacher. I think that's unfair, though I understand where it's coming from. The first victims of the failures we've made to translate science into better reading practice and mistakes we've made, the first victims have all been children. But close behind them, the next victims have been teachers. Because you've all invested your lives and your treasure and your career and your time and your years into doing something which is vital to our society, and we haven't given you what you needed to do it as well as you could. And we have misled you sometimes in ways that we could have avoided. We didn't need to keep doing that. We could have done better, and we've let you down. I'm going to say it again. I can't begin to tell you how much I value what you do. So, question, what do you think when you hear people ask, say, is that a science of reading product or something similar? With very few exceptions, the products we use, the products that get sold to you and that you use in classrooms and the resources you use are not monolithic. They're not like pills. They're not like an antidepressant where there's one medicine in there. They're a mixture of lots of different things. So most of the products you're using, there's something in there that's science-based, and there's probably some stuff that's less science-based. You know, one of the things I found, I haven't looked at that many curriculums, but one of the things that we found when we did in talking to people who I've trusted is that sometimes even the worst curricula have some stuff in it that's science-based. And one of the problems I've seen that and heard about from listening to people is these programs give you 4 hours of material for a 90-minute reading block, and then you have to pick which things you're going to use and which things you're not going to use. Depending on what choices you make, that may be a pretty scientifically well-founded curriculum. If you make different choices, it might not be. And that becomes a real challenge. I think labeling a thing, it's like labeling a meal and saying whether it's healthy or not. Well, the asparagus is healthy, but the marshmallows suck, you know? It's very difficult to look at one plate of food or a whole buffet of food and give one ruling, one grade to the whole thing. You know, one of the things that I believe is that by giving you better information, you'll make different choices from that curricula, and you'll modify things and change things and adjust things in ways that make it better. Any advice for teachers in how to pick which experts to trust when looking for help interpreting the science? You can pick the experts that we have here today. That's a good idea. You have to know enough of the basic science. You have to know enough about that. You have to look at who else trusts them, who they're connected to. You have to understand that network of people that they're part of. You have to keep track of the other things they say and the other things they write. You know, if you're saying on one hand, if you say something good on one hand, and then you turn around and you undo it at your next presentation or in the next article you write, I would be a little bit more skeptical about that. But I would encourage you, with all due respect to our presenters, I would encourage you to be skeptical of everybody.
One thing you could do is if you subscribe to the Reading League Journal from our national parent, all of those articles in the Reading League Journal are written by very trustworthy researchers and clinicians, so that's a good place. If you're on social media, once you hook up with one, you take one of these people who's speaking today, follow them on social media, and you'll see everybody, the people that are within that group chiming in. So if it doesn't take too long before you begin to recognize the groups of names of the people that you can really trust.
How did my son's reading journey end up? It was rocky. He's an adult now, and he's got 2 kids, and he's gainfully employed and has his own business. He reads well. I think he reads for pleasure some. I think his stamina for reading is not what he would like it to be, and that limited some of his educational opportunities after high school, but that's not surprising. But I think he experienced what a lot of kids do, which they develop a certain self-doubt. They start to see themselves a certain way. It's one of the things that happens when kids struggle to read. They see themselves a certain way, and that has a real impact on them. I have a question. With the changes in our understanding of dyslexia, what advice do you have when teachers or families or doctors jump to wanting a special education referral. One of the problems we have with the term dyslexia is we're using the word dyslexia to describe a lot of things. We're using the same word to describe really deep, difficult to treat, difficult to manage, very neurologically based dyslexia, all the way up to people who are in that, when we say 20% of the population has dyslexia, the way we arrive at that number is we say everybody who's got this little glitch in phonemic processing, the way they process sound starting in infancy, they've all got dyslexia. Well, you can use that word to describe that, but when it describes this and this at the same time, it gets a little confusing, because when you say dyslexia, what do you mean? And one of the problems is, if I or some evaluate a kid and tell the parent, well, it looks like he's got some dyslexia, and the parent goes, well, dyslexia, he should get special education. Not everybody with dyslexia like this needs special education. Probably everybody with dyslexia like this needs special education, but it's a little bit like the way we use the word depressed. I use the word depressed to refer to a clinical illness. You may use the word depressed to say, I'm a little depressed right now, the Packers just lost. Those are very different things, but we're using the same word to describe them, and that creates a certain confusion. Okay, I think we did that one. How do we approach whole language balanced literacy proponents? Oh, God. Maybe not like I do. I've sometimes come at people a bit like a fire hose, which had its purpose for a while, and I'm trying to back off on that. As a group, it's one thing. As a movement, it's one thing, but I think it's dying as a movement. As individuals, I think we try to guide them away from what they're doing. Remember, a lot of people who are still doing whole languagey things would never identify themselves with whole language. Remember when I talked about not only what you're doing, but why you're doing it. People are teaching kids to do whole languagey things, but they don't know what the basis for that is. I had a really interesting conversation with a woman online about some of these things, a teacher, and I said, do you believe that phonics works? Yeah. Do you believe phonics is important? Yeah, absolutely. I teach it all the time. Why do you teach these other things? Well, these things are important too. Did you know that these ways of teaching came from the belief that phonics was bad and didn't work? That skilled readers didn't use phonics? That skilled readers weren't paying that much attention to letters and sounds? And as Frank Smith said, skilled reading depends more and more on using less and less. Skilled reading relies less and less on information from your eyes. To which I respond, what the hell? I mean, how are you reading if you're not paying attention to what's going on, what the information that's coming in through your eyes? And that led the belief that skilled readers don't use phonics, don't pay attention to letters and sounds, led to certain ways of teaching, those badly stacked rocks. And then we pulled the foundation away, but the practice continued. You think of the cartoons. I wanted to work this into the presentation, but I couldn't find a good animation. Think about the cartoons where Wile E. Coyote would run off a cliff, and as long as he didn't look down, he wouldn't fall. That's what's happened with these things. As long as they don't look down and see that the theories beneath them have been pulled away, they just sort of keep going. And it can be frustrating.
So you can just flick this on. One other thing that you'll hear, I think, when you're talking about how do you approach people who maybe have a different point of view on reading, data, right? And pull out your data on how the kids are doing and say, do you really think we can't do better than this? Could we try something different? I want you to listen to Angie Hanlon at the end of the day, because as more people do what she's done in districts and show results, that's very convincing information to carry in to a district that's very enmeshed in balanced literacy. Come in with the figures on performance in your district and then show what's possible. So I hope you'll all stick around for Angie at the end of the afternoon. And Steve has one personal last question.
Why did I ask about the Racine Unified School District? Because I grew up in Racine and I went to school in Racine. And if you're here, I thought maybe you'd have a Kringle with you. But which I can't eat anyway because I can't eat gluten anymore. Let me share, before I go, let me share what I think is some of the most persuasive information, and we can get this to you if we don't have it on our website already. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Talking about fourth graders and using the most recent completed administration of the National Assessment of Educational Progress. Do fourth grade black kids read better in Mississippi or in Wisconsin? Mississippi. What about fourth grade white kids? Do they read better in Mississippi or in Wisconsin? Mississippi. What about boys? Girls? Poor kids? Rural kids? Kids who don't get a free lunch? I've run that out to like 17 different comparisons. Okay, I won't take her presentation for later. But that kind of data which really hits people in the face can be very, very powerful. Wisconsin used to be at the top. We're not anymore. We're not what we think we are. Getting people to accept that at the political level and at the local level can be quite difficult. But with your help, we can do that. With the data, we can do that. With a gentle approach, we can do that. With her presentation, we can do that. We're going to take a short break now. Wiley Blevins will be back at 9:30. Make sure you visit the booths. Make sure you visit, before you drop your raffle tickets in, visit all of them so you know what you're bidding on. You know, you give yourself a chance. And one last time, thank you all so much for being here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on now. Try to quietly make your way back to your seats. Bring your food, bring your water with you. Everybody, if you could get back to your seats as quickly as possible so we can get started. Well, the last few people are returning to their seats. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Wiley Blevins. Mr. Blevins has taught elementary school in both the United States and South America and completed his graduate work at Harvard University. As many of you know, he was the principal author of an ILA document on the importance of teaching phonics in 2019, which had a remarkable effect and received very deserved attention across the media and certainly across amongst people like us who are concerned with how teachers learn to read. He's the author of 16 books for teachers. He works regularly with teachers and reading coaches. As I was talking to him earlier, he's working with the people in New York over the reforms they're trying to make there. It is my pleasure. We are so glad to have him here today to talk to you about decodable text and phonics. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wiley Blevins.
Thank you, and good morning. Can you all hear me okay? Yes. So for the next hour and 50 minutes, we are going to talk about the most exciting, the most interesting, the most provocative, the sexiest topic in education, which is what? Decodable text. Am I right? Raise your hand if you agree. It's the sexiest topic. Raise your hand if you disagree. Raise your hand if you don't want to raise your hand. There's always a few of you. So throughout today, you're going to hear a lot about the science or sciences of reading and the role that phonics plays in it. You're going to hear a lot about from different brain research and so on, and how phonics, although it's received a lot of attention because we want to fine-tune and improve what we're doing around phonics, isn't the only thing that we need to be talking about. Would you agree to that? Right, we're going to be hearing a lot about that. You're going to be hearing a lot about different models of reading that help put phonics in its proper place. Whether it's the simple view of reading or Scarborough's reading rope, or maybe now we'll be talking about her active view of reading today. So you're going to hear a lot about those kinds of things. But I am going to focus our attention on an instructional tool, a practice tool. So we're going to talk a little bit about the research. It's limited, but it's important, and it has raised some questions that we're still exploring. I'm going to talk about some of the things that are being said about decodable text. Some of them get me very happy. Some of them cause concern, and we'll walk through all of that. And most importantly, I'm going to talk about how we take this instructional tool and really maximize its impact, because that really is the focus of the work that I do with the teachers and school districts that I work with. So we'll go through those portions today. So most of my work over the years, when I first started, whether I was doing things in my classroom or working with districts or working with publishers, was really centered on focusing on the 7 characteristics of strong phonics instruction to make sure they were all in place. And if you look at number 7, what does that say? Reading connected text. What we read during a phonics lesson and how much we read really has an impact on the student learning. And we'll dig into that today. But then my focus really shifted. Around the time that the Common Core standards came out, a lot of districts I was working with, they were reevaluating what they were doing. making shifts with close reading and more informational text and all kinds of really great things, but they were also looking at their foundational skills. And what they found is that there were weaknesses, and it didn't make sense to them on paper. They had phonics instructional materials, they had assessments, the teachers were using these materials, but they weren't getting the results that they knew they needed, that they expected. And so my work shifted in that I started really digging into the instructional materials and the assessments and watching lots of teachers teach, classroom after classroom, week after week, to see if anything bubbled up to the surface. And what I found is that there were 10 reasons why phonics instruction was failing in a lot of the schools that I went to, obstacles that were in place that we as teachers could unplug to really maximize our instructional impact. So you see, for example, the first one, an inadequate or non-existent review and repetition cycle. Most of the materials that I observed were very exposure focused. They would teach one skill 1 week. What would happen the next week? A new skill. What would happen the week after that? They were expecting mastery in both reading and spelling of a skill in 1 week, 5 instructional days. Is that reasonable? Absolutely not. So how do we build in that review and repetition cycle? So we think of that initial week as just the initial introduction. We hang on to it as long as children need to get to mastery in both decoding and encoding. That's what's so critical, and that can be easily built into that phonics instructional cycle. And if we don't, that learning begins to decay. It begins to slip away. We don't get to fluency, and those skills aren't firmly rooted, and students aren't able to transfer them to all reading and writing situations. But you'll see there are 2 things in red that are related to our conversation today: a lack of application to daily reading and writing experiences, and inappropriate reading materials to practice skills. So of those 10, 2 of them are centered around our conversation today. So, as Steve told you, those 7 characteristics and the 10 reasons why phonics instruction sometimes fails are summarized in the paper that I did for the International Literacy Association, and that's on their website. It's free, it's downloadable, it's very short, and it's written so that you can share it not only with your colleagues, but also with the families of your students. And it summarizes some of those big ideas because most of those are beyond the scope of my talk today. So let's talk about decodable text. For me, it's a practice tool. I always say, if I teach my students guitar chords, what am I going to give them to practice? A piano? No, what am I going to give them? A guitar. It's really important to me that we look at our instructional goals and we match our instructional tools to really meet our needs in terms of develop fluency with those instructional goals. So I always say it's in the application where the learning sticks. So when I go into a classroom and I'm working with teachers, I think about how much time during a phonics lesson children are picking up a book or picking up a pencil. And it should be a large amount of that time. Too often I go into classroom and the work is so far removed from actual reading and writing that isolated skill work doesn't get students to mastery as quickly as we need them to be. So increasing that amount of application can really have a big impact. And that work I started doing about 12 or so years ago, was that how long the Common Core? It's been a while now, right? Yeah, 2010, so it is. Yeah, I'm getting old. So the work I did back then, part of what I did was just watch a lot of teachers teach and record what I saw. And I started seeing this variance that really was having an impact on student learning. So these were 2 teachers in the same school, on the same hallway. Teacher A, they both had 30 minutes for phonics. Teacher A spent 10 minutes doing an action rhyme review. She would say a letter and children would chant a rhyme that was in the program. 10 minutes she would do phonemic awareness. She focused on rhyme. We know that doesn't have the impact as, say, oral blending and oral segmentation with our early readers and writers. 5 minutes she taught her new phonics skill, modeled how to blend or sound out words. And 5 minutes the students read a story, a connected story. So of those 30 minutes, how much time was spent on application to reading? 5. How much was spent on writing? 0. Then teacher B down the hall, 5 minutes she did a review warm-up, which was cumulative. She just had a set of letter cards with the spellings they had taught up to that point, and very quickly she just flipped through them to keep those sound spelling fresh in children's minds. 5 minutes she did phonemic awareness. She did oral segmentation, which is closely linked to early spelling, so that was a good thing to see. 5 minutes she introduced the phonics skill, modeled how to blend or sound out words. Then she spent 10 minutes working on a story with the students to apply those skills. And 5 minutes, they did some writing follow-up, which they couldn't finish during the phonics, so they finished that during independent work time. I rarely saw any writing or spelling. We have this huge decoding and coding imbalance in our phonics instruction, which I don't have time to talk about, but I could talk about that all day. But anyway, of the 30 minutes, how much time was spent in reading and writing, application, and teacher B? Hello? Yeah, you could talk. So I thought about this. This is the pattern that these teachers have adopted for their phonics instruction. So teachers A classroom, 5 minutes a day, her students get 25 minutes a week of application of the phonics skills, which is 15 hours in the school year. Teacher B, 15 minutes a day is 75 minutes a week, which is 45 hours of application. The children in Teacher B's classroom, just by adjusting the phonics schedule, have 30 more hours to apply the skill, to get to mastery quickly and efficiently so they can then transfer it. Which students do you think did better in terms of decoding words? B. It's the efficiency of our instruction that matters. It's how we spend our instructional moments that can really transform what's happening in terms of student learning. So these are things that we want to think about. So when I think about decodable text, and people have very strong feelings about decodable text. There are teachers who love it. I've gone to schools where they have decodable text and the teachers aren't using them. I remember one school I went to, they weren't using them. And I debriefed with the teachers in the teachers' lounge and the principals there, and I asked them why they weren't using this tool. And no one really had an answer. And then the principal got a phone call and walked out of the room. So I said, why are you not using these tools? And one of the teachers said, they're boring and stupid. And so I looked at them, and they were boring and stupid. And so whatever instructional tool we use has to be of a high quality. Would you agree? They need to be beautiful, well-written books. And so the other thing about these is that we want to think about them from the instructional intention. So I always talk about these books not just as being decodable books, but as being accountable, because they have this close connection between what I'm teaching, so I can reasonably hold my students accountable for that learning. And if my students struggle reading these books that are connected to my teaching, it holds me accountable as a teacher. I know I need to do some other things. Would you agree? So let's just sort of talk a little bit about some of the benefits of these texts. So imagine that you are in my kindergarten classroom. I want to see if this pointer works. I'll tell you these two words, I see. My hand is shaking a little bit because I am scared of you. But so we'll just put that out there. Steve's braver than I am. So I'll tell you these two words, I see. What are the words? The symbol stands for the A sound or the word A. The next symbol stands for the T sound, and the last symbol stands for the K sound. Okay? So I've taught you these sound symbols and these high-frequency words. This is the photograph on the page. I'm going to show you the sentence. I want you all to read it nice and loud. If you've heard me speak before, you know what it is. But anyway, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, everyone read. Did you all get it correct? Right. Was it difficult? No, maybe it was a little slow. Would you agree it was a little slow because you haven't mastered those sound symbol relationships just like our early learners? But so if you have this text week after week and it matches your instruction, how do you think that makes you feel as an early learner? Do you think it develops this sense of confidence and control over your ability to tackle words? I think these decodable texts not only are great and valuable practice tools, but also build this sense of I can do it in early learners that we need to develop. Because let's face it, phonics gets harder as we go through the scope and sequence. It's not one letter, one sound forever. It could be one sound, multiple spellings, and then multisyllabic words and on and on. We want children to believe in themselves that they can do this. So just to sort of illustrate that, I'm going to take away the picture, and I'm going to add one sentence just to make it slightly more difficult, but you're all smart, so you'll do really well. So on the count of 3, I want you to read this extra sentence. Ready? 1, 2, 3, read. And just shout it out when you know it. I'm evaluating for special ed servicing, so I do need to hear everyone read to them. Who knows it? Do you have a guess?
I know it.
Oh, you do know it. Okay, so don't tell. Anyone else know? How many of you do not want me to call on you? How many of you suddenly have to go to the bathroom or check your phones? Exactly. Why is this so difficult? Who is not doing their job? You, the reader, or me, the teacher? Yeah, that was nice and loud, Steve. Thank you. But he's absolutely right. There's such a disconnect between what I taught you and what I had you read. This is actually a very simple sentence. Pam can see a rabbit. Sometimes people figure out rabbit, but they don't figure out Pam because they don't have enough information. It leads to probably this, a lot of frustration. Unfortunately, that's the reality for some of our children. There's such a disconnect between what is taught and what children are reading. They're not valuing the skills that we're teaching. They're not having the opportunities to practice it to get to mastery quickly. And it's telling them something else about reading that is not very helpful. Would you agree with that? Absolutely. So we know what decodable text is. We know what phonics readers. They're little books or little stories where the majority of the words can be fully sounded out. And a lot of programs create these. Often they are tagged by skill. We're focusing on short A or long A or our controlled vowel AR or what have you. I would say there aren't enough of these in classrooms. Most programs only have one or two. That's far too little reading. So we got to encourage our publishers to create more because every publisher seems to do a different scope and sequence. And so we're having some issues getting enough of these in kids' hands. But they do serve a valuable function, especially early on in kindergarten and first grade when we're first introducing those skills. There's a lot of content covered in kindergarten and first grade. Would you agree? I mean, kindergarten is dramatically different from when I was to school, where we just kind of had to sit there for a few minutes. It's very academic now. And after that, the text that children encounter is highly decodable by the very nature of decodability because there's so many words children can sound out. But there are children in second grade who haven't mastered those skills. And teachers really benefit from having some texts that have a higher concentration of practice. So there are teachers I work with who need some of that text later on for those students who need that intense practice, which you don't get from necessarily a trade book. So they're important instructional tools. They're used for a limited period of time, and they serve a really valuable function. So one of the reasons that we're having some of the conversations we're currently having is because of these other sciences of reading, like brain research. You probably heard, how many of you have heard about this study from Stanford? It's the one that people talk about the most. I find this study really fascinating. So they had these two groups of participants, and they created the sound symbol system, and they taught them how to read using it. One group learned via a method we would call phonics. They were sounding out the words, learning the individual sound symbols and sounding out. The other group was learning words as whole units, okay? So then they did these functional MRIs. You've all seen the brain pictures with the different parts that light up to see, does it have an impact on the brain if we're sounding out words versus looking at words as these whole chunks? And look at the first bullet. Let's just read that together. 1, 2, 3, read. Beginning readers. Isn't that fascinating? The physical act of sounding out a word activated different parts of the brain, and those parts of the brain are the parts of the brain that we as skilled readers activate. Is that useful for us to know? That confirms that teaching children how to blend or sound out words is a valuable activity. But look at bullet number 3. Words learned using a whole word method activated the right side of the brain, which is characteristic of children and adults who struggle with reading. The participants who learned words as whole chunks, a different part of their brain activated, a different part of their brain lit up, and it wasn't the parts that we need lit up. Is that useful for us to know? Hello? Yes. You guys are very quiet. Are you awake? Awake, awake. Yes. Yes. What I also find really interesting about this study, and I know we make sort of grand claims about brain research. Some of it is just sort of confirming or helping us know what we're doing well. Other brain research is having us take a step back and think, oh, maybe we need to think about this differently. But the part of this study that I found really pertinent to the work I do with teachers is that the participants who learned whole words took off really fast. And the people who were working them were really pleased by this. They were getting through these words very quickly. They were just looking at big chunks of words, or big chunks as words. What do you think happened when new words were introduced that they hadn't learned as whole chunks? They slowed down. They hit a wall. They hadn't looked at the individual pieces of words to transfer. So they were just trucking along and then boom. The participants who learned sounding out those words started out very slowly. It was a lot of work. It took time to master those sound symbols and to speed up as they became more fluent. But as new words were introduced that they hadn't seen before, guess what? They had the tools to tackle them. So they far surpassed the whole word learners. I think about this a lot when I'm working with kindergarten teachers who have those pattern books at the beginning and feel really good about what's happening. If we don't study those individual pieces, when are those children going to hit a wall? Have we done this for so long that it's developed some really bad habits or really deep misconceptions about how children learn to read? Does that make sense? So I find this study really interesting. So one of the activities I do with kindergarten teachers, just to illustrate this, is I take two texts from the same point of the year, the second half of kindergarten. So I take a leveled book and a decodable text based on the phonics scope and sequence. So here I've taken a level C book. Are you guys familiar with the different levels, A, B, C? Usually A, B, C, D are used in kindergarten. And I hope I can read this. It's a little hard for the slide. But this is an adorable book called Puppies Get Into Lots of Silly Spots. Let's read this together, these 2 pages. 1, 2, 3, read.
Puppies get into lots of silly spots. 2 puppies are in the booth. Puppies get into lots of silly spots. 3 puppies are in the house.
What do you think the next page says? Something adorable, right. You all know the next page without turning the page. What does that tell you? What are our students doing? Well, let's think about what, I think this book is absolutely adorable, but it's cute. I love puppies. I don't have a puppy. I live in New York City. It's hard to have a pet, but I have neighbors who have dogs that are like the size of a house in an apartment. I just don't get it, but that's a whole side thing. Anyway, it's just so weird. But what I did is I pulled out the text and we went through and coded it. All the words in red were words based on the phonics scope and sequence that students could fully sound out. And you'll see there were only a couple. Then the words in blue were high-frequency words that had been formally taught and practiced to the point we felt comfortable they had become sight words. And you see a couple of those. Then all the words in green, we went through and talked about how are students accessing those words. We got to puppies. How do you think they were accessing puppies? The initial letter and picture. What about get? They hadn't learned short E. You're a teacher. What's happening? You're having to give the word to them. Of, or into, lot. I mean, and you see how painful this was? It became very clear after 2 pages what was really happening. Children were picking up the pattern and using that. Does that make sense? So this is more of a whole word reading approach to it. Then I took a decodable text. Let's see. Can Sam sit? Sam can sit in the chair. Can the cat sit? The cat can sit. It sits on the mat. That is not as fascinating as puppies and flower beds. Right? We can all agree it's not as fascinating. But if you look at all the words in red, these are the words that can be fully sounded out. Then we look at all the words in blue. Those are those high-frequency words. They become sight words. And then there's that one word in green, which is a story word, to make the story a little more interesting. But do you see how the reading demand is completely different? Now, I'm getting this text week after week after week where I'm thinking about the pattern, but I'm getting this other text week after week after week where the most reliable and useful way to get through these words is to sound it out. Does that affect the habits that our young readers develop? Yes. Does that tell them what reading is and give them a different message about what reading is? So this leads us to the most uncomfortable part of our conversation, the cueing systems. You probably had a lot of conversations about the cueing systems. When I travel around the country, I don't know what the situation is here in Wisconsin, but there are state legislatures who have outlawed the teaching of the cues. Is that in Wisconsin? No? Okay. And publishers are not allowed to put the word cue in a book. Literally, it will not, schools will throw it away, they'll burn it, they'll happily, what have you. And then if you visit a publishing house, the word cue is only spoken in whispered tones. So I want to have a more nuanced conversation about it because I think, bear with me for a few slides and it'll all make sense. So years ago, I had the great fortune of working with Marilyn Adams. How many of you are familiar with Marilyn's work? Right. So 1995, right after her book, beginning to read, thinking, and learning about print. And those 5 years was like 5 years of grad school. She's absolutely brilliant. And years later, she wrote a paper that some of you might be familiar with, where she was working with teachers and was asked about the queuing system. And it was she was perplexed by why they were asking this, because we use all sorts of information when we're reading and so on. And figured out that what they were asking is, what should we focus on for our beginning readers? What is the most powerful, right? So we're having all these conversations about what we as teachers shouldn't do, when I think the conversation should also include what I haven't read. It's the text that determines the cues children have to use. Does that make sense? So we're all talking about what we as teachers are doing, and not enough conversation about the power of the text and the influence that it has. If I can sound out most of the words in the text and it's a reliable strategy to get me through, that's going to be my go-to strategy, right? If I can't, I'm 6 years old. I'm sitting in front of the teacher. I have a text that I have to read. I'm going to use every piece of information I can. So that text really is affecting how children are approaching books. Whenever I'm working with a student I haven't worked before, I'll hand them a book. Have them open to that first spread and see what they do. Do they put their finger on the first word, start working through, or do they do this? What are they doing? They know they don't have the tools to access the words, so they're trying to get every other piece of information. Is that fair for us to do to them? So the thing about this that makes me really sad is that we've always known this. We've always known that the text has such a huge influence. We in education have very short-term memories. You know, I had COVID pretty badly. I was under doctor care for about 6 weeks, and I always say I have COVID brain. I don't remember things as well as I used to. My mom told me the other day, it's just that I'm really old. But whatever it is, we have short-term memories in education. And this Joel Roper-Schneider study came out in the mid-1980s. That's around the time I first started teaching. And it had a huge influence on my thinking. And at the time they did the study, formal reading instruction began typically in first grade, not kindergarten like today. So we could replace first grade with kindergarten. I think it would apply to today. I just want to read you what they found. The selection of text used very early in first grade, now kindergarten, may at least in part determine the strategies and cues. Determine is a really powerful word, right? Children learn to use and persist in using, so the habits that they form, in subsequent word identification. In particular, emphasis on a phonics method seems to make little sense if children are given initial text to read where the words do not follow regular letter-sound correspondence generalizations, the phonics skills we teach. And then this is the sentence that got to me as a beginning teacher. The types of words which appear in beginning reading text may well exert a more powerful influence in shaping children's word identification strategies than the method of reading instruction. So as a teacher, I was like, I can do these award-winning phonics lessons. And like Steve, I thought everything was great when I first started teaching and everything was good. But I can do these award-winning phonics lessons, but the text could really erase the impact of that. Would you agree with that? Right. Okay. So the current conversation around decodable text isn't the most nuanced right now, and I worry about that. I'm hearing some things that are a bit extreme, and I caution you to just sort of push back and ask, where is that coming from? So one of the things I hear a lot recently is that decodable text should be 100% decodable. How many of you have heard that? Social media. I don't know where that comes from, because there's actually no research that talks about a percentage. We don't know. That's one of the things we don't know. One of the things that I'm doing a study currently on, looking at different degrees of decodability for different student populations, we don't know. And so when I think about that from just a teacher standpoint, I think about the top 250 words in English. About 60 of them are irregular. They don't follow those common sound spellings. The word the is the most common word in English. The word said you need for dialogue. Words like they and you are pronouns. Words like what, where, and who. Would we ever dream of teaching children in kindergarten and first grade and not teaching these words? We wouldn't do that, right? So there are other words that we also have to teach our students. I was listening in because, all the things virtual, and I was listening on a Science of Reading conversation a few months ago, and the presenter said that decodable text needed to be 100% decodable. And one of the facilitators jumped in and said, well, Wiley Blevins says that's not true. And my heart just sank, because I was like, oh my God, somebody's going to say something horrible about me. And what she said then was 100% controlled for phonics and high frequency words. So I think we have to be very careful about when we say decodable, what they mean. I know, you had a tweet about that recently, what we mean by decodable. So we really have to clearly define what that means. So one of the things I think, there's a lot of preference instead of research. Maybe you would prefer this over that. There's a lot of sort of misapplying some of that. We're really good at misapplying research and taking it to a point where it becomes something that's viewed negatively. We have to be really careful about the limitations of what we know. So what a lot of people don't understand about decodable text, and this is more information than I know you really want to know, but there is a reason why people say 80%. And that reason goes back to the year 2000. So we're going to take you back in time. At the time, there were 2 states that had state reading adoption criteria. Which 2 states do you think they are that control a lot of what happens in education? Texas and California, right. And they had different criteria for what decodable text was. And so I was working with a publisher at the time, and they said it didn't make sense. If this is a research-based thing, why is one state saying one thing and one saying the other? And I couldn't find any research that said. So I had the great fortune of studying with Jean Chall. How many of you know Dr. Chall's work? I had the great fortune of studying with her at Harvard. So I trucked my way back up to Boston and had lunch with her. And I said, I can't find any research about percentages. She says, there is not. She's kind of like a cranky grandma sometimes, those of you who know her, in an adorable way. And I said, well, Texas says 80, and California, what do I do? She said, well, the publishers have to do what they say, but then you have to find out. You have to do the research. So when I started looking for decodable text research, what do you think I found? There wasn't any. There's almost nothing. This really important practice tool we haven't studied deeply enough. So anyway, I'll get to that in just a second. So this is the definition. I think it's important to understand the definition. And the only reason I share this with you, because I share this with teachers, because you have to know what kinds of words are in these texts to help children instructionally when they make mistakes with those words. So in California, 75 to 80% of the words consist solely of phonics skills. So about 3 out of every 4 words you have to be able to fully sound out. And then the other 20 to 25%, so that's about 1 out of every 4, is either an irregular high frequency word or a story word to make for an interesting story, right? So that's what you're sort of operating with now. Texas was really fascinating. So when they created their criteria, initially they said decodable text should be 51% decodable, because that's the dictionary definition of majority. And then they set their criteria around for evaluation, and Isabel, you guys know Isabel Beck? Love Isabel Beck. She's also kind of a cranky grandma. Yeah. Maybe that's a thing, Nell. You have to be crankier. So Isabel was like, it should be higher, maybe 80. So maybe 80 is the law. That's what publishers have to do. I've worked with publishers who I'll help them revise some of their texts and say, if you added the word the here, it would make this sound like English. I think you should put the word the there. They're like, well, it drops to 79. We can't sell our books. Like, we have to get past that as a profession, because that's the reality. That's the reality. So anyway, so this is an example. When I work with teachers, I'm talking about decodable text. This is an actual decodable text from kindergarten. And so this first page, can you guys see that and read it? No? Okay, I'll read it. Somebody in the back hand. What is it? It is a man. Children have learned their consonants and short A and short I. So all the words on this first page can be fully sounded out except the word what, which is an irregular high frequency word. We would teach it in a different way. You would do the read, spell, write routine, or your heart words, or whatever it is that you would draw attention to the individual sounds and spellings. So if children make a mistake on these words, I know what I'm going to do. If they make a mistake on a phonics word, I'm going to reinforce that in the sound spelling. We're going to reblend the word and use that to reread the sentence. That's going to help with the phonics progress. Would you agree? Right. We get to the next page. What is it? It is a pan. Here again, all the words decodable except what. I know what I'm going to do. Then we get to the third page. What is it? It is an, that last word, A-P-P-L-E. It's not a word I can fully sound out. And it's not a high frequency word. What do I do? We can have story words, state criteria to make interesting stories. What do I do? What would you do? A lot of teachers will immediately go to where? The picture. I wouldn't go there first. I would start with the word. So if I look at this word, I see that it has 2 syllables. And the first syllable is AP, and I know that students can sound out short A, and consonants. So let's sound out the first chunk or first syllable of this word. Let's put those two sounds together. They are app. So we looked at the letters. We use our information about the sounds. We don't know what PLE is. We haven't learned that yet, right? So then I can look at the picture. Do you see anything in those shadows that begins with the app sounds? What do you guys see? An apple. Well, if I told you that PLE stands for pull, let's put those two chunks together. App, pull, some oral blending. What's the word? Apple. Why did we do that? We're making meaning. All reading is about making meaning. There are these other words that we can take advantage of and do some more phonics instruction with, even those story words which are going to be in that story. A lot of people freak out when they see a word that's not fully decodable. I don't know how you feel about it now, but in the state criteria, they're occasionally allowed to be there. But I think it's really important that we start with the letters and sounds, what we know of the word, and then go out. There are a lot of people, when I say we look at the pictures, who pass out, who run out of the room crying, who don't want pictures. But for me, it's about making meaning, and we use all pieces of information. Would you agree that's important? Hello? Yes, okay. So I think there need to be lots of different kinds of texts in classrooms for different instructional purposes. So decodable texts play a really critical role in kindergarten and first grade. We might still need some of them for our students who are a bit older who haven't mastered those skills to have concentrated practice. Those level books and trade books aren't going to meet our phonics instructional goals very well early on, right? But as we go up through the scope and sequence, we can start folding in more and more. And we think about something like the simple view of reading. That's that decoding bucket. And then we need all of those trade books for that language comprehension bucket, where we're going to be building vocabulary and background knowledge and so on. All of these pieces we need in the classroom for different instructional purposes. So, oh, sorry. I saw someone hold up their camera. I'll give you a second to take the picture. She heads up with the reading league, so I have to wait. Yes. Oh, okay. So let's talk about the realities of transitioning when new information comes in. So I do a lot of work in New York City. I live there now. The years prior to the pandemic, I worked with our universal literacy coaches. At the time, we had about 450 who were in our highest need schools, and they got lots of training. I did a small portion around foundational skills. And so almost every school in New York City was only using level books. So just talking about decodable text was a really difficult kind of thing. Getting away from the level system was not something that they were willing to just let go. And principals, and I had this conversation with Mel, I would go into school, they're like, I just bought $150,000 worth of level books. You need to tell me how to use them. So what I did to help with the transition is I took the guided reading levels and I layered on a phonics scope and sequence so that we could systematically address phonics. This is what we were going to focus our attention on, so that when we got to level F, we had done our short vowels and we were focusing on final E or silent E. So when the children got to level F, they got their decodable books. There was heavy work on final E and reading those decodable stories, right? There weren't enough of them. So what do we do? So this is like 80% or more controlled. Then we looked at our level F books. Were there any that had lots of practice with final E and short vowels, which we had previously taught? So those weren't 80% controlled. They were maybe 70 or 65. Then we used those, and all the rest we didn't use. They had lots of long vowels and what have you. We put them later, and they were independent reads when we got to our long vowel work and so on. So we readjusted how we used those books. What was really interesting, and something I want you to think about, is that we have that highly controlled and something that was a little bit less controlled, but what those slightly less controlled books had were a lot of regular high-frequency words that children struggle with. There aren't a lot in the decodable books. And so one of the studies I'm doing right now is looking at different levels of control and seeing what kind of word knowledge that is really developing and for whom. And so that was one way in which we started moving forward. The big problem that we have, and Nell and I talked about this, is that many of the schools are still required to give a running record with the level. And so we have some schools where they're reading decodable text for like half of the lesson and reading pattern books for the other half, and the children are totally confused as to how to attack a text. We have to be very unified and clear about the message we send about what reading is. Okay, how am I doing on time? I want to make sure, because I always plan too much. Okay, I'm doing okay. That's rare for me. So rare. So anyway, so Declutterable Text, becoming a nation of readers back in the mid-1980s, actually established a criteria that I love. They said that Declutterable Text should be instructive. There should be lots of words with the phonics pattern so that children can develop fluency. Raise your hand if you think that's a good criteria. And Declutterable Text should be comprehensible. It should make sense. It should sound like English. Raise your hand if you think that's a good criteria. Raise your hand if you've read a Declutterable Text that is not comprehensible. Exactly. That's something we're working on. And it should be engaging. They should be texts that are worth reading and rereading to build fluency. We're talking about and writing about. Raise your hand if you agree. Right. So the criteria is very, very high, and I think we need to hold that standard of having the best instructional tool for our students. So I'm probably the weirdest person in America when it comes to Declutterable Text because I've been writing these for about 25 years and using them for about 35. And very few people are that interested in them. So I could talk about it for days, but these are some of the ones that I've written. And I started researching them back in 2000 when I visited Dr. Chaw. The states had this different criteria. So I've been doing classroom research since I first started teaching. When I first started teaching, we didn't have the internet. And so I had all these questions, and I didn't have a library, an academic library nearby, so I would have to do these little studies to try to figure out things. I taught in a district in Maryland where you weren't allowed to begin spelling instruction until children were reading at a second grade level. That was my reaction. And I was a beginning teacher. And I was teaching a grade 2-3 combo class in an open space school where all the bathrooms were in my space, and I had 5 students labeled severe behavior disorder. It was a really fun year. I had a runner who would get upset and start running, and he would run through other people's classrooms because it was open space. So I'd be like, Bradley, hi, Mrs. Smith, Bradley, hi, Mrs. Anyway. So why was I saying this? I got distracted.
You write a lot of decodables.
Oh, I write a lot of decodables. I went down a really bad path. COVID brain, not age. So anyway, I did this study in New York City because there was this difference, and Dr. Chaw was like, you need to figure it out. So I had about 120 students in New York City, and I had a research assistant. All the teachers taught the same phonics lesson the same day. Either I watched or the research assistant, because I'm a huge control freak when it comes to these things. And the only difference was the text they read. And so the phonics group read highly controlled, 100% controlled for phonics and high frequency words like Sam sat in the sand. All these words can be sounded out except, for example, the word the. And then the control group had the pattern text that was in the program. So Sam sees a sandwich, Sam sees a snake. Sam's is fully decodable, C's and A are high frequency words, and that last word they're probably using initial letter and picture clue. Very different kind of reading task. Would you agree? Okay, thank you. So I did the Woodcock Reading Mastery Test. Phonics group in September, 28% were on level, February 72. And the pattern text, 40 were on level, September 54. This was first grade. We're just looking at the first half of first grade. 54, so we didn't see as much movement in that. Then I did a phonics assessment. I gave them 20 words. 10 words both groups had seen repeatedly, 10 they hadn't. I was checking on transfer. Transfer is a really important thing that I'm always looking at with my students. In February, 87% of the decodable text group passed an assessment, and in the pattern text, only 48. They didn't have as many opportunities to practice these skills, and they weren't as adept at transferring them. I did a spelling assessment, the same words in September and February, to see if there was any movement. It went from 11% passing it in September to 92 in February, and the pattern text went from 23 to 66. Seeing these words in text over and over and over repeatedly taught them something about these common spelling patterns. Then I did an affective survey. Do you like reading? Do you think of yourself as a reader, and so on? In September, 11% of the students in the decodable text didn't like reading. I'm not really sure why. Kindergarten isn't required in New York, or wasn't required then, and so some students, this is their first time in school. But in February, 3% said they didn't like reading. Why the change? They're having success, right. In the pattern text, 6% didn't like reading, and then February, 11. What was happening there? They were struggling, they were not seeing themselves as readers. So the numbers aren't so critical for me. What was so interesting to me is that both groups made progress. It wasn't that the decodable text learned and the pattern didn't learn. They both learned, but one group made significantly more progress. For me, it's all about fine-tuning what I'm doing, the efficiency of my instruction. If I have a tool that can impact that, that can get students from point A to point B faster, is that a tool I want to use? Absolutely. So there have been other decodable text studies before we get into the fun stuff. So after 2000 and 2005, Messmer did a study where she talked about the benefits on increased application. Cheatham and Allor did a study in 2012 where they talked about accuracy benefits, but they also warned about using decodability as the only criteria for the creation of these texts. And that's important to note when you hear someone say it should be 100% decodable. Chu and Chan looked at the benefits for English learners. Frey was a dissertation. I don't know if it's a male or female, but I wish I could meet Mr. or Mrs. or Miss or Ms. Frey, because this study was right around the time I was working on some of these things. And what Frey found is that these decodable texts were really beneficial, especially for our on-level students to keep that fluency going. But for our below-level students, like in the second half of first grade, they got really hard. Think about what's happening in the second half of first grade. Long vowels with multiple spellings, all these R-controlled vowels and diphthongs. It gets really hard. And what Frey felt was that there was so much being covered in one decodable. Maybe we need to do more and spread it out and not have so many different kinds of spellings and stuff in one skill. And Frey also commented about the word choice and how the comprehensibility was weak in the ones that he or she was using. And that's something that I'll show you in just a second that I've been working on. And then there's the Jenkins et al. Study, the famous Jenkins et al. Study that people use to sort of raise a red flag around decodables. Tim, how many of you follow Tim Shanahan? Yeah. His blog is great, and he talks a lot about different issues. He has talked a lot about decodable text. I will say, I worked with Tim on a reading program years ago, and we had decodable text in the program, and he was senior author and had to sign off. So when the pedal, to the metal, we had them in the program. But he uses this study, and I think this study, it's really well designed and it's really important because it raised so many questions for me that I'm now exploring. So this was not a study looking at decodable text in Tier 1 whole group instruction. This was for students who were getting some intensive intervention. Okay, I want to make that very, very clear. So these were students who had phonics. Some of them were in open court. Are you guys familiar with open court? That has phonics, lots of decodables. So some of them were getting that in their Tier 1 instruction. They were pulled out for some intensive tutoring, and they had the same phonics lessons. Some were given what was called more decodable. Some was given text that was called less decodable, and some weren't given text, and those students didn't do well. The students who got more or less decodable both made progress. The decodable made a little more progress, but it wasn't statistically significant. So what's great about this study is that they actually show you some samples of the texts that were used and name the program so I could go in and review those texts. When I look at the more decodable texts, they were highly, highly, highly controlled. Not the best written text, but highly, highly controlled. Lots of phonics, very few high-frequency words. I looked at the less decodable, and there were lots of those irregular high-frequency words in those texts. These are students in intervention who lack decoding skills and lack irregular high-frequency word skills. Do you see where I'm going with this? They both got something they needed, but no text gave them everything they needed. And that's why I'm sort of exploring more about this percentage and what we do with how we fix that. So I think this is a really important study that raises some questions. I only bring it up because there's still more we're figuring out. So the other thing, because so many teachers hate decodables that I encounter, I started going in and looking at decodables and finding all the issues. I'm not going to bore you with this. Use of low utility words to try and squeeze more, like I can lug the cat with a rug. I'm really anti this kind of stuff. Because when we're first starting to read, we're taking our oral language to print. I want texts that match that, texts that are simpler and more like natural language. Use of non-standard English sentence structures. This drives me crazy. I work with a lot of English learners. I'm going to go through this. You can read this on the slides. It's really something that fascinates me, but might not fascinate you so much. The thing that bothers me the most is the avoidance of the word the, which is the most common word in English. Because it counts against you in a decodability count for the state criteria, it's the first thing taken out, and that's why we have a lot of these really bizarre sentences. I wish that states would say 80%, but you can have the, and that would help a lot. Anyway, so let's talk about choosing better text and what we do. This is the crux of my work now, because a lot of teachers are starting to get these decodable texts, and they don't know what to do with them. They feel like a unicorn to them. They do all these great things with level books, and they get a decodable text, and they're like, oh, what do I do? There's so many rich things that we can do with these texts. to take advantage of all the things that they have in them. So of course we're going to read them and focus on modeling decoding and practicing our decoding skills and build fluency. That is their primary goal, right? Would you agree? And before reading, we're going to introduce our skill, we're going to model blending, we're going to teach high-frequency words, so we're going to do our explicit instruction, our articulation work, we're going to teach handwriting, we're going to say the sound as we write the letter to make that connection. I'm going through this very quickly. Blending lines, we're going to give some practice. I have a whole thing that I do with blending lines. They go from easy to more complex. I build in a review and repetition cycle. I set up conversations. That's beyond the scope of today. And then our high-frequency words, I use a read, spell, write routine, where we tap the sounds in a regular word, we look at the spellings, I highlight that spelling. I had someone on social media the other day tell me, when I showed this, that I wasn't science of reading enough because I didn't put a heart above the irregular letters. Seriously, they told me that. And so I had to sort of back up and say, why are we attending to these irregular words? Or these irregular spellings? The important point is to draw attention to it. If you underline it, if you write in color, if you circle it, whatever, it's still drawing attention to it. You don't have to do a heart. If you do a heart, that's fine. It's cute, but you don't have to. Does that make sense? Please don't yell at me on social media if I don't put a heart everywhere. I'm okay with hearts. Nell has a really nasty look on her face. I know. They attack us. Anyway, so what else can we do? So we know what the function of these are, but I think there are so many missed opportunities. So I think a lot about vocabulary. How many of you work with children who have vocabulary needs? Right, decodable texts aren't designed for vocabulary building, but I think we can do some vocabulary work. So, I can take a decodable text like lots of frogs. It's short vowels. I see a frog, it can hop, 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 hop. Not very rich language. But my read aloud that day, I could read something about frogs and frog habitats and carry that conversation and some of that language into it, because we're going to see all these great photos of frogs in different places. That you can do. You can't easily do that every time, but when you can, it's wonderful. But what I now do every single little decodable that I use is I preview the book. And I think about a tier 2 academic word that's not in the book, but I can use to talk about the book, to really transform and elevate the conversation. So this is a book called Frogs. We'll read the title, we'll talk about the cover illustration, I'll ask children, where are the frogs? If they know it's a pond, I will tell them, some children don't. And then I'll say, well, the place where an animal lives is called its habitat. Say the word habitat. What's a habitat? Place where now. So as we read, so the first time we read, I want you to look for information in the text and the pictures where you learn more about a frog's habitat. So we're working through the text that first time, and I'm stopping periodically and saying, turn to your partner. Tell them what you know now about a frog's habitat. Do you see how that's a completely different conversation from what we typically hear? Let me give you one more example. This is a decodable text that I use a lot. It's first grade, long A. It's about a little girl going to Spain in the month of May on a train, so you see all those long A words. What she's doing is she's exploring this new place. So I tell children, this little girl is going to a place where she's going to explore. Say the word explorer. I use Isabel Beck's Define Example Ask routine. I give a simple definition. Explore means to find out more about something. What does explore mean? Find out more. Right. I give them an example that's relevant to their lives, then I ask them a question that requires them to use the word. What new place would you like to explore or find out more about? Notice that when I asked the question with a sophisticated word, I reiterated that definition to reinforce it for children who need that support. So then as we read, we stop periodically, and I say, well, what is the girl exploring now? Talk to your partner about it. She's in a castle. What would you like to explore in a castle? Is that a different kind of conversation? Absolutely. So that's something that you can do to really elevate it. During reading, we're going to provide our targeted feedback. So I prefer, this is my preference, I prefer to have children whisper read. And I do that, I've always done that, but then when Linnea Airy talks about orthographic mapping, I think David's going to talk about orthographic mapping after me. But when she talks about orthographic mapping, a lot of the conversation now is with those irregular high-frequency words and pointing out the irregular spellings. But we orthographically map all of our words to get them to memory. We think about the sounds, the spellings, and the meaning so that we can automatically access this. So when I have children whisper read, they're looking at the letters, saying and hearing the sounds, putting the sounds together, and attach the meaning. I think that accelerates that orthographic mapping, so I prefer to have them whisper read the first time through, and I can circulate and listen in and provide corrective feedback, and then we'll follow that up with maybe a choral read if they did well, or maybe an echo read if they didn't, or maybe an echo read if I want to model some aspect of fluency that they might struggle with. Okay. So then after we read, we're going to reread to build fluency, focus on comprehension, and then we're going to do a lot of encoding work to sort of fix that imbalance between decoding and encoding. But I want to focus mostly right now on comprehension, because I hear a lot of people say, well, decodable text, there's no comprehension work. You know, it's all about word calling. It's a missed opportunity. If people don't think that these books can be used to teach or work with comprehension, it's because they're not doing it. So one of the things that I do with all the decodable texts, I just write 5 simple questions. Each has an instructional intention. There's nothing magical about that. It's just that's been a habit over time for me because that's how much time I have. So we're going to revisit the text. We've gone through it the first time. We've had our general check on understanding. We've talked about using that Tier 2 academic word. Now we're going to revisit it either that day or the subsequent day. And I'm going to ask these questions. And when I ask them, children have to turn to a partner and talk it out, use language, process thinking, and then I call on volunteers. So let me talk about it because I'm very precise about how I do this. But I focus the first on finding a word with the new phonics skill. Can they read the words with what we're targeting? So in this particular book, we're doing long A. I ask, where did the girl go on a trip? Point to the country's name in the story. So they have to reread. I'm tricking them into doing more fluency building. They get to the word Spain, they put their finger on it, blah, 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 and so I can check it. The next question, I ask a detailed question, but I require them to answer using text evidence. Is supporting your answers with text evidence important in a conversation about what you read? Yes, and it's really important when we support our work when we're writing. So we want to build in that habit of finding text evidence. So the second question, what did the girl do in Spain? Find the sentences that tell you this. So the children have to reread, find the sentences, turn to their partner, read those sentences, talk it out, debate it, fight it out, have a wrestling match, whatever it takes to come to a conclusion, and then share it out. Do you see how much language is being used, how much thinking and how much reading is happening? That's what we want to have happen with these books. And then I ask some higher level questions like what problems did the girl have on her trip? Where might the girl go on her next trip? Why do you think this? Let me tell you, there are so many inferences children have to make with decodable text because they're very simple texts. And there's information that's in the pictures or information they have to infer because of the way these texts are constructed. You can do a lot of work with inferencing with some very simple text. And then I always connect it to their lives. What kind of big trip would you like to go on? And because I pre-taught the word explore, I would ask, what would you like to explore there to reinforce that vocabulary? Is that a different kind of conversation with a decodable text than what you're used to seeing or hearing? That's the potential of these very simple books. That's what I would love to have happen. All of these reading behaviors that a lot of the teachers I work with are used to developing with other books, we can do with decodables. They're not Shakespeare. They're not really, deep in any of those sort of meaningful ways, but there's a lot of meat there that we're missing. I've been doing a lot of work recently with sentence comprehension. One of the things about decodable text is that the decodability is very high and the readability is very low. So they have a lot of high frequency words and so on. But the connections kids have to make when they're reading is very, very high. All the idea units that are packed into the sentences, when the researchers talk about idea units, they talk about propositions. I don't know if you've heard that term before, but decodable texts have really high propositional density. Because a lot of they'll say a word like museum and then use a pronoun to refer to it elsewhere. And some children don't make that connection and they get lost in their ideas. And so I have to help them with that. So I will revisit text and just sort of work on sentence level comprehension. So here's text. One day Pam rode in a train. She paid a lot for it. She went to see a museum. She had to wait in a long line to get inside. There's a lot that's really hard about this from a comprehension standpoint. So I asked children, one day Pam rode in a train, she paid a lot for it. Who does she refer to? They might not know. The last word they heard was train. They might think she's the train or what have you. Who is she referring to? Pam. So I'll draw an arrow and connect the two. And we'll reread those sentences. One day Pam rode in a train. Pam paid a lot for it. To clarify understanding. She went to see a museum. She had to wait in a long line to get inside it. What is it? The last noun they heard was line. Maybe they think it is line. What does it refer to? It's a long way before they, long way away from museum, so I'll connect that and we'll reread that sentence. She had to wait in a long line to get inside the museum. Clarify those understandings and make those connections. I'll show you in a minute why I think this is so important. But that last sentence is super long with a lot of different ideas. So I'll revisit it and chunk it. And I'll say, I want you to read this chunk by chunk with me. She had to wait. Echo it. Where did she have to wait? Let's read those two chunks. She had to wait in a long line. Why did she have to wait? Let's read those three chunks. She had to wait in a long line to get inside it. Now they understand the meaning of those chunks and why they were put together to make a more sophisticated, complex sentence. We need to start doing this work with our very young learners. I do the same with writing. I'll write a sentence from the text like Pam had to wait and just say, where did she have to wait? Let's write that sentence. And we'll write, Pam had to wait in a long line. Why did she have to wait? Let's write that sentence together. Pam had to wait to get inside. Now let's take those two sentences we wrote and let's combine them into one idea. Pam had to wait in a long line to get inside. And we'll compare that to the sentence in the book. Do you see what I'm doing? I'm teaching them how to build complex sentences, but really reiterating how these different chunks have meaningful parts. We don't do very much work with our young learners with that. And what happens is then they get to, we could be doing a lot of that in kindergarten or first grade. Then they get to third, fourth grade, and we're trying to teach them to unpack complex paragraphs, and they don't have the skills to do that, and they're not familiar with that. We can set up all of this with our very young learners with a simple decodable text. Is that something different than what you typically see with a decodable text? Absolutely. So my whole point in the conversation, and I need to end in a second because you have questions, is to just share with you some of the ways we can really maximize their impact and really expand what is being done with them so that we get more instructional mileage. And then the last thing that I'm going to talk about before I do my ending is I think every decodable text should be written about. We want to do more encoding work, and we're going to do our dictation and our word building and our word sorts and have conversations about patterns. But if I'm reading a book with all these words with long A, and I ask children to write about it, like write a retelling, what kinds of words do they have to use? Words with long A. I'm forcing them to apply that new skill, which is really difficult at the beginning, but they have the book as a scaffold. So it's a very supportive kind of activity. And it is also checking their understanding. I'm bringing together everything in this kind of writing activity. So what I encourage teachers to do, maybe the first time, maybe you have some sentence frames or sentence starters for children who need that level of support. Maybe you have a word bank. If you have some children who need a challenge, give them a couple more sophisticated words to include in their retellings. And then revisit the writing on a subsequent day. Connect it to your writing goals and other parts of your literacy block. If you're doing sentence combining, then revisit it and do some sentence combining. If you're doing vivid verbs or descriptive adjectives, or you're checking an aspect of punctuation, revisit that text. They're rereading a text with words, with the skills we want them to master, and you're bringing in what's happening in your other literacy goals. Does that make sense? So lots of missed opportunities with these simple texts. It's my favorite quote about writing by James Brin. Everyone read this together? 1, 2, 3, read. Right. If we want to get great writing from children, we need to give them the time and the space to talk about it, to clarify their ideas. That can be as simple as, talking with a partner. There are some more formal things you can do. I love doing this. In classrooms, a lot of teachers I work with just have a story path on the floor. And some teachers will have children write words from the beginning, middle, and end, or draw pictures. And a couple of volunteers will walk the story path as they practice the retelling that they're going to write. You see all the other children here sitting in judgment? No. No, they're providing supportive, corrective feedback. And they will. So there are lots of fun things that we can do. Okay, I'm going to skip through all this encoding because it's on your PowerPoint, but these are the follow-up activities that you can do. And on the PowerPoint, you'll have the one-page lesson planner that I use, where I record the words and the high-frequency words, but then I think about that Tier 2 academic word. I think about the rich questions that are going to get back into the text, what my writing and fluency is going to be. And there's a sample text and a sample lesson that you can take a look at, and that's a little bit about choosing and using decodable text. My final comment before I get to questions, and I can't believe I almost made it on time. I spoke really fast and my throat's totally dried out. But my final comment is, I really do believe that giving the gift of reading is one of the greatest gifts we can give children, because it's a gift once given can never be taken away, but will forever transform a child's life. What you do every day is transformative. You open up the world of possibility. Those of you who have heard me speak before know that I come from a very rural community in West Virginia. I come from this long line of illiteracy. My grandparents couldn't read or write. Their parents couldn't read or write. I was doing some genealogy research over COVID break, and in the census they used to write literate or illiterate, and generation after generation it was illiterate, illiterate, illiterate. My parents learned to read. Not a fan of reading, but they learned to read. I learned to read, made it to Harvard, so I learned pretty well, right? So it can really transform the trajectory, not only of a child's life, but a family's life and what the expectations are. I think it's a normal, like I say here, I think it's an honor to give that gift to children, but an enormous responsibility to do it right and to do it well. So I want to thank you for all that you do with the students you work with, to do it right and to do it well. So thank you so much.
We have a few minutes for these questions. I'm going to curate these as well as I can because there's like 50 of them.
I cause mass confusion.
I like this one quite a bit.
Why is Wiley wearing that outfit he wears all the time? It's my presentation outfit. Okay, current IEP goals are written with leveled reading. Yeah. Read at a level L by March. How to write reading goals for students with IEPs. Yeah, Nell and I were talking about this earlier. When I first started doing work in New York City, I would go into the school and they'd give me a list of students and a list of reading levels. It didn't really tell me much. It didn't tell me about what I have to do. And so then we have to go in and do, a phonics survey, and all these other different kinds of assessments. I wish that someone created level books that were decodable, so that gave us information. We should do that now. That gave us information on a granular level about skill expectations, so then we could target. And, oh, you can't hear me. Oh. Maybe it's just my voice. I'll talk a little louder. So that we can really target the specific skill needs. We know that students have weaknesses in decoding. We know that they have weaknesses with irregular high-frequency words. We know they have weaknesses with vocabulary. And we need to get that granular information. And a level doesn't tell that to me personally. So many adolescent, middle school age children are lacking phonics skills. Many decodable texts, yes, are not engaging. Any resource, yes. So I can send a list. There are a few publishers who are creating the more high-low that are targeted for those older readers. And so I can send you some examples. I haven't seen a lot that I think are, part of the problem is I don't know why this is, but the writing might be okay, but the aesthetics, I'm really particular about how books look. I want them to be beautiful, and I don't understand why they're not. But it's a decodable, I just don't get it. It's, and so there are a few, and I can send some resources. Oh, I love this question. Now, I love the other two too, but I didn't need to say that. This is my favorite child. When do you suggest transitioning away from decodable text to real-world text? What kind of integration? Yes. This is really, so when I did that study back in 2000, what I found most fascinating was, we taught it as a system. We told children up front, we have these letters. By themselves, in combination, they stand for sounds. And we're going to teach you how, to connect these letters and sounds to read words. And once they understood the system and they had enough skills under the belt, students really started to wean themselves. It was fascinating to see. By mid-first grade, children were confident picking up books because they had enough skills under their belt. We still use the decodable text for practice for fluency, but we started folding in more and more of those other texts as they developed their confidence in them. I'm not a fan of hiding books from kids. There are kids at all different places who are ready for those challenges. If I work with a lot of teachers who are asking me questions about what do they put in their book bag, well, I'll put something in there that I want them to practice. I might have them choose something that they like. And maybe it's too hard for them, but maybe it's a nonfiction book that they just love the photographs and want to have a conversation with their families about it. There's value in those other kinds of experiences as well.
We have a few minutes left.
Okay.
Here's a question about encouraging independent reading.
Oh, yeah. So in terms of, without using the cueing, so when we talked about those, curating the books that children have access to, I do have lots of decodables for them to read, and I might gear them or, angle them toward them. But, Tim Shanahan said this recently, if you have some pattern books that they just are fun to read, that are easy, that's okay. That's okay if they have fun with, a Hop on Pop, well, Hop on Pop is decodable, but if they have fun with one of those books, it's okay. I think there's this feeling that if we show a kid any word that they can't fully sound out, somehow it's going to mess up their brain. Did you get that sense? Like, we're so strict about it right now, and phonics should be generative. You learn how the system works, you start learning skills. When I first started learning, my first grade teacher, Mrs. Warshaw, the pacing was too slow for me. I wanted to learn as much as I could. And so we were learning one letter, one sound. And I was in church one day and heard all these weird words, thee, thou, and doeth, that we don't say in everyday speech. And notice they all had something in common, the letters TH. And I learned the sound for the letters TH because I understood how the system worked, and I was a great observer of words. In our phonics lessons, we need to have rich conversations with children about words. We need to have opportunities for them to observe words and talk about what they know about how English works and have richer conversations to move them forward in that. So it can be very, very generative for some of our students.
Would you say it's true that there's the specific learning we're trying to make happen,
Yeah.
but there's other learning that's going on that's less under our control? We
Yes.
should not resent that.
No, we treat a scope and sequence like it's something sacred. Like we can't do F before we do P because it's on the scope and sequence. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
children might see lots of words with F.
I
and
imagine
figure it
a kid
out.
in first grade who knows a sound letter corresponds that isn't being taught yet, and a really well-dedicated teacher says,
Yeah.
no, we haven't gotten to that yet, don't do that.
Well, honestly, I go in classrooms where they put Post-its over the sound spellings that haven't been taught yet. And that drives me crazy because you have all these children who you can really accelerate their learning. Why are we hiding information from them? I don't recommend doing that.
Yeah, and I think just because some people have misused those things doesn't mean those things have to be abandoned.
Yeah, kids are all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
All over the place. And
I got 3 of them, I got 4 grandchildren, they're everywhere.
3 or 4.
Here's a question for you. Then I think we're going to be done.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is really good too. It's my second favorite child. As an interventionist who uses decodable text, how do I explain why there may not be immediate growth on the F&P assessment? This is what's happening everywhere. Even though students are making huge gains in decodable, this is such a critical issue right now. I talked about New York City where they're kind of doing both things, and it's really messing people up. You're basically teaching apples and assessing oranges. And I think one of the reason I talked about that study where the children reading the whole words were taking off really fast, I think there's this feeling that with these patterns, that reading is happening so quickly and everything's great because it takes longer for the decoding to master those skills. They're sort of like, oh, they're not making as much progress as they made the previous year or what have you. It takes a little more time, a little more intensity, but the payoff is tremendous. And so we have to be in it. We have to take the long-range view of what our instructional goals are when it comes to these things. But this is an issue that is everywhere, and yeah, it's something that I have conversations with principals and reading coaches all the time about. This mismatch. It's apples and oranges. So.
We couldn't get through all the questions. I'm going to give the questions to Wiley. I'm sure you all feel the same way. I think that was extraordinary. And just think of this, we've only barely begun today. So here you go.
Thank you.
"15-minute break, same as last time. Try to be back a little bit faster this time. You were a little unruly. I don't want to cancel recess. So.
can you tell everybody that we will be sending out a copy of Wiley Blevins slides?
Very good.
Everybody
I'll do
wants
that.
a copy.
Very good.
Hey,
Everybody, because I know it's going to take you a while because you are an unruly bunch, and this is like herding cats. I'm going to ask you to start moving to your chairs a little bit early. And David has a lot of information to present, so if we can start even a minute or two early, that'll help. Before we get into that, I've been assured that Wiley Blevins will be sending out his slides, so let's thank him for that. That'll be outstanding. Keep sending in the excellent questions. I'm sorry that we can't get to all of your questions, but we'll be giving the questions to the speakers, and it'll be in their minds, and it'll help them understand what people are asking about. Our next presenter is Professor David Kilpatrick from the State University of New York at Cortland, where he has been for quite a while. He has 28 years of experience in the schools. He is a certified school psychologist. He teaches courses in learning disabilities and educational psychology since 1994. He's the author of 2 very popular and influential books. Ladies and gentlemen, David Kilpatrick, hiding behind me.
a couple of things I want to say at the beginning. I messed up when I originally put these together about 3 weeks ago, the PowerPoints. I thought it was like 2 hours. So the things that were sent out, there are a bunch of slides that are not going to be up here. I revised it for this morning, so just be aware of that. But luckily, most of the items, as I looked through that end up being deleted, are all detailed and fairly self-explanatory. So with that said, okay. What I want to do a little bit here is not so much talk about driving the car, but talk about popping up the hood and seeing how the car works. Because, like Steve talked about, all the kind of things we need to do or want to do in the classroom are not all dictated and spelled out in the research literature. Researchers do not sit around and say, what would teachers like to know? That's not how they work. Mostly what researchers do is to try to look at what are the underlying phenomena. Why do we have some skilled readers and some weak readers? Why does that happen? We have really good answers to those questions. And those would be answers it's important for us to know. And we only know that if we know the architecture of how the whole reading process works. The alphabetic principle, you've probably heard of this before. The alphabetic principle is an insight. It's not a teaching method. It's an insight that the letters on the page are somehow related to the verbal spoken language that we have. You two could be from different parts of China. Let's say if you, in the West, we would call it Mandarin, and that's the only language you spoke, which is unlikely. We have a lot of monolingual people here in the United States, and the other countries, most people have many languages. And let's say you spoke only Cantonese. And if those are the only languages you spoke, they're both called Chinese, but you wouldn't be able to speak to each other because they're very, very different. But in all likelihood, you could read the same menu, sit side by side and read the same menu, or maybe even read the same newspaper. How does that work? It works because the characters on the page are not designed to reflect the phonemic structure of the speech pattern. So you could have a completely different, like if you're going, this is an oversimplification of Chinese. Chinese does have phonetic elements, phonetic radicals, but the idea is you go through an airport and you see that little thing that highlights luggage. Well, you can say the word luggage in many different languages, but it's universal, right? So with alphabetic writing is very, very different. We don't actually write words in alphabetic writing. I know that sounds kind of silly, but you know, if you stop and analyze, the sun does not rise and set. That's a manner of speaking, but we use that all the time. And we say we write words all the time. We don't actually do that. There's only 3 words in English that we write. We write I, first person singular, like a book, and then, if you're using poetry, O, because that's the old way of doing it. It's been replaced by OH, but that's it. In every other case, what we do is we write phoneme characters. We write phoneme characters, we string them together, and we say that's a written word. And then, thanks to the monks in the Middle Ages, we put a space in between. You look at ancient inscriptions in Latin or Greek, it all runs together. And by the way, that is natural language, that it all runs together, because in speech, if you don't know the language, you can tell where the syllable breaks are, but we don't know where the word breaks are, right? So we have to take account of the fact that we have an alphabetic writing system. And the word alphabet is not very useful. That's based upon the first two letters of the Greek alphabet, alpha and beta. It's not telling us anything about the nature of the writing system. As it turns out, we have a phonemic writing system. It would be much more instructive if we referred to it as a phonemic writing as opposed to alphabetic writing. And if you have poor access to the phonemic structure of the spoken language, you're going to have a difficult time with phoneme-based writing. Not understanding the language orally, all you have to do there is to distinguish between syllables or words that differ in their phonemes, but you don't need to be aware of why they're different. That only is important when it comes time to read or write an alphabetic-based writing system. So I think most people would say, yeah, I can understand why access to the phonemic structure of spoken words is important for sounding out words, but for remembering words, turns out it is, and it's central, and it's not intuitive at all as to why that is. But hopefully by the end of this morning, you'll see that it makes a whole lot of sense. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to set up 4 different foundational concepts where traditionally we've lumped 2 things together, and I think it's important for us to separate them, because if we don't separate them, there's going to be some confusion as we move forward and try to understand the process of how reading works. The first of those is, I more or less said that. I'm trying to, the real thing is going on back there, and I'm trying to do a little thing up here to keep track of it. So you're not looking at my bald spot the whole time. Okay, anyway. So the first thing we have going on is, most of you know about this, and that is 2 broad skills that are required for reading comprehension. Some of you know this is the simple view. I'll come back to that in a moment. Those 2 broad skills are skilled word reading and ability to comprehend the spoken language in which it is written. Not the whole language, but that actual text that you're expected to read. But then we're going to go a little bit deeper. There's 2 different levels of word reading, because the focus is going to be on word reading. My focus really is on the second of these 2 today, but there's 2 levels of word reading. The first is the ability to sound out an unfamiliar word, and the second is the ability to remember words. All skilled readers are good at remembering words. If you're not good at remembering words, you're not going to be a skilled reader, because that's essential, as we'll see. Then we're going to go even deeper with that, and that is 2 different levels of cognitive processing. The first level of cognitive processing has to do with automaticity, and the second has to do with controlled processing. Automatic processing, controlled processing. This is not something you hear talked about very much, but it is central to reading. I'll just give you one part of that. What is the most obvious thing about our own reading when we read? The words jump off the page at us instantaneously, effortlessly. We have, depending on how much reading we do and how old we are, and it's kind of a function of how much gray hair you have, is maybe 25 to 75,000 words stored away in long-term memory. Those are tough estimates, by the way, because some counts will have the plural version and et cetera. But we're still talking somewhere in that range. We're tens of thousands of words that we have. For the rest of this morning, I'm just going to say 50,000 words as an average. So of the 50,000 words that we have stored away, those words are jumping out at us instantaneously. And we only sound out words once we come across the word that we've not seen before or unfamiliar with, right? So that's the most obvious thing about our reading, is the words are there instantaneously, automatic. We're not putting conscious effort into it. Controlled processing, on the other hand, means we are putting conscious effort into it. And I'm going to come back to each one of these. And finally, I want to talk about, this is a terminology my mentor used to use. It's kind of an old-fashioned terminology, but easy to teach students versus hard to teach students. And if we don't make a distinction between them, then we're going to have a difficult time in terms of how we approach reading. Now, I want to say at the outset, one of the things we know about reading is that reading skills, as well as every skill that goes into reading, falls on a very fine-grained continuum. So you can't say, here's the box of kids who have this and the rest of everybody doesn't have it as the bigger box. It doesn't work like that. It's a fine-grained continuum, and Wiley made reference to that a little bit earlier. So, but unfortunately, we have not necessarily taken these differences once we understand why there are differences and use them instructionally. Okay, so let's talk about those skills. The first one is what you all, whoops, this is why I shouldn't be allowed to use a remote that's not the one I normally use. Let's see here. There we go. Look at that. You're all familiar with the simple view. And hopefully you know that the simple view is not saying that reading is simple. The simple view acknowledges the complexity of reading. It gets its name simple view because all of the complexity of reading can be grouped under two very broad skills with very little overlap in between. Very little overlap in between. And even the little bits of overlap they talk about is somewhat debatable. So, for example, vocabulary does associate with word-level reading, but how much of it is vocabulary in terms of meaning? And there is some, but a lot less than you might guess, and how much of it is the fact that that vocabulary resides in the phonological long-term memory system, okay? So it's a little bit tricky. And the fact that we have children that can read the words very easily and not understand what they read, and that we also have children who would understand if you read to them, but they don't understand it because they can't read the words, shows you that we're talking about a different skill set between the two with very little overlap. Now, I'm going to go a little bit deeper with this because this is going to set us up for popping up the hood and seeing how the engine works and looking at the skills that we need. You know, going back to what Steve said, we have to look at underlying principles in terms of how it works. One set of underlying principles over the last 35 years has been that reading comes very naturally and that reading is a guessing game. I once used the term in a presentation that the whole language approach considered reading a psycholinguistic guessing game. And I got a very nasty email after that. And the person said, just because you don't like it doesn't mean you need to call it any names. And I wrote back and I sent one of the founding developers of that his essay called Reading is a Psycholinguistic Guessing Game, and I never heard back from her. But so that's the philosophy, is that we are guessing, we're making meaning by multiple cues, by the way, using all kinds of controlled processing. But then you have another theory that we have an alphabetic nature to our writing and that it is keying into our phonological system in some way. It's based upon our phonological system. And those principles lead to certain skills that you would want kids to develop. Very different skill set that you're expecting from those principles. And then you get to the next level, as Steve talked about, the actual teaching method you're going to use. And so one of the things about understanding the various principles and understanding the skills needed for the principles is now there's a bit of leeway. So to be good at basketball, you have to be good at dribbling, passing, shooting, and playing defense. There's no way around that, right? Now, you may have different coaches that have different opinions on how best to teach free throw shooting or how best to teach defensive skills. But you wouldn't say, well, no, what we need to do is you need to teach backhand and you need to be able to teach like throwing a football. No, that's a whole different thing. That's coming from a different set of assumptions, a different sport. So we need to understand what requirements, what skills are necessary to be good at basketball. And when it comes to, if you understand the process, you may be able to become, there was a TV show on the 80s. I know they did a recent reprise of it, although I didn't see that. MacGyver. How many of you know about MacGyver, right? In a sense, to take off on what Steve had said earlier, we all need to become educational MacGyvers. We need to be able to put to good use whatever we have available or whatever we can pull together. So a person could come to my home who's a carpenter and use all the various tools that I have, which are just normal consumer level tools, and I don't have every tool, and put together some really good stuff. But I could go to a carpenter shop that has way better tools and way more tools and put together slop. What's the difference? The carpenter has the knowledge. The carpenter's the MacGyver, can show up and use that knowledge to put to use. So when we have to decide on, should I use this method or this method? Well, we don't know. We don't have enough research. But guess what? This, based on what we do know, is likely to work, and this probably not. I'll give you an illustration. Starting back in the early 2000s, understanding Linnea Aries orthographic mapping theory, I started recommending to teachers that if you have flashcards, use flashcards where the words are all very similar looking, as opposed to the classic whole word approach, which you make them look very different. So you can give them other cues based on length and first letter, et cetera. I had no research to go on. That was just a MacGyver-type guess. Unbeknownst to me, I found out a few years later there were 2 studies that showed exactly that, right? But we're not always going to have that, and that was happenstance that I came across it. But the idea is understanding the principles and then understanding the skills needed for the principles allows us to take a more informed approach in terms of what our teaching technique is. Okay, so with that said, let's look at what those skills are. Let's see what the skills are needed for skilled reading. Okay, we already did this. We've got the word level reading and language comprehension. Okay, what is needed for word level reading? You need 2 things, though 2 levels. Notice I'm already going on to the second one in a roundabout way. That is phonetic decoding and the orthographic lexicon. Now, the orthographic lexicon just simply means all of the words we know, all the words that jump out at us instantly because they've already been stored away in long-term memory. So, to translate back to what I said earlier, you need to be good at sounding out words, you have to be good at remembering words. And that's what feeds into word level reading. Okay, what skills do we need for that? Well, for phonetic decoding, you need good letter sound knowledge. You need to know that T says t, M says m, and A says like 5 or 6 different things. Okay. And then with and you need blending. How many of you have worked with a child that goes, what's the word, right? And you go, what's the word? You just sounded it out. That child has a blending problem. So you need phoneme blending. But I'll tell you what, I've probably evaluated close to 1,200 kids with reading problems in my career, and not one of them, beyond, say, 3rd grade, couldn't blend. All right? That comes earlier. Now, the phoneme analysis that we'll talk about, you can spend the rest of your life and not have that if it's not directly corrected. But the kids eventually learn to blend. Okay? And it's easier to teach, by the way. So what about the orthographic lexicon? What are the skills we need to build that orthographic lexicon efficiently? Well, we need letter sound proficiency. Now, I'm using the word proficiency, and every time I say that for the rest of this morning, you can translate it into automaticity, which I'll be talking about shortly. We need letter sound automaticity. Not enough letter sound knowledge is a step toward that letter sound automaticity, which skilled readers all have. How do we know that? Well, I'll tell you, the test of word reading efficiency, if you're familiar with that, has 2 45-second subtests. And the first one has real words. You get 45 seconds. They start easy and get harder and harder. And I like that test because it's kind of a good test of the orthographic lexicon. The idea is if you know a lot of words ahead of time, you're going to get a lot of words on that test. If you don't know many words, you're not going to get many words. That's kind of the assumption that goes into that. If you slow down to try to sound it out, the clock's ticking. You don't do as well. So it's a good assessment. But then the second part of it is the phonemic decoding subtest, and it involves nonsense words. I have given this to several hundred typically developing kids in studies that I've done. And they go down that list with those single-syllable words like lightning, the first several words, as if they're real words they've seen before. They are not using simple letter sound knowledge. They have automaticity. They have instant access. They see a word like, MIP, and they don't go p. A child at the end of 1st grade that goes MIP, that child's about half a year behind already. But another child at the end of 1st grade that looks at it and says MIP, think about it. In that 1 second, they retrieve the sound for the I, the sound for the M, the sound for the P, the correct sound for the I. Had you had the E at the end, they'd have said MIP just as quickly. And if you asked them after the fact, why did you say MIP and not MIP? They would explain it to you, but you know what? They didn't formulate that explanation within that split second. So that's letter sound automaticity, and that's what skilled readers have, and that's what most, not all, but most weak readers do not have that automaticity. And we also need phoneme analysis proficiency for reasons that will make sense a little bit later when we understand the orthographic mapping process. Automaticity, phonemic awareness, like letter sound knowledge, is not enough. It's a step toward the automaticity that's needed to build the orthographic lexicon. Now, I'm only going to tease you with the next side because we're not doing language comprehension in this presentation at all. But I would strongly recommend, and if you got that handout, it's in the list of recommended readings at the end, a book called Understanding and Teaching Reading Comprehension by Oak Hill, Kane, and Elbrow. Excellent, excellent book. You'll thank me for recommending it after you're done reading it. But things like attention, working memory, vocabulary, background knowledge, those are all things involved in that. So we're going to focus just on the left-hand side of the simple view equation here. And the value, there's a lot of value to this for educators. First of all, we understand what's going on under the hood. You understand the concepts. What are the components? What do you need? What are the skills we need to work on? What if you're a coach only worked on dribbling and passing and shooting, but never free throw shooting, right? And they're probably going to lose a lot of games because that's a critical part of the game. It also will help us make sense of reading difficulties because we can kind of, to use an analogy, we can kind of find out what the flat tire is. Where is the problem? And like a lot of times, there's more than one flat tire in what you just saw. And that allows us to design our instruction and assessments. We want to know how good are they at those skills. And I'm going to come back to those skills that you saw, if I might backtrack. Right here, this is it. It's pretty simple, okay? There's a lot of things that when you bore down in the sciences, there's a lot of simplicity to it, like color, right? You have Photoshop advertises 16 million colors. Well, not really, there's 3. And they just keep using them and transposing them in each other, right? And throwing a little bit of black and white in those 3 colors, that can make 16 million colors. You know that, the smallest building blocks of matter, you got proton, electron, neutron, everything builds up from there. Okay, so don't think this is overly simplistic. It is, okay, but this is still giving you a good rough idea of the kinds of skills. If you have all these skills in place, you're going to be a good word reader. You have a flat tire with any one of these 4, you're not, all right? And so this allows us to know what those are and know what to assess and evaluate. And so it can help us make instructional decisions, both in terms of planning our instruction, but also in terms of on the fly, as Steve put it. We have to become that educational MacGyver where you notice something out with a child and you say, well, given what I know needs to happen, this is what I'm going to try. Okay? All right, so let's talk about the 2 levels of word reading. The first is the ability to identify an unfamiliar word. Now, Wiley and I will probably, I got to jump on a plane as we leave halfway through this afternoon, but Wiley and I, we're going to have a big disagreement, bud. Yeah, no. I hate to say, but it seems, I've done a count. We'll talk about our counts. By the way, I loved his presentation. I agreed with everything except just this one. You and I got to talk about how many of the most common words are irregular. I think it's a little bit more than that, okay? Top 250. All right, then the next 50 must be really all irregular. Anyway, no, we'll talk about that. But the reason I say that is because if you take a real rigorous count, it's easy for us to go past this. We have a verb, C-A-N. I use the term Dolch word generically. When I've used it, I have to say that because people, you like the Dolch list better than the Fry list? I'm like, I don't care. You know, there's a whole bunch of them. All right, whatever. So Dolch list is kind of like Kleenex, right? It's just, you get the store brand, but it's still Kleenex. All right, so of the Dolch words, and Dolch had 2 lists, by the way. He had one whole list. If you look at his 1936 study, he had one whole list of nouns separately. He's like, nouns, that's not important. Okay, anyway, so now actually he had a decent argument for why he did them separately. But then you have a verb, you have the verb C-A-N, and then you have a noun C-A-N, which is not a Dolch word. But that verb is not phonetically regular. The noun is. The verb isn't. Listen to everybody. I don't care where in the country you go. We do not pronounce it the way it's written. We pronounce it like Barbie's boyfriend, Ken. I can do it. Can you do it? Yeah, I can do it. Okay, so that is technically not phonetically regular. But nobody goes into the store to buy a can of green beans. That's because words that we use frequently get separated from their pronunciation over a period of over the centuries, okay? So my quibble is more comic than anything else. It's unimportant. But the reality is we acknowledge there are a lot of high frequency words. There's a whole lot of them that are phonetically irregular. But I have good news. I had heard from my mentor, Phil McGinnis, no relation to Diane McGinnis, different spelling and everything. And I remember him saying that somebody with the Orton Society, remember the IDA used to be called that, he said, made a count and found out that 85% of single-syllable words in English are phonetically regular once you get past those others. I'm like, wow, that's great. But I never saw that. If anybody knows where that is, let me know. But I didn't wait around, folks. To show you what a boring person I am, I did that count, okay? And as rigorous, I came out like at 86% of single-syllable words in English are phonetically irregular. And I took a data bank of 3,000 words from the Macmillan Children's Dictionary of all the single-syllable words. So once you get beyond let's not talk about multisyllabic words, okay? But once you get beyond those highly common words, and then among that 14% of irregular words are words that are called irregular consistent, like IGHT. Once you learn IGHT, now you got a whole bunch of words you know, and they're still in that irregular group, okay? And OULD and things like that. All right. Anyway, the point is that the most efficient way for us to read an alphabetic-based writing system is by sounding out words. And studies have been done of guessing, contextual guessing, how effective that is. And the percentage of accuracy ranges from 8% to 25%. And we're not talking about third graders in difficult text. We're talking about college students in pretty easy text. And one person favorable to that approach felt that this research was biased, went out and did a study and reported 33%. Well, you're talking, 85% of single-syllable words in English are phonetically regular. It's the most effective way, and it's how we got to where we are, as we'll see, if I get in all this within my hour. Okay, so that's the first thing. I do want to mention something else here. It sounds like a very bold statement, and it is. All skilled readers of alphabetic writing systems from like 2nd or 3rd grade on have phonics skills. How do we know that? How can I make such a bold statement? Because any child that is even if they were never taught phonics, if they're a skilled reader of an alphabetic writing system, you put some nonsense words in front of them. You put blat and prup in front of them. You know what they're not going to do? They're not going to go, oh, what's that? I don't have any context. I've never seen it before. I don't know what to, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say blat and prup, even though they were never taught phonics. What that means is they learn phonics. Phonics is not an optional skill for an alphabetic writing system. It is a critical skill for alphabetic writing. The question is, why don't we teach it? Well, you have a bunch of kids. We don't know what the number is. Maybe it's 40%, maybe it's 30%, maybe it's even as high as 50 or 60%. We don't know. But there's a chunk of kids who, without teaching them phonics, they will learn the phonics on their own. But that doesn't mean phonics is not necessary. They had to learn it in order to be good readers. But then you have a bunch of other kids, and we don't know the precise number, and it falls on a continuum. Kids who, if we don't teach it explicitly, they're not going to learn it, all right? So, first of all, we have to be able to identify words by sounding them out. That's the most effective way. And then we have to be good at remembering words. And we're all good at that. If you're a good reader, you're good at that. You may have heard the statistic before that children from late 2nd grade on, typically developing readers, only need to see new words 1 to 4 times. I know when I saw that, I was working as a school psychologist. My kids were too young to start reading yet. They were little babies. And I'm like, yeah, right. Because all I worked with were struggling readers. I didn't have a point of reference. But even without, there's a whole bunch of studies, by the way, but even without citing the studies, do just a little thought. Kids leaving kindergarten, going into 1st grade, how many words do they know? 50, 100, 150, 200 maybe? And those same kids, 2 years later, going into 3rd grade from 2nd, and they know a few thousand words? Do the math. There's no way they saw all those words 25 times except the high-frequency words, all right? So it fits our growth trajectories, that other research, a whole different research paradigm that we come up with that. So 1 to 4 exposures. We adults, it's really pretty much 1 or 2. Okay, so those are the skills we need. Now I'm going to show you something here, and don't get hung up on the date. Yes, it's 1991, but one of the problems is that research studies don't often put in scatter plots, number one. Number two, research studies don't often put in scatter plots with 2 variables that you're looking to put up on a PowerPoint, okay? So I happened to come across this one night, and I said, I'm scanning it, it's putting it in the book. I've since found others, but due to laziness, I haven't put those in there. However, I will tell you, the Wechsler Individual Achievement Test, 4th edition, has 2 identical subtests to these here, looking at the exact same thing, okay? And that's 2020, and it's nationally stratified, and the scatter plot looks identical, okay? So don't get hung up on how old this is. And by the way, if something's old, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not accurate or true. Right? Yeah. I wasn't talking about people, Steve. And I can tease you about that because you gave away your age, and you're younger than me. All right. Anyway, so Einstein's theory is over 100 years old, and it's used constantly in NASA and all other places. Okay. So here's what we have here. Across the bottom, we have nonsense words. Nonsense words getting more progressively difficult. And then in the vertical, you have exception words or irregular words. Those are words, but they made them really tough, so if you sounded them out, it would be wrong. The assumption was, if they know the word, it's because it's stored away in memory. No context, it's out of context and phonetically not accurately portraying the sounds in the word. All right, what did they find? They found that children who were not good at the code were also not good at remembering words. And the children who were good at the code were good at remembering words. Now, you probably learned in Psych 101, and this is a good rule of thumb throughout life, especially when you hear about medical reports and dietary findings and things like that, is that if two things correlate, you can't jump to any quick conclusions about causation. And that's a great rule of thumb, listening to news stories, when you don't dig any deeper and don't know the broader context, and it's a good Psych 101 thing, especially when it comes time to take the test. But philosophers of science and in the scientific community go well beyond that. If you have a context, number one, and if you have, and this is what's so important about scatter plots, a certain type of scatter plot like the one you're looking at, you actually can make causal inferences. And I'll show you why. Look in the lower right-hand part of this, and I'll refer back to this a little bit later today. The lower right-hand quadrant, you have kids that are good sounding out words. They have the phonics skills. What does this mean? They're good at the first level of word reading, but they're not good at the second level of word reading. And this plot looks identical with the age groupings right up through adulthood on a nationally stratified test, the Y at 4. Okay? It doesn't change. This pattern is throughout the entire lifespan. Okay? Okay, now, but here's what's missing, and here's why we can make a causal attribution. Not a direct causal, but what you'd call a partial causation. And that's this. Where are those kids? Where are the kids that are good at remembering words that aren't good at sounding out words? So what this tells us, what philosophers of science would say is, given this pattern, if you only have a number, you can't say anything about causation. And by the way, the number attached to this was positive 0.77. But if all you have is a number, you can't look at this and go, you can't say which is causing which. Maybe being good at remembering words makes you good at sounding out words. And some people have actually made that argument. This shows you can't make that argument. So this says that it's a necessary skill, but it's not sufficient. Okay, so let's talk about two levels of cognitive processing, because we're going to have to talk about automaticity to deal with this issue of remembering words. You have, first of all, automatic processing. Those are things we do unconsciously. We don't think about it throughout the day. Very little burden on our working memory, little or no burden on our working memory. Think about what we do on autopilot all day, right? You don't sit and you go, time to brush my teeth. Let's see, is it up, down, left, right? How does that work, okay? Things are throughout we couldn't survive without all those different things. Every word you hear me saying, you are not doing a mental search through your mental vocabulary and coming up with that. No, it's there, it's automatic. And then you have controlled processing. That's conscious thought when you're doing something that you need to put some effort into, et cetera. And a lot of things we do during the day. So let me give you an example. If I were to say to you, who was the first president of the United States? Priming experiments would say that George Washington was already available to you when I was halfway through that sentence. But if I said, who was the president of the United States 7 presidents ago? You couldn't do that through automatic processing. You'd have to go into controlled processing and start counting backwards. And for a lot of you, you weren't alive, like Steve and I were. Okay, 7 presidents ago. All right. Let me do a demonstration. You've all heard about rapid naming. Rapid naming has a mystique it does not deserve, okay? I was at the Society for Scientific Study of Reading conference this summer, and I was sitting next to someone I've known for many years, John Kirby, a researcher, and he studied a number of things, one of which he's spent a career studying rapid automatized naming and reading. And Elizabeth Norton is a newer professor, and she's devoted a lot of time to this as well. And she did a presentation. At the end of the presentation, he raised his hand, and he said, okay, Elizabeth, what is this all about? What exactly does rapid naming have to do with reading? And they both had a big laugh because they knew the answer. The answer is, we don't know. Okay? I'm going to give you my best guess from having read dozens and dozens of articles in this area, is that they are both, the whole causation, A and B, is, they're both poor reading and poor rapid naming seem to be caused by the same thing, and that is the underlying, the integrity of the phonological system. There's not a direct causal relationship either way, okay? But let me just set that aside, and you're going to do a rapid naming test right here. Now, for kids in first grade and beyond, we use letters or individual digits. But in kindergarten, we use little boxes of color, or we use objects. I'm going to do simple object naming, just like a kindergartner, all right? You're going to name these objects as fast as you can, starting in the upper left corner. There are 9 of these. I got it from this research article. You ready? Actually, wait, before I show you this, Like Steve, I'm not that sophisticated with PowerPoint. I'm way more than he is. But anyway, I'm not that sophisticated with PowerPoint. So I didn't go in Photoshop and erase it. They're nice, clear, crisp line drawings. You'll know exactly what they are. But these authors had put a word next to or on top of it. Just ignore the word. I want you to name these items as fast as you can. Starting in the upper left, which is obviously table. Ready? Go. Come on, everybody. This is out loud, not rhetorical. Also, it's rapid naming. Okay, I hate to be a wise guy, but the kindergartners go way faster than that. Now, let me ask you, I got a question for you. Did you put any conscious effort into reading, say, the word triangle or suitcase? You put no conscious effort into it. It was automatic. The only conscious effort you put in relation to that word was to not let it come out your mouth. Okay? So anyway, this happened to me yesterday in real life. I was talking to my students in my psychology and learning disabilities class, and I wanted to talk about unitization, which I'll mention in a few minutes. Unitization is when multiple letters can be reacted to as a unit. So what they'll do is they'll take the 5-letter word S-E-V-E-N or the 5-letter word T-H-R-E-E, and there comes a point in late first grade where seeing those 5 letters down to milliseconds, which is the thousandths of a second, children will react just as quickly as if they just saw that single numeral 3 or that single numeral 7, right? So this happened to me yesterday. I'm writing on the board S-E-V-E-N, and I said, so here you have a 7-letter word. No, I'm looking at the word 7. I had the same problem that you just had. Okay, so I know that just killed like half a minute that I shouldn't have, but... So the point is, cognitive scientists will refer to word reading as, I love this term, insuppressible. I mean, we did suppress it from coming out of our mouth, but we weren't able to suppress it from bringing it into our consciousness. And we got to talk about automaticity, because that is the output of reading. And then we're going to talk about the input, and you'll see how important automaticity is for that as well. Okay, so here's whoops, too much at once. Here's a question that I've been posing for quite a while. Of the tens of thousands of words that you know, what percentage of them, when you first came across them, did you put conscious effort into remembering for the future? Hardly any, right? And I've put this challenge out to people now for several years, thousands of people. I've yet to have somebody say to me, you know what, Dave? I earned all 50,000 of my words, and I have the flashcards to prove it. That is not how word memory works. Word memory involves automaticity. In rare cases, probably the first time you saw the word complement with an E in the middle, as opposed to the one with the I in the middle, you might have stopped and made a little mental note of it and went on. But for the most part, when we come across the word, when we sound it out, when we were in 2nd grade and 3rd grade and 5th grade and 9th grade, once we sounded it out, we moved on. We didn't run and get flashcards. We did not, cover it up, look up at the ceiling, try to remember what it was, look down at it again, like we might. We didn't do that. It happened automatically in the background, and we have to account for that. We have to account for that. We've popped up the hood, and we see what's going on under the hood, and we have to be able to account for that in terms of designing our instruction, doing our assessments, et cetera. So the process of remembering words is automatic, goes on behind the scenes. This wasn't true when we had to learn all those single-digit math facts, or we had to learn all those state capitals, or we had to learn all those science terms in high school. Think about how we went over and over and over them, and then we might forget them after the test. Orthographic memory is not like that. It's amazing. And we learn it through automaticity. So this highly efficient process requires an explanation, and once we understand how it works, I think it should direct our instruction, our intervention, and our assessments. Okay, so here's the next, and that's some clarification about kids who struggle in reading. So let's talk about that word dyslexia, right? Well, there are a lot of definitions out there, and here's a definition. If you think of Psych 101, you had to do an operational definition of anything you study. It may seem like something's missing, but actually it is, but not what you think. Basic definition found across so many different studies of dyslexia. And word level reading difficulty despite adequate effort and opportunity. That's it. And there's always going to be caveats, not due to blindness, deafness, et cetera. And even when it comes to emotional disturbance, they only do that because they want a quote-unquote pure sample. They don't want that to be a confounding variable. The reality is children with emotional disturbance who struggle in reading for the same reasons the kids with dyslexia. Because you have kids with emotional disturbance that go on to be perfectly fine readers. That's not a direct cause. The cause is going to be one of those 4 items across the bottom of that simple view chart that I talked about. There's not a different set of skills for reading among kids with dyslexia, kids that are typical development, kids with emotional disturbance, kids with autism, kids with intellectual disability. It's the same. If you have a basketball team with special needs, you know what? The team that's going to win in the special needs league are the ones that can dribble, pass, shoot, and play defense. There's not a different set of skills to play basketball. And there aren't alternative sets of skills in order to learn to read. Even individuals who are deaf, the average reading level, you may already know this, but the average reading level of a child who's deaf that never had any cochlear implants when they graduate high school is about 3rd grade. There are not alternative pathways to become good readers if you don't have access to the phonological structure of the spoken language. Okay, so almost everything else we hear about this is popular lore over the last 100 years. And in fact, some reading researchers, for 2 reasons, are using the term word-level reading disability. So the textbook that I use in my learning disabilities class, one of the 2 it's not even a textbook because the textbooks in learning disabilities have not kept up with the field for the last 20 years. So I had to leave the textbook market for my course. It's a senior level course, and I'm using Fletcher and colleagues' book, a great book if you want to get into the real depth of it on learning disabilities. But anyway, they use this term. Others are using this term. You could have 2 articles in the same journal. One calls it dyslexia, one calls it a word-level reading disability. They're talking about the same thing. The reason why they're starting to use this term, as much as it's a mouthful, twofold. Number one, it avoids all the confusion and the baggage that the term dyslexia has had over the years. And number 2, it can apply across other areas. We were reluctant in the past to say the child has an intellectual disability and dyslexia. We wouldn't say that because we've always defined dyslexia as having normal language, right? But it does. If your language is low or your language is high, the simple view tells us that's a separate skill set. So word-level reading disability can apply across all IDEA categories. IDEA categories do not cause reading problems, by the way. The skills you saw in the simple view chart are what cause poor skills on that chart is what cause reading disabilities. So the problem we have with translating this into practice, the part of the definition I didn't leave out is where to draw the line. Because every researcher, the rest of the definition is these children did below the 15th percentile in the Woodcock Reading Mastery Test, word identification, word attack subtest, or a combination of those. Or next study says 10%, next study says 20%. Where do you draw the line? It's a continuous variable. So every state or school district or whatever has to come up with their own answer. And what causes this? Well, for about a decade or 2, researchers referred to the phonological core deficit as the most common cause. But 10 years ago now, a review of research on dyslexia came out and said, no, it's a universal cause. And here's the quote, and here's where it's from. Although some individuals with dyslexia have weaknesses in a variety of areas, impaired phonological processing appears to be a universal cause of dyslexia. Now, these folks that put this together, they're part of the first one has gone on somewhere else. Florida State University, which is the funding hub, one of the funding hubs for the NICHD on this research. This is not some sort of rogue, out on a limb opinion. It's so consistent with everything we have. Why did they move from saying a most common cause to universal cause? 2 reasons. First of all, because these are 5 ways or this is a way of dividing up the phonological core deficit issues. If you have difficulty in one or more of these areas, and most kids that are poor readers have problems with more than one, children, when you design tasks for children of these sorts, kids that are good readers, it's so easy. It's like, come on, give me something hard, all right? So the idea is that children that are poor readers don't get a clean bill of health on this list. And secondly, 50 years now, we're into trying to turn over every rock to look at other causal explanations for dyslexia. We haven't found any, okay? So this is really consistent with the fact that we have a phoneme-based writing system, that it's phonological in nature. All right, so let's combine these different foundational concepts that I've been talking about. First of all, sounding out unfamiliar words starts out for children as controlled processing. Just like Wiley had modeled for us earlier. The child goes through, sounds it out, they learn it. It's not automatic. You don't get the practice. I've heard this, don't quote me on this, but I have heard this in isolated. I know all the provinces in Canada operate a bit differently, but I was told by someone that in Canada, if you have the whole word approach, the whole language approach, the phonics approach, whatever, only the phonics approach teaches letter names and letter sounds. Here in the United States, every approach teaches letter names and letter sounds, but only a phonic approach actually gives people enough practice so it actually works. And the other approach is to be like a basketball coach saying, here's how you shoot a free throw. You guys watching? All right, here we go. Look at that. All right, we ready to go? All right, No, you need to practice. You need to get good at it. You need all the motor programming to be able to do that. So, but it's controlled processing at first. But then what happens is typically developing readers, it becomes automatic for them. And that's why they can go down that first several items on the test of word reading efficiency with lightning speed. You would think they're reading real words that were already stored in their long-term memory. You have to go down a millisecond timing to tell those words, the speed of reaction to those words to a word they know. Our ears are not sharp enough to catch the difference. That's how automatic this becomes. And then when it comes to remembering words, well, anyway, struggling readers, which is the last of the 4 areas, do not develop this level of automaticity. And then when it comes to remembering words, as we said, it's pretty much we don't put conscious effort into remembering words. But struggling readers, they do, okay? That's a universal characteristic of dyslexia, by the way. Spanish dyslexics are not good at remembering words, and fluency is their issue. They pick up on the code, takes them longer, but they pick up on the code, it's much more regular. So the Spanish dyslexics have accuracy, they don't have fluency, because they don't know, there are too many words they're sounding out. They don't know them, they don't store the words. So the universal characteristic of dyslexia across alphabetic writing systems is not good at remembering words, and fluency as a result. Okay. So why our most popular approaches? Some of this is probably old hat for a lot of you, but maybe just to kind of reinforce. There are 4 classic approaches to teaching reading, and they've all been around a long time. I know in the 80s, whole language was kind of presented as a new psycholinguistic approach, et cetera. But it turns out it was mandated in the 80s in New York City, the 1880s. So the approach had been around for 100 years by that point, and they backed off. They left that, and they went back to the classic whole word approach because it didn't work as well. It was called the sentence method back then. So all these approaches I'm about to tell you have been involved in teaching for at least 100 years or more. And if you go into a classroom, you may not be able to pull these all apart. But I'm only separating them out because you can conceptually think of them as separate based on the unit that they're focusing on. What are they focusing on? If you're focusing on graphemes, right, letters or multiple letters that make a single phoneme, like SH or TH, OUGH in some cases, and then you have where you combine graphemes, but not to the whole word, that's your word family approach. That goes back a long, long way. And then whole word approach, that's what I learned on in the 1960s. See, spot, run, spot, run. Just lots of repetition. Words look very different from one another, so you don't confuse them. And then what was called the sentence method back in the 1800s and kind of got re-released again. Big emphasis on context, phrases, sentences, and paragraphs. Well, research and reading rarely says, hey, let's compare this little technique and that little technique. Because, teachers would want to know that. That's not what they do. But they have compared whole methods, whole general approaches. And the weird thing is, it doesn't matter which whole approach you're talking about or which version of it. You could teach kids 6-syllable types and then the exceptions to the syllable types. Or you can do something like the reading mastery where you have funny shaped letters and you have the little bar and the little, they have special names that I always look up and forget. But that's what I learned on as a kid. And for our spelling program, interestingly. It was phonic-oriented spelling, but it was a whole word-oriented reading. Isn't that interesting? So anyway, the actual techniques between those between, say, an Orton Gillingham-inspired approach or a reading mastery type approach. Okay, I thought they were objecting to what I said back there. Wasn't sure. You never know. So the actual techniques that are used, very different set of teaching techniques. But the outcomes are pretty similar. And when you take any one of those examples of a phonics approach and compare it to one of the other approaches, here's what you get. The order you have here from the smallest unit to the largest unit is also the order of effectiveness across study after study after study. We don't have like a whole bunch of mixed results on this. And this really shouldn't be surprising when you consider the alphabetic nature of our writing system. The farther you get away from the nature of our writing system, the weaker the results that you get. Okay? Now, if you happen, what I want to do is just clarify a little bit more. And some of this I'm going to skip through quickly because some of you may already be aware of it. But I want to start by talking about our multiple memories to lead into this. We have working memory. That's our memory for what we're thinking about right now, right this minute. But we have multiple versions of long-term memory. When you say to a scientist, oh, I got bad memory, a cognitive scientist, that is. You say to a cognitive scientist, I have bad memory. That's like walking into a doctor and saying, my head hurts. Well, there could be a million reasons for that, right? Okay, we have multiple aspects of our long-term memory. They include semantic memory. That's our memory for concepts. Episodic memory, think of the word episode. It's our memory for our life's experiences. And then we have motor memory. It's like riding a bike. We have procedural memory. You remember how to play that card game? Now here's where it gets really interesting. Is now we're going to talk about two different memories that go in through the same sense organ, our ears. That's auditory memory and phonological memory. So auditory memory, I can tell the difference between a car going by and a truck going by when I'm not even seeing it. Why? Because of past auditory memory. Phonological memory has to do with sounds related to speech or spoken language. Now, what's interesting is we have routine problems here. These memories don't all integrate all the time. So we have a situation where you're looking at a table and you say to someone, you go, can you hand me the thing there, right? You're looking right at a stapler. You know why you want to get it, and you know exactly what you're going to do with it. You know what that means? That means your semantic memory is activated just fine. But the connection with your phonological memory has failed you at that point. That also happens a lot. You're going to see we have 3 different types of memory that are mediated by information going in through our eyes, like face memory. I mean, how often do we have a failure between the face memory, I've seen this person before, and phonological memory? What is the name, right? Different types of memory. I've never been good with remembering people's names. It's ever since I was a kid, you know, and don't feel bad if I don't remember your name. My attitude is as long as I don't forget, what's her name there? Andrea, my wife. I'm good. So, and then you have orthographic memory and you have visual memory. And so we have thousands of words that we have stored away. We have thousands of faces stored away, by the way. Those are all, think of all the famous people on television, movies, politicians, sports figures, people from history. We have thousands of faces where you can say, yes, I've seen that face before. Now, very poor by comparison phonological memory attached to it. And we also have orthographic memory is pretty amazing, thousands. And you know what's interesting about the two of them is that neither of them involve us studying. We don't study a face, and we don't study the words to remember them. And what's also interesting, and it may or may not be important, is that face memory, we see activation right here in the back of the right fusiform gyrus. And with orthographic memory, we see activation in the same place on the opposite side. Isn't that fascinating? Maybe that's important, maybe it's not important. Future research will spell that out. So we have to recognize that we are not learning words based on visual memory, okay? Now, I've gone through this in other contexts, so I'm not going to go through it now because I have other things, but these are just a bunch of reasons why. All different lines of reasoning to show we are not remembering words based on visual memory. We are remembering words based on orthographic memory. It does not matter what the word looks like as long as it's legible and as long as you know what the letters are. And I'm going to expand on that in just a moment, okay? But I do want to say this. There are some, if you saw that list before from the top to bottom, and you see that phonics gives the best results, it's kind of easy to get a little smug if you're into phonics, you know? Yeah. It does the best. Well, we're number 1, right? Okay. Here's the problem. The reality is that some of this washes out. Some of the benefits seems to wash out in group data. So if you are all phonic trained in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade, and you weren't, you know, I come back by 4th grade, and I can hardly tell you all apart as a group, as a whole group. Now, there are differences. There are measurable differences on nationally normed tests, but not enough that a teacher would notice. But then there's you. You're the at-risk kids, and you're the at-risk kids in these groups. And there's an enduring difference, and I'll come back to that in just a minute. So there's a big difference between the benefit. But see, the reason why is you folks figured out the phonics. There's still a measurable difference if I give you a test, and you're not as good at spelling as they are, right? But you figured out the phonics, you weren't taught it. But you weren't taught it, and you can't figure it out. And so you have a problem with that. But we also know with phonics there are kids that never catch up. Think of those kids in the bottom right quadrant. They became good at sounding out words. I don't know from that study if it was automatic, if they were automatic or not. I'm guessing they probably weren't. And then you have a small percentage of kids who can't seem to learn phonics. I think you had made some passing reference to that type of situation. I have some good news about these 2 bullets. But before I give you that good news, we have to recognize there is not a built-in mechanism in phonics to remember words. We have to kind of go beyond that. It is foundational. It is foundational. Without it, you can't get to that next step. But with it, you don't automatically move to the next step. Why? Well, because of the phonological issues. This bell curve doesn't refer to intelligence or even reading skill, although it's probably not too far off reading skill, actually, based on the correlations we see. But this represents the phonological core deficit. And you have kids in the mild, moderate, and severe category. And the kids in the mild category, those are the kids that virtually disappear if you were all taught a phonic approach and you weren't, all right? As it turns out, if I subdivide, you were at risk, you're at risk all the way over. But you became like them. Just by teaching phonics to everybody, you all went on to live happily ever after. I might not even have known that you would have been a struggling reader. We have plenty to show that. That's the mild category. Moderate category would be like those kids in the bottom right-hand quadrant that you saw earlier. They can become good at phonics, but not. We have a lot of good data to show that those kids can move and become better at remembering words. But here's the most exciting part, is the kids in the severe category. Let me tell you a child in that category that I first encountered back in, this was the 97-98 school year. And I gave him a precursor to the PASS test. And I said, say he was in 6th grade, IQ 66th percentile. And we identified him with a reading disability in 1st grade. I was doing his triennial. And I said, say baseball. Baseball. Now say baseball, but don't say base. Like, what do you mean? That's what he says. Well, if you say baseball and don't say base, you get ball, right? Yeah. Okay. Say sailboat. Sailboat. Now say sailboat, but don't say sail. Boat. This is a very bright 6th grader. Now, then I went on and did, those are compound words, and I did non-compound words. Say enter, but don't say end. Same thing. Took 3-4 seconds, face contorted, very effortful. Then I went on, say cat, but don't say k. He couldn't do it, and he had 4 of those. He could not do any of them. Now here, for the last 4.5, 5 years, we've been expecting him to look at a word and go, stand. And he's struggling with baseball. See the problem here? He did not have sufficient phonological skills to even benefit from phonics. Now, I've got some good news for you. Out of Florida State, a very off-cited study with 60 kids in that same category from 3rd to 5th grade, averaged the bottom 2% of the population in their nonsense word reading, their phonics skills, and their word reading. They did intensive phonemic awareness. They did intensive phonic work. And those kids made, on average, 23 standard score point gains in their phonics skills. Their phonics took off. So they were being held back by the fact that they couldn't interact with the phonics very well because they didn't have the phonemic skills to do that. Not every kid made equal progress, but what's really exciting is in that study, 40% of those kids had reading taken off their IEP. It's just hard to believe. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Okay. So, in terms of remembering words, a lot of this you probably have heard before, but I just want to, and I need someone else to do that. It's like when we used to have film strips, remember? Boop, you hear the little boop. Yeah. Don't say yeah unless you're willing to admit your age, okay? So orthographic mapping, it's how we turn unfamiliar words into familiar words, and we have a couple different approaches to that. One is David Scher's theory. The idea behind David Scher's theory is he points out the context. Number one, the context, and number two, one of the key requirements of remembering words. The context is real reading, real authentic reading. The more we read, the more we encounter more words, and the more words we learn, but with a catch, that we need to sound out the words. When they studied kids and they prevented them from sounding out the words, which I can't get into, it would take a while to set that study up, but their memory for the words dropped off dramatically. Okay, so they have to interact on the letter level with the word in order to remember it. But, and then some things that we've already talked about, like it's implicit, meaning it's automatic, goes on behind the scenes, and it only takes 1 to 4 exposures from 2nd grade on. Now, Aries' theory puts a little bit of specificity to the actual memory process. So she points out that words are familiar letter sequences, and it doesn't matter what they look like, as long as the letters are legible. And it's basically a graphophonemic connection-forming process. You're connecting something you already know, that's already stored in long-term memory. That's how we learn a lot of things from infancy on. You're connecting it to something new. What is old in your memory already? The word's pronunciation. And even if English is not your first language, it could be a word you've heard. It's stored in your phonological long-term memory. By the way, Phonological long-term memory plus semantic long-term memory is what makes vocabulary. So when we talk about kids' vocabulary, we're talking about two different aspects of our memory system that work together, okay? So when we're talking with someone else and we go, oh, what's the, you know the word where you, and your semantic long-term memory is working great. The concept is there. But the phonology isn't for that brief second, and your friend says the word, and you go, yeah, that's it. So the idea is, in long-term memory, we have the word's pronunciation, and a lot of young children, where English is their only language, there are words that they don't know the meaning yet, but they've still heard them before. They now have anchoring points in long-term memory. And a number of studies have showed that. It's pretty fascinating. So it's a phoneme-level analysis that's required for this to happen. In other words, you can't, it's not a global thing. And let's see here. So this is, oh boy. This is, yeah, it was funny the first time, you know? And then it starts getting old quick. All right. So there you go. Let's say if you have 10, the slash marks mean I'm talking about the pronounced word 10. And if you can break 10 up, you know, you now have anchoring points. And everything above from those TEN there, above, that's all part of the memory system. That's in the memory system. If within my cognitive processing memory system, I can pull apart those individual sounds, I now have anchoring points for the printed version of that. Okay, same thing here. There you go. And then here's looking at share and airy kind of working together. You see a word you don't know, you sound it out, if you have letter sound knowledge. And if you have blending skill, look what happens. There's the pronounced word drift. Now look what's happening automatically behind the scenes. I am looking at this word. Once I know what it is, I'm ready to move on. And in that split second, I reverse engineer that process. I connect. Now that I know that it's drift, I can't do orthographic mapping unless I know what I'm looking at. And I'm able to do that, okay? Now the question becomes, what about irregular words? And as it turns out, irregular words are mapped in the same way. Look, you have name, you have to make an adjustment. Team, you have to make an adjustment. Those are phonetically regular words. But look, you have to make the exact same kind of adjustment with comb that you have to make with name. Exactly. From remembering words. From a phonics standpoint, that's a problem. Comb, name is not. Name is great because you have a good phonic pattern there. But when it comes to mapping, and you can't map it until you know what it is. So once I know what the word is, then I'm able to connect that string of letters to the existing pronunciation in long-term memory. After 1 to 4 exposures, those are bonded together, as Ari says, and you're able to move on and move on with the text, and you've already saved the word after 1 to 4 exposures. So as it turns out, most words that are irregular only are off by one element for the most part. And here's Ari. She says, exception words are only exceptional when someone tries to read them by applying a phonetic decoding strategy. When they are learned to sight words, they are secured in memory by the same connections as regularly spelled words. But you need to have the ability to do this rapidly. So that's why we need letter sound proficiency and phonemic proficiency. So if you say to a child, tell me all the sounds in sat, and the kid goes, s, I don't have a lot of confidence that they have automaticity with the phoneme skills, right? But what if you say to the child, tell me all the sounds in sat, and they go, sat. Well, now my confidence goes up. But as a cognitive scientist, I say, you know what? There's 2 different ways that kid could have done that, at least. One is the child could have tracked through the word sat. The other is all the sounds in sat were available, and the child read them out of memory. How can I tell the difference between those two? Well, what if I said to the child, say sat. Now say sat instead of ass, say is. Sit. Now that time, the child had to do 4 separate functions. The child had to separate the word out, analyze it into individual components. And then the child had to do what's called phoneme isolation. Where am I hearing that? Middle and, oh, there it is. And then now the child had to swap it out. That's a third operation. And then the child had to pronounce what's left over because it's a different sequence of phonemes, all in under 1 second. Now my confidence that the child had automatic access has gone up. So this explains 2 things. Number one, how it is we can possibly be anchoring those words in long-term memory behind the scenes, because the skills required are going on behind the scenes. The skills required for that process are automatic and behind the scenes as well. And it also explains another thing. Why would we ever do like phoneme activities where you delete or substitute a sound? Because when we read and spell, we never do that. Well, that answers your question, because my confidence in the child's ability to have automatic access increases if you do that, if you kind of overload the system with multiple things and you know that first item, which we need to know, it's just the first thing we need to know about. It's just the first thing. Can the child separate these out and map those on? That's what we need to know. But we don't know if the child is tracking through and it's not automatic. We don't. And that lines up very nicely when phoneme deletion and substitution tasks correlate with reading much higher than traditional phoneme segmentation tasks. In fact, on the Y-4, the phoneme deletion and substitution task, the phoneme proficiency subtest with a timing element, correlated positive 0.5 or higher kindergarten through 12th grade and into adulthood. We have nothing parallel to that anywhere else, and that's nationally normed test. Phoneme segmentation will hit 0.5, and then it'll drop off the map after that, okay? So this tells us a little something about the automaticity that we need to pay attention to, because, stop and think of what we've said. Words going into our long-term memory involve an automatic process that we do not put conscious effort into. Words coming back out, remember triangle and suitcase? That's automatic. And if we neglect automaticity, we neglect the difference between kids who are easy to teach and pick up on it versus kids who aren't, okay? All right, I think I'm winding down in time. I do have one slide I would like to show you that I think illustrates, I'll have to rattle through something I think here, that illustrates what we want to do. We often concoct all these unusual types of things to help kids who are struggling, and that's fine, that's our goal. But my whole thing is working about skills. It's not about, I'm not talking here about teaching principles, I'm talking about skills. We want to build the same skills that children, that readers have that are on target for learning to read. What are those? This is how we did the David Sher thing. This is how we got up to our 50,000 words. Phonetic decoding, we see a nice phonetically decodable word, we get a direct hit, there you go, there's the first level of word reading. This is what we did. This is how we independently got up to tens of thousands of words. Okay, but then you know in English there are a bunch of phonetically irregular words, but we still get a close phonetic approximate through a process you probably are starting to hear more about, and there's more research on, called set for variability. So I'm going to say a word, but I'm not saying it right. What word am I trying to say? Wash. Wash, exactly. Like 90% of first graders come back with wash. So you know what's interesting? Of those words that are irregular, there's a large percentage of them that are easy to figure out, even though they're phonetically irregular. English is the most irregular of every alphabetic language. And it's worse than most phonics people think, and it's way better than anti-phonics people think. Let's put it that way. All right, so now, set for variability, you can get a huge percentage of words, but then what happens is I'm grouping together two different situations. Irregular words. Yatch sounds like nothing. Set for variability is not going to help you. That's yacht, okay? Completely irregular words that are not helpful. And then ambiguous words. Is it present or present? Is it dove or dove? You have to have context for those, right? So look where context is. Context is the caboose. It's not the train. We got to the number of words we did. Some of the words, it was because of context. We have to acknowledge that, right? But that's not the first line of defense. And then once we've identified it, we can do the orthographic mapping. And then these are the skills that go into those. Everything in red, by the way, is a teachable skill. Right? I'll just go across the bottom there. Okay. Well, I've overstayed my welcome, and I think you're gathering some questions. Steve has them right here.
Let's start with this one. Thoughts on a district waiting to refer students to special ed for reading until second grade as opposed to first? So they've ruled out.
How about a different one? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No, my whole career was spent on that. I'll tell you what, that's very tricky. Here's how I responded to that in my district. First, for about a whole year by stealth, okay? And then the district administrators learned about it and they were good with it. I did what I called intervention-oriented assessment. And so what happened was I came up with my own separate referral form and my own separate parent permission form that we sent home. And that allowed me, as the school psychologist and our speech pathologist, to do one-on-one testing with a child outside of our whole special education referral system. And we had a little caveat in there. In the event that we suspect an educational disability, we'll refer you to our committee of specialized, blah, blah, blah. That kept the lawyers off our back. Okay. So we did that, and I was able, and the speech pathologists were able to provide to our, what we would now call Tier 2 reading teachers, some valuable information. And we had tremendous. They were doing the kinds of things. They were working on these things right here. They were working on the phonemic skills, the phonics skills, to automaticity. And we reduced the number of struggling readers that we sent off for special ed and resource by 75%. Now, if that sounds like a lot and it sounds fantastic, folks, it's not. The articles I was handing them and having them follow, we did monkey see, monkey do. We got the same results those articles got. So anyway, that's not directly answering your question. I know that we're in the political season where you don't answer a question, you answer it with a different answer, right? But so that, at least that's one thing as background of here's a way we can prevent us getting to the point where we are actually referring a child off for resource. But the reality is, based on my knowledge of IDEA, you can't delay. You can't delay. If there's a suspicion of an educational disability, we are obliged to at least do a full referral and come to some sort of decision.
So I think
So it has nothing to do with my opinion. I think it's a legal matter.
I think you'll like this one. Is phoneme substitution and deletion as an activity intended as a diagnostic tool, or is it intended as an activity to build phonemic proficiency, or both?
Yeah, all of the above. And here's the thing that has puzzled me. I know there are a lot of people that say, like, oh, that's just a bunch of mental gymnastics. My whole thing is, now wait a minute. Look at the studies that have gotten the largest standard score point gains in reading and word identification. And by the way, it's the same yardstick, by the way. It's almost every single, probably over 50% of the studies in English in North America use the Woodcock Reading Mastery Test, word identification, and word attack up until just recently, because they haven't kept that test up quite as much. And so they're all using the same yardstick. And if you look at standard score point gains, when they did those phoneme type manipulation activities, they were averaging between 14 and 17 standard score points. When they only went to the point of segmenting, and that takes you to an ending first grade level. Almost any first grader can segment any word you put in front of them, as long as it's not too big and it doesn't exceed their working memory. So you don't go like, hey, try institutionalization there, kid, okay? So if the child can't get it, it's because of working memory, not because of lack of segmentation. So we know that phonemic skills grow past first grade, but we act like when you're done with first grade, you're done. No, because phonemic segmentation. But phonemic segmentation drops off the map. What did I tell you about the Y-4 results? Nationally normed. That's like putting together a dozen studies. You know how many millions of dollars would have had to go in from a federal grant to get the kind of data that rich? And they found a consistent, it did not drop over time. The phonemic proficiency subtest correlated with the untimed word reading, the time word reading, the untimed nonsense word reading, and the time nonsense word reading. All four of those, 0.5 or higher throughout the entire age range, and the two of those four, 0.6 or higher throughout the entire age range. Okay? So, and that involved, okay, now that's a test, I realize, but when you look at the intervention studies that only did segmentation, they tended to have 6 or 7 standard score point gains. So we can name call and just say it's mental gymnastics. But which set of studies do you think we should model? In our school district, in the 2 buildings that we're doing, we had 4 buildings. 2 did it on stealth, right? And the other 2 didn't. We got those great results doing what those studies did that had the best results. That's what we did. So I don't understand why people get unnerved about that. Maybe they don't think it's authentic because when we read and spell, we don't delete those. To me, I'm like, you know what? Let's just throw out the theory and model the best results from the studies. And that's what you end up with.
It occurs to me that people in a lot of skill areas, sports, other things, do a lot of exercises that do not relate directly to the ultimate performance that they're trying to give because it benefits them.
Yeah, I guess you're right. On sports, weightlifting. You know, when you're out on a basketball court or a football field or whatever,
there's no weights out there.
Yeah, exactly.
But
you're building a skill that you need to underlie the whole process.
It still helps you.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see people throwing barbells around on a football field yet. It's a good thing to do. Maybe you do see people throwing barbells around on a football field. I don't know. What can be done if a student has the necessary auditory, phonological, and semantic memory to support a word, but does not have the orthographic memory to do so?
Yes, the orthographic memory, what is that? What's happened in the reading research field, I'm kind of pulling back the curtain a little bit. In the 80s and 90s, there was this idea that orthographic skills represented their own separate skill as opposed to, say, phonemic awareness, rapid naming, working memory, blah, 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 letter sound learning, and nonsense word reading. And there was a kind of a debate in the field for a number of years throughout the 90s where some said, no, what you're testing is orthographic. How do we get at anything by certain tests? And the tasks that you're using are simply either, they're just telling you about your maturity with orthography. One is called like the word likeness task. So you might get like LMK versus PIB, and you say to the kids, which one's more like a real word? And the kids have to circle PIB, right? And they get more complex. That's just telling you a little bit about your general knowledge of the orthographic system. The other were homophone and pseudo-homophone tasks, like is it B-R-A-N-E or B-R-A-I-N? And they're saying, that's telling your spelling or reading knowledge. So all the tasks that were used for this purported construct or concept of orthographic learning or memory were simply reading type tasks. Well, a review in 2006 by an Australian researcher reviewed all the research literature and said there's really no good theoretical or research basis for treating it separately. It is a function of our phonological system and our knowledge of the alphabetic system. Shortly thereafter, some longitudinal studies showed that if you study these supposed orthographic skills in kindergarten, that does not predict third grade reading. But first grade reading predicts third grade orthographic skills. Okay? So orthographic memory is our memory for not just whole words. You might have saw it up there's a bullet real quick. Parts of words. And that was part of what I think confused people. So you give third graders that are on target for learning to read N-A-L-K, they say knock instantly. But you give that to beginning first graders, they say nelk. What's the difference? The difference is that those third graders have already stored the word walk and talk and probably chalk. And even though they stored it unbeknownst to them in the background, they also stored that chunk. That chunk, ALK, is stored. So we have in our orthographic long-term memory, we have chunks of words. And guess what, folks? When it comes to multisyllabic words, boy, does that come in handy. Because if I have a whole sequence of all those units, I go to sound out a word. Now, there's always going to be that issue of where to put the stress on a multisyllabic word. But I have that available, but also Aries' fourth phase is just that. Aries' fourth phase of sight word learning or orthographic learning is that when I go through and once I figure that word out, I've already got some of those chunks stored away, so I can unitize it much more quickly. And unfortunately, the reality is there's so many people that don't understand Aries' theory. They think they're talking about the theory of phonic knowledge or letter sound decoding or whatever, which is not. She's talking about her 4 phases of remembering words, not 4 phases of sounding out words. It's very different and commonly misunderstood.
On behalf of Linnea Airy, I want to say something that she told me one time. I was asking her about people who were citing her work to justify using pictures to teach kids to read because that's what kids do at a certain age. And she said, the stages are descriptive, not prescriptive. They describe what kids do, not necessarily what we should do. And I think that's very important. Do you think teachers should spend instructional time teaching and practicing nonsense words or just use them as an assessment of automaticity?
That's a Wiley Blevins question. A little bit here. I think the big fear people have, there's...
It's Wiley's handwriting, as a matter of fact.
I think the big fear with nonsense words is like some administrator is going to come to the teacher and say, okay, you're going to do with your kids, you're going to do your 20 minutes of nonsense word paragraph reading, No, that's not the idea. So I think assessment, it's certainly had a lot of great usage there. I think as little isolated use here and there, I don't know. To me, I think it's okay for isolated use, but like heavy use, why? Why
Right.
would you? There's not really a big need for it.
Real quickly, what was the name of Fletcher's book about dyslexia?
It's called, it's a real clever title, it's called Learning Disabilities.
By Jack Fletcher?
And 3 colleagues, yes.
And 3 colleagues?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to put this one out there, and you're going to hate me for it, but what is the one practice in the classroom that supports all learners from the foundational beginning?
I would say just code knowledge. Both the verbal aspect, the phonemic part, and then the visual representation in print with the letters.
And what we're really talking about here, and what I've always admired about your work and what a lot of the people who are here today do, and certainly Linnea Airy, even though she's not here, is the willingness to take on this question of this sort of almost mysterious and magical process by which words become automatic. And I think one of the things I get from your presentation as we think about this is there's this thing going on that's almost invisible. It's very difficult to understand. If it wasn't happening, you couldn't read it all. It's very difficult to, it may be impossible to teach directly, but how do we produce the circumstances under which it is the most likely to develop? And how do we work with kids for whom it is obviously not developing?
Yeah, I mean, if we don't have the automaticity at the phonological level, how can we have it at the letter sound level? Think about this, letter sound skills, letter. And you know, what visual skills do we need for kids to read? You have a lowercase t, you got a lowercase f. One has a little hook at the top. Can you tell those apart? Yup. You got the visual skills you need. Have you seen that letter before? Yup. Do you know the name? No. You have the visual skills you need to read, because I've seen that before. I've recognized it. Those skills are in place by age 3 or 4 in most kids. So that's the visual end of visual phonological paired associate learning, is what letter learning is all about. And so the visual end is, 28 years I've never come across a kid who was struggling in reading because they couldn't, I've never seen that letter before, or I couldn't tell you what it is, or I can't tell that letter from that letter. Those skills are what we need. But then we have to attach a phonology to it. So I grew up in a small school. We had one class at each grade level, and we had a set of twins in first grade. And by midway through first grade, all of us could tell them apart. They were identical. None of our 8 teachers across the 8 years we were in that school could ever tell them apart. But the idea is we were able to distinguish between Pat and Bob. 20 years after graduating, I hadn't seen either of them. They were both police officers. One of them was doing like a little operation, pulling cars aside for registration, and we lived 2 houses from the main road. And he was at least as far as that wall, maybe that wall even. And I recognized which one it was. And they were identical. People couldn't tell them apart. So all you have to do is be able to tell them apart to label. If you can distinguish between 2 things, you can label 2 things. And that's all we need for visual skills. And there are no letters that look as close as Pat and Bob look to each other. So it's not about visual processing.
We're going to break for lunch real quick, but let me ask real quick, because essentially all of you are teachers. How many of you have worked with children over the years who get to that stage where they know the rules, they can sound out words letter by letter, they can blend them together, but they don't make the leap to automaticity? And that's the big question. In teaching these things well and understanding what you're looking at, and then we're going to talk some more this afternoon about working with kids who maybe have other problems and other challenges and other difficulties. Thank you so much.
Yep.
I think Mary's going to make some announcements for us about how lunch is going to work here.
Yeah, those menu cards, you need to put them on a table. So doesn't matter what table you put them on, just make sure that you're going to be by a table so that you get a lunch. You're going to find one of these forms on your table during lunch, and this is from Brady Reinke, who is from the New Berlin School District. He's in the data collection phase of his dissertation, and there's a 5 to 10 minute survey that he would like K through 5 teachers to participate in. So if that fits your description, K through 5 teacher, if you wouldn't mind doing that for Brady, that would be great. I think our live streamers now, don't turn off your browsers. We have some videos to play for you over the lunch hour. Steve, anything else?
Not really. What time do we start up again?
1:15. So we'll be back here at 1:15.
So you rabble, make sure you're back here in time.
Visit those.
Don't make Wiley and I come looking for you.
Yeah, make sure you visit our exhibitors. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Newton, and I'm the president of the Reading League Wisconsin and the chair for this year's conference. I hope you've enjoyed the morning sessions, but don't jump off your computer just yet, because I do have a couple of important announcements, which will be followed by a series of short videos from some of our sponsors that I think you'll find interesting. We'll reconvene at 1:15 for our afternoon sessions. First, I just want to thank you all for being here. And a special thanks to Ron and Mickey Sadoff for sponsoring this live stream opportunity. It really is wonderful to be able to gather our Science of Reading community and include those folks who can't be in Brookfield. Later in the afternoon, please keep an eye on the chat because we'll be posting a link to an evaluation form. We'd so appreciate it if you could spend just a couple minutes filling out that form because it's going to help us planning our future events. Once you submit your evaluation, you'll receive a link to request a certificate of attendance if you would like one. Please submit your evaluation and any request for a certificate by the end of the day tomorrow. We'll be sending out all those certificates in one batch on Sunday. If you don't see yours, check your spam or your junk mail folder, especially if you're using a school district email account. You may know that the Reading League Wisconsin runs entirely on volunteer manpower. And what that means is that we're able to use all the net proceeds from this conference to support our professional development activities over the upcoming year. One of the main things we'll be doing is sponsoring a free virtual professional development series for educators. We're really excited about the calendar that we've put together, so I want to share my screen so you can see what we have in store for you. All of these meetings are either on Tuesday evenings or Saturday mornings. You can register for them on our website, wi.thereadingleague.org, under the Events tab. The Tuesday evening meetings will be recorded, and those recordings will be uploaded to our YouTube channel. You don't need to register to access those recordings. The Tuesday evening series began on September 27th with Reading League Wisconsin board member Amy McGovern discussing tips for the curriculum review process. If you missed it, you can view it on our YouTube channel. We'll continue on November 15th with Laura Stewart, the Chief Academic Officer of 95% Group. Laura will be speaking about what structured literacy actually looks like in practice. On January 10th, we welcome Dr. Marcia Henry, former president of the International Dyslexia Association and author of Unlocking Literacy, as well as chapters in many books. Marcia will reflect on her experiences with morphology instruction over the past 60 years. On February 21st, Reading League Wisconsin board member Maura Moyle, who's an associate professor of speech and language at Marquette University, will be joined by John Heilman and Jill Gilkerson to remind us of the power of early talk as a foundation to literacy. We'll get a special look at the Lena technology, which can be used to measure how many conversational turns young children are engaged in with adults on a daily basis, and consider how that data can be a jumping off point for improving children's immersion in early speech. On March 7th, we will host the always entertaining Dr. Steve Dykstra. Steve is a Reading League Wisconsin board member and popular national speaker. He'll use his background to explain reading research and statistics in a way that's understandable, even to those of us who are intimidated by math. We wrap up the virtual series on April 4th with Jan Hasbrook discussing fluency as a key for comprehension. Jan is the author of numerous articles and books on fluency, dyslexia, data and assessment, and many other topics. The Saturday morning sessions are called the Teacher's Lounge, and they're facilitated by Reading League Wisconsin board member Jeannie Schopp. Jeannie is a reading interventionist and coach with many years of experience. These monthly meetings are an opportunity for you to bring your questions and engage in back and forth discussion of the classroom application of the science of reading. The Teacher's Lounge opened for the first time this year on September 24th, and future meetings are on October 15th, November 19th, January 21st, February 18th, March 18th, and April 15th. These meetings are not recorded, so you can feel free to be candid. We'll also be hosting a book study next summer. On the evaluation form, there is a line for you to indicate which book you're interested in looking at. Over the past summers, we've examined both Speech to Print by Louisa Moats and The Writing Revolution by Judith Hochman and Natalie Wexler. So let us know your choice and then watch our social media in the spring for announcement of that book study. And now we're going to segue into those videos that I mentioned. We're going to start with our parent organization, the Reading League, which is headquartered in Syracuse, New York. Following that, we'll have 3 of our signature sponsors, Slant System for Structured Literacy, Amplify CKLA, and Zahner Bloser, the Super Kids. We'll run that series of videos twice so that you'll have a chance to catch everything over the noon hour. And then we reconvene at 1:15 for our first afternoon speaker, Dr. Nell Duke from the University of Michigan. I'll see you then. Our afternoon sessions will start in just a moment. We begin with Nell Duke from the University of Michigan, followed by Lakeisha Johnson from Florida State University. And then we wrap up our day with an inspirational message from Angie Hanlon, the superintendent of the Thorpe, Wisconsin School District. Don't forget to check the chat near the end of the afternoon for a link to our evaluation form, which in turn will give you the opportunity to request a certificate of attendance. In a couple of days, we'll be sending out a link to the recording for today's sessions. Thank you again for joining us today and for helping us turn the tide in reading instruction. And save the date for our second annual conference, Friday, October 27th, 2023. We'll be here again at the Brookfield Conference Center. Thank you for all you do for our kids, and have a wonderful school year.
Hi, I'm Carla O'Brien.
And my name is Beth Allen.
Together, we are the owners of the SLANT System for Structured Language Training.
I have served as a public school teacher for over 20 years, as a kindergarten and first grade classroom teacher, as well as an elementary school reading specialist.
Throughout my career, I have had experience working with a variety of students as a special education teacher and school administrator.
Several years ago, we attended the SLANT introductory course and then continued on to SLANT certification. SLANT helped us to learn the most effective methods to teach reading to all children.
It was through SLANT structured literacy training that we were able to deliver lessons based on the science behind reading with utmost confidence, but most importantly, our students made incredible growth in a very short amount of time.
As the leaders of SLANT System for Structured Language Training, our mission is to empower teachers all over the world to engage all learners.
SLANT was born over 25 years ago by a teacher who realized that her students with dyslexia needed better instruction. The SLANT system is an Orton Gillingham, multisensory, explicit, sequential, and systematic method of teaching reading.
The S in SLANT is for structured. LAN is abbreviated for language, and T is for training. Structured language training is structured literacy. Over the last 20 years, thousands of teachers have been certified in the SLANT system, reaching tens of thousands of students across the country. A teacher certified in SLANT can positively affect the course of a student's life through literacy.
SLANT's method of instruction has been supported by decades of research and evidence, proven to be effective for all readers, especially our struggling readers, those with dyslexia, as well as our English language learners.
SLANT materials are aligned to its unique scope and sequence. 7 stage books were created to be 100% decodable for students, giving them the opportunity to practice applying their skills immediately, leaving students to feel confident and empowered to be successful readers. One of SLANT's guiding principles is assume nothing, teach everything. This reminds teachers to provide instruction explicitly and to never assume a student has knowledge of skills. We use an I do, we do, you do approach to instruction. Our content is systematic, sequential, and cumulative. The program gradually introduces the different syllable types so that by the end of the teaching sequence, students are familiar with the 7 syllables, the syllable division rules, the identification of prefixes, bases, and suffixes, and the spelling rules regarding the addition of suffixes to base words. Every lesson includes contextual reading as well as spelling dictations. The SLANT materials all include passages with decodable text. Comprehension is stressed along with decoding accuracy. A variety of graphic organizers for reading comprehension are presented throughout the teaching sequence, and teachers learn how to use these with the reading passages within the program or with any appropriate text. Written expression strategies ranging from writing a complete simple sentence to sentence expansion to paragraph writing to report writing are also taught during the teacher's training year. Multisensory instruction is integral to SLANT training. We follow the classic multisensory triangle using visual, auditory, and tactile kinesthetic pathways for instruction and retrieval. Students are continually practicing encoding and decoding throughout the lesson components. Training in the SLANT system begins with an introductory course held over multiple days with direct, intensive professional development that can be put into practice immediately. During the introductory course, we discuss brain development of typical and struggling readers, specifically those with dyslexia. Teachers learn how to use the teaching sequence to plan and deliver their lessons. SLANT as a structured literacy method is a very individualized diagnostic approach to teaching reading. SLANT is not a scripted program. Following the introductory course, many teachers continue on through our one-on-one supervised practicum for SLANT certification. Teachers gain a much deeper understanding of English language structure, including morphology, written expression, spelling, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, fluency, orthographic mapping, and comprehension. In addition to seminars provided throughout the school year, each teacher receives 5 observations from a SLANT coach who offers ongoing support of implementation of the SLANT system within your school or private practice. What is unique to our training is that materials are available to immediately begin implementing SLANT instruction. Teachers appreciate that all materials have been created for them and that they match the SLANT scope and sequence. Our training is directly correlated to the International Dyslexia Association's Knowledge and Practice Standards. Upon completion of practicum, teachers will have the knowledge necessary to pass the Knowledge and Practice Examination for Effective Reading Instruction, also known as the K-Theory, which measures an educator's knowledge of the principles and practices of structured literacy. Even though SLANT was originally developed for students with dyslexia, we know explicit, systematic, structured literacy is best practice for all students. When evidence-based techniques are combined with high-quality professional development, success for students will be celebrated. So please, join us for our next SLANT system professional development, and you will walk away feeling empowered as a teacher of reading that is able to engage all students, giving them the greatest gift of their lifetime, literacy.
Hi there, my name is Beth Camano. I'm a teacher. I've taught for 22 years. The last 14 of them have been as a reading specialist in a K-6 elementary building. I worked with a first grader this year using SLANT, who at the beginning of the year did not have full mastery of letter names and sounds yet. She flourished this year. It was so fun to see. So by the end of the year, she was reading and blending short CVC words and words with blends like piece of cake, and her confidence soared. And the main victory, I think, was that by the end of first grade, she really thought of herself as a reader. The introductory SLANT course was, for me, a total game changer in the way that I approached reading instruction with my kiddos. I feel like I hadn't learned anything like this when I got my master's in literacy. And so after the intro course, I came back to my building and I wanted to tell everyone overall what I learned in how to remediate, not just how to remediate students who have reading struggles and dyslexia, but I also learned what red flags to look for, what questions to ask, what assessments to give. It helped me become, I guess, more empowered to know exactly what to do when I had a kiddo in front of me. It just gave me more confidence to know which direction I should go in. I guess one of the main things that was helpful was having that practicum once a month where I could have a safe space to ask questions and say, hey, this came up, or what do you do when you get to this word, or is there a rule for this? Spoiler alert, there's always a rule. And so you just need to learn what they are and help empower kids with those strategies and stuff, and so that they know what to do too. So going through that SLANT practicum was amazing for me because it was not a one and done. I guess the cherry on top for all of my SLANT experience was having a coach, not just because my coach was fabulous, because she was, but it was truly like, the best way I can think of to describe it is like having a personal trainer, except for teaching. It was somebody who could sit with me and with my students and show us exactly what we needed when we needed it. And so I knew that if I ever had questions, or if I got stuck, or even if I'm looking at a set of test scores, I'm like, what does this mean? Like, where do I go next from here? She was always there to to be able to guide me. It is, as I said, a total game changer. It's the most valuable professional development I've received in my 22-year career, and it has forever changed my instruction for the better. I truly do feel that. I feel confident knowing that each aspect of all of my slant lessons are grounded in scientific research. So they get more confident, and then I get more confident that, man, what I'm doing is really working, and this is so exciting. I love that this is backed, and I'm confident, and that I know where to turn if I do have questions, or if I do get stuck on something. I know that my slant coach is always there for me, and I know a million new resources that I hadn't been aware of before. So highly recommend, if you have the opportunity, go get slant trained.
The curriculums we had in place before we got CKLA were basically kind of scattered.
I think we were just not meeting the needs of the kids. I think teachers felt frustrated within the classroom, always trying to supplement material.
We also really thought it was important to have something that continued to spiral throughout the year. Instead of teaching things in isolation, it's teaching a lot of different concepts at the same time.
And when we came across CKLA, it wasn't presented with a big sales pitch. There weren't a lot of bells and whistles. It was just pretty straightforward. Here's a program that can address, foundational skills. It's got a content knowledge, and it's going to work for your EL students as well.
I think the bottom line is, after all the years of seeing language arts programs that are very similar, this has been a huge change. Their support in helping us out in training our teachers and making sure that the curriculum was used appropriately was just second to none.
I was really doubtful in the beginning.
As a teacher, was terrifying. How is this going to work? They say that it will. I can see that it might, but I'm not sure.
I felt like we underestimated our kids. Amplify does hold a lot of rigor. And we, for a second, when we started this program, we felt the kids were not going to be able to meet those expectations. And they have. They surpassed it, and we are seeing tremendous amounts of growth.
They are reading things that typically we wouldn't be reading this early in the year.
Very good. The sound is ow. Everyone say ow.
Ow. The introduction of the sounds follows a very different sequence than any other program I've used in the past. The kids seem to be picking it up more quickly.
Once a man went up.
Major differences that I am seeing are the ability of my students to communicate to each other.
Hello, fellow classmates. I'm up here today to talk about the invention of the clock.
The inclusion of the knowledge piece is so important, and I think that's the one thing that we're really finding the payoff. Kids are reading about something and they're responding, and the responses that they're writing are, head and shoulders above where they were before.
My favorite part is the knowledge piece because of the storytelling, because of the interest.
Later, Montezuma and his chief advisors met together. See the strangers?
Yeah.
I like that the kids are learning things that I wouldn't have thought to teach to a first grader.
We're also going to hear this word today.
Retreat.
This is the word retreat.
Core knowledge, it helped bring the learning alive in learning the language components. It wasn't just rote skills of grammar or vocabulary. It was actually tied to something that was, worldly, meant something in their lives.
What is a pitch?
Alan. There's a good pitch and a bad pitch. If a good pitch is like many facts, well organized, informative.
They're learning about lords and serfs, and they were comparing and contrasting without even knowing that they were comparing and contrasting.
What I like about CKLA is that we get to learn about all the inventors and do research on them. It's basically science and experiments and history all in one bundle. It's really cool. It's a lot more fun this year with CKLA.
Okay, guys, welcome back to today's episode of Eureka!
As a teacher, I have learned a lot from CKLA. There are times when I'm looking at a lesson and I will kind of look and think, that's amazing. The way that they were able to teach that specific skill in many ways was ingenious. The map that they have is unparalleled. So is there a specific subtitle that would have that information?
Yeah.
Which one?
It would have to be medicines and medicine.
We certainly like to see the way the program spirals throughout the year within a grade level. The spiraling between grade levels is really neat. The fact that kids are going to see something in first grade and third grade and fifth grade, it's just going to reinforce their love for learning it.
Lots of times the bell will ring and they want to continue. Just let us finish, give us 5 more minutes. When you have an English language arts curriculum that compete with recess, that's a huge deal.
Yeah, it goes by very quickly because a lot of people say that time flies whenever you're having fun. And I'm having a lot of fun, so time flies real fast.
I think what's making me most proud as the principal is that it's giving the teachers the tools that they need to be effective in the classroom. But at the same time, it doesn't take away their opportunity to keep teaching an art.
I had spent 12 hours a day trying to come up with curriculum, and the Amplify has all these pieces already there for you.
Are you ready to do some chaining?
That allowed me to focus in on all the fun stuff.
Excellent use of text evidence. I love it.
I would highly recommend this program to any school, just being that you see the building of the confidence within kids. It meets the needs of the socioeconomically disadvantaged kids. It meets the needs of EL kids. It meets the needs of all kids.
When you're doing something new and it's effective, then that's why you changed.
It's been the best year that I've ever done because of CKLA. This class is awesome.
My name is Colleen Packett. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction in Gurnee District 56. I have been with this district for over 15 years, and my career in education is well over 30 years, and I've spent time as a primary grade teacher in both first and third grade. I was a principal for 16 years, and I've been in this position for 10 years. So I have a lot of experience with primary age children. Gurnee District 56 is a district of about 2,200 students, grades kindergarten through 8th grade. It's a very diverse school district in that we are a minority-majority district, so we have less than 30% Caucasian, just under 40% Hispanic, 20% or so African American, and a mixture of all sorts of other children in the remainder. Our income levels vary from high income to low income, and so this is a great district in that it really represents our world. We were looking for something different, and in our process of searching out and reviewing programs, we started with the traditional companies that you look at, and we realized it's exactly what they always put out for you. So we started looking at smaller publishers that you really didn't think about for reading series traditionally, and we came across Super Kids. And through my just quick look at it, I thought, you know what, this looks a little bit different, but it also looks like something my teachers would gravitate towards. Super Kids is a kindergarten through 2nd grade program, and we had to make the decision that we were going to adopt something that would stop at 2nd grade. Past practice is always to pick something that goes kindergarten through 5th grade. And we had to say, you know what, why? Why do we have to do that? Why not pick something that we think is really going to boost that foundational level, that core set of skills kids need at kindergarten through 2nd grade, and step outside the box and not pick a K-5 series? There were initially some concerns that it might be a little tough for our kids, but you don't get growth unless you push them a little bit harder. You know, the turtle doesn't get very far if you don't put your neck out. And so we put our neck out and we said we're going to give it a try. And it has been everything we wanted it to be plus more. When you have enthusiastic teachers teaching a program that they love, you get better results in the classroom just by that. The buy-in alone and the excitement from the teachers shows up in the learning in the classroom as well. The decision to adopt Super Kids has left us with a lot of aha moments. One of the most important things for us was because it was different, we had some people that were reticent because it was change and it wasn't necessarily approaching the teaching of reading in the ways that they were used to. And so we went into it with the agreement that we would teach this program with fidelity, because we can't evaluate the effectiveness of a program if you don't do it the way they want you to do it. At the end of the year, people found out, first of all, it worked. We had terrific end-of-year results on our performance tests. I have a school building who had kindergartners. 90% of the kindergartners had met or exceeded their goal for that year, which was unprecedented growth. With those teachers that have had the opportunity to loop, so they have students that had a year of Super Kids in, let's say, second grade, and now they're working with them in third grade. They've come to them with a much broader, deeper toolbox when it comes to reading and language arts. And they attribute that entirely to the work of Super Kids. With Super Kids adoption, there was skepticism because it was different. And midway through the first quarter, teachers started to get really excited because they started to see all of the rich materials and the content and the skills that were embedded in there. Super Kids is obviously been developed by educators who are in the classrooms recently. They know what's going on, and it's in the program. We've had a lot of positive feedback from parents because the kids are excited about the Super Kids. They think those kids are real, and they think they're in a classroom. They just don't happen to be in their classroom. When the kids are excited about it, they go home and talk to mom and dad. It really keeps that feedback loop and enhances it and gives conversation points for at home at the table. With regards to students who bring different characteristics to the learning table, students with second language learners, students with special needs, all of those students are participating in Super Kid. They are right in there with everybody else, and the program's working for all of them. One of the best things and smartest things we did, along with the adoption of the Super Kids program, is to make sure we included extended professional development from the Super Kids providers themselves. Super Kids has it all there. It has the reading, it has the writing, it has the handwriting. It has all of the pieces that our teachers had been spending their own time trying to fit together in one spot. The adoption of the Super Kids program was probably, in 10 years, one of the best decisions that we made as a district. You can't get a better payoff than what we're experiencing right now with Super Kids.
Wow, we knew teachers wanted the knowledge, but we really didn't understand the enormity of how much they craved it and how hungry they were for it.
A lot of it's not knowing what to do. So if I don't know what to do and how to fix this problem, when I have a child in front of me, I'm going to do more of the same. That assumption piece that I'll just pick it up if I just keep trying hard enough, it's part of the problem in education with reading. So how do you change if you don't know what to change to? But what was missing is this whole world of research that's 40 plus years old, but some of it's not even allowed to be studied again because it's proven over time. This is in fact how the brain learns to read. The problem is the fact that it's there, but is it siphoning its way to the different schools of education, schools of psychology, leadership, all of these silos within the educational system as a whole, are they getting access to this information?
It's a bizarre thing that I still cannot wrap my head around as to why the people who have made these discoveries have not been able to transform that into practice. Evidence-based and evidence-aligned instruction is instruction that is based on or aligned with what the science of reading has found to be simply most beneficial, most effective for the most students.
It's a hands-on type approach. It's not just worksheets. We know that we need more phonological awareness and we need all of these other components, but it needs to be tailored at a point where it's explicit and systematic. None of it's left to chance.
Districts, policies, standards. How was I, as one person, ever going to be able to impact that? I just had the idea that, wait, if we gather people who have knowledge and expertise in multiple areas, kind of that network, I think that's what creates a successful social movement.
So we came together and realized that we have really lived experiences and we don't don't just walk the walk, we can talk the talk.
I mean, reading is not just getting the words off the page, it's understanding those words, writing those words, spelling those words. I mean, this is a giant enterprise. It affects your entire lifespan, and it really is the prominent way of getting all the other knowledge you're going to get. There is a lot of social, emotional, psychological capital that these kids are spending that they don't have. I mean, they're broke on it. So we can fill those pockets back up through literacy and reading. It's really important to start first with knowledge, and the first people who get that knowledge are the decision makers, the administrators.
While we focus on teacher knowledge and teacher understanding, we also recognize that it's the system at large with parents and boards of education and school psychology and administration. It's policy. It's all of these other things that have something to do with how do I help the child best learn to read. You have to disrupt systems in order to analyze and review and look at things and then put things back together in a manner that's kind and considerate of those within the system.
A little over 4 years later, we're in a really different place. We have a huge volunteer force, team of expert reading coaches that are working in schools, chapters in 3 states with dozens of other states interested in starting chapters. It's just been a dream that's making more dreams every day. Eventually, it's going to make a huge dent in low literacy. I think that's not a wish, that's just going to be the truth. Every child deserves that chance to participate in society and not feel like they're behind some glass looking into what everyone else has access to. There's a lot of work to be done, and we're ready to roll up our sleeves and do it.
Hi, I'm Carla O'Brien. And my name is Beth Allen. Together, we are the owners of the SLANT System for Structured Language Training. I have served as a public school teacher for over 20 years, as a kindergarten and first grade classroom teacher, as well as an elementary school reading specialist. Throughout my career, I have had experience working with a variety of students as a special education teacher and school administrator. Several years ago, we attended the SLANT introductory course and then continued on to SLANT certification. SLANT helped us to learn the most effective methods to teach reading to all children. It was through SLANT structured literacy training that we were able to deliver lessons based on the science behind reading with utmost confidence, but most importantly, our students made incredible growth in a very short amount of time. As the leaders of SLANT System for Structured Language Training, our mission is to empower teachers all over the world to engage all learners. SLANT was born over 25 years ago by a teacher who realized that her students with dyslexia needed better instruction. The SLANT system is an Orton-Gillingham, multi-sensory, explicit, sequential, and systematic method of teaching reading. The S in SLANT is for structured. LAN is abbreviated for language, and T is for training. Structured language training is structured literacy. Over the last 20 years, thousands of teachers have been certified in the SLANT system, reaching tens of thousands of students across the country. A teacher certified in SLANT can positively affect the course of a student's life through literacy. SLANT's method of instruction has been supported by decades of research and evidence, proven to be effective for all readers, especially our struggling readers, those with dyslexia, as well as our English language learners. SLANT materials are aligned to its unique scope and sequence. 7 stage books were created to be 100% decodable for students, giving them the opportunity to practice applying their skills immediately, leaving students to feel confident and empowered to be successful readers. One of SLANT's guiding principles is assume nothing, teach everything. This reminds teachers to provide instruction explicitly and to never assume a student has knowledge of skills. We use an I do, we do, you do approach to instruction. Our content is systematic, sequential, and cumulative. The program gradually introduces the different syllable types so that by the end of the teaching sequence, students are familiar with the 7 syllables, the syllable division rules, the identification of prefixes, bases, and suffixes,
and the spelling rules regarding the addition of suffixes to base words. Every lesson includes contextual reading as well as spelling dictations. The slant materials all include passages with decodable text. Comprehension is stressed along with decoding accuracy. A variety of graphic organizers for reading comprehension are presented throughout the teaching sequence, and teachers learn how to use these with the reading passages within the program or with any appropriate text. Written expression strategies ranging from writing a complete simple sentence to sentence expansion to paragraph writing to report writing are also taught during the teacher's training year. Multisensory instruction is integral to SLANT training. We follow the classic multisensory triangle using visual, auditory, and tactile kinesthetic pathways for instruction and retrieval. Students are continually practicing encoding and decoding throughout the lesson components.
Training in the SLANT system begins with an introductory course held over multiple days with direct, intensive professional development that can be put into practice immediately. During the introductory course, we discuss brain development of typical and struggling readers, specifically those with dyslexia. Teachers learn how to use the teaching sequence to plan and deliver their lessons. SLANT as a structured literacy method is a very individualized diagnostic approach to teaching reading. SLANT is not a scripted program. Following the introductory course, many teachers continue on through our one-on-one supervised practicum for SLANT certification. Teachers gain a much deeper understanding of English language structure, including morphology, written expression, spelling, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, fluency, orthographic mapping, and comprehension. In addition to seminars provided throughout the school year, each teacher receives 5 observations from a SLANT coach who offers ongoing support of implementation of the SLANT system within your school or private practice. What is unique to our training is that materials are available to immediately begin implementing SLANT instruction. Teachers appreciate that all materials have been created for them and that they match the SLANT scope and sequence. Our training is directly correlated to the International Dyslexia Association's Knowledge and Practice Standards. Upon completion of practicum, teachers will have the knowledge necessary to pass the Knowledge and Practice Examination for Effective Reading Instruction, also known as the K-Period, which measures an educator's knowledge of the principles and practices of structured literacy. Even though SLANT was originally developed for students with dyslexia, we know explicit, systematic, structured literacy is best practice for all students. When evidence-based techniques are combined with high-quality professional development, success for students will be celebrated.
So please, join us for our next SLANT system professional development, and you will walk away feeling empowered as a teacher of reading that is able to engage all students, giving them the greatest gift of their lifetime, literacy.
Hi there, my name is Beth Camato. I'm a teacher. I've taught for 22 years. The last 14 of them have been as a reading specialist in a K-6 elementary building. I worked with a first grader this year using SLANT, who at the beginning of the year did not have full mastery of letter names and sounds yet. She flourished this year. It was so fun to see. So by the end of the year, she was reading and blending short CVC words and words with blends like piece of cake, and her confidence soared. And the main victory, I think, was that by the end of first grade, she really thought of herself as a reader. The introductory SLANT course was for me a total game changer in the way that I approached reading instruction with my kiddos. I feel like I hadn't learned anything like this when I got my master's in literacy. And so after the intro course, I came back to my building and I wanted to tell everyone overall what I learned in how to remediate, not just how to remediate students who have reading struggles and dyslexia, but I also learned what red flags to look for, what questions to ask, what assessments to give. It helped me become, I guess, more empowered to know exactly what to do when I had a kiddo in front of me. It just gave me more confidence to know which direction I should go in. I guess one of the main things that was helpful was having that practicum once a month where I could have a safe space to ask questions and say, hey, this came up, or what do you do when you get to this word, or is there a rule for this? Spoiler alert, there's always a rule. And so you just need to learn what they are and help empower kids with those strategies and stuff, and so that they know what to do too. So going through that SLANT practicum was amazing for me because it was not a one and done. I guess the cherry on top for all of my SLANT experience was having a coach, not just because my coach was fabulous, because she was, but it was truly like, the best way I can think of to describe it is like having a personal trainer, except for teaching. It was somebody who could sit with me and with my students and show us exactly what we needed when we needed it. And so I knew that if I ever had questions, or if I got stuck, or even if I'm looking at a set of test scores, I'm like, what does this mean? Like, where do I go next from here? She was always there to be able to guide me. It is, as I said, a total game changer. It's the most valuable professional development I've received in my 22-year career, and it has forever changed my instruction for the better. I truly do feel that. I feel confident knowing that each aspect of all of my SLANT lessons are grounded in scientific research. So they get more confident, and then I get more confident that, man, what I'm doing is really working, and this is so exciting. I love that this is backed, and I'm confident, and that I know where to turn if I do have questions, or if I do get stuck on something. I know that my SLANT coach is always there for me, and I know a million new resources that I hadn't been aware of before. So highly recommend, if you have the opportunity, go get SLANT trained.
The curriculums we had in place before we got CKLA were basically kind of scattered.
I think we were just not meeting the needs of the kids. I think teachers felt frustrated within the classroom, always trying to supplement material.
We also really thought it was important to have something that continued to spiral throughout the year. Instead of teaching things in isolation, it's teaching a lot of different concepts at the same time.
And when we came across CKLA, it wasn't presented with a big sales pitch. There weren't a lot of bells and whistles. It was just pretty straightforward. Here's a program that can address, foundational skills. It's got a content knowledge, and it's going to work for your EL students as well.
I think the bottom line is, after all the years of seeing language arts programs that are very similar, this has been a huge change. Their support in helping us out in training our teachers and making sure that the curriculum was used appropriately was just second to none.
I was really doubtful in the beginning.
As a teacher, it was terrifying. I thought, how is this going to work? They say that it will. I can see that it might, but I'm not sure.
I felt like we underestimated our kids. Amplify does hold a lot of rigor. And we, for a second, when we started this program, we felt the kids were not going to be able to meet those expectations. And they have. They surpassed it, and we are seeing tremendous amounts of growth.
They are reading things that typically we wouldn't be reading this early in the year.
Very good. The sound is ow. Everyone say ow. Ow. The introduction of the sounds follows a very different sequence than any other program I've used in the past. The kids seem to be picking it up more quickly.
Once a man went up.
Major differences that I am seeing are the ability of my students to communicate to each other.
Hello, fellow classmates. I'm up here today to talk about the invention of the clock.
The inclusion of the knowledge piece is so important, and I think that's the one thing that we're really finding the payoff. Kids are reading about something and they're responding, and the responses that they're writing are head and shoulders above where they were before.
My favorite part is the knowledge piece because of the storytelling, because of the interest.
Later, Montezuma and his chief advisors met together. See the strangers?
Yeah.
I like that the kids are learning things that I wouldn't have thought to teach to a first grader.
We're also going to hear this word today.
Retreat.
This is the word retreat.
Core knowledge, it helped bring the learning alive in learning the language components. It wasn't just rote skills of grammar or vocabulary. It was actually tied to something that was, worldly, meant something in their lives.
What is a pitch? Alan.
a bad pitch. If a good pitch is like many facts, well organized, informative.
They're learning about lords and serfs, and they were comparing and contrasting without even knowing that they were comparing and contrasting.
What I like about CKLA is that we get to learn about all the inventors and do research on them. It's basically science and experiments and history all in one bundle. It's really cool. It's a lot more fun this year with CKLA.
Okay, guys, welcome back to today's episode of Eureka!
As a teacher, I have learned a lot from CKLA. There are times when I'm looking at a lesson and I will kind of look and think, that's amazing. The way that they were able to teach that specific skill in many ways was ingenious. The map that they have is unparalleled. So is there a specific subtitle that would have that information?
Yeah.
Which one?
It would have to be Essence and Mercy.
We certainly like to see the way the program spirals throughout the year within a grade level. The spiraling between grade levels is really neat. The fact that kids are going to see something in first grade and third grade and fifth grade, it's just going to reinforce their love for learning it.
Lots of times the bell will ring and they want to continue. Just let us finish, give us 5 more minutes. When you have an English language arts curriculum that compete with recess, that's a huge deal.
Yeah, it goes by very quickly because a lot of people say that whenever that time flies whenever you're having fun. And I'm having a lot of fun, so time flies real fast.
I think what's making me most proud as the principal is that it's giving the teachers the tools that they need to be effective in the classroom. But at the same time, it doesn't take away their opportunity to keep teaching an art.
I had spent 12 hours a day trying to come up with curriculum, and the Amplify has all these pieces already there for you. Are you ready to do some chaining?
That allowed me to focus in on all the fun stuff.
Excellent use of text evidence. I love it.
I would highly recommend this program to any school, just being that you see the building of the confidence within kids. It meets the needs of the socioeconomically disadvantaged kids. It meets the needs of EL kids. It meets the needs of all kids.
When you're doing something new and it's effective, then that's why you change.
It's been the best year that I've ever done because of CKLA. This class is awesome.
My name is Colleen Packett. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction in Gurnee District 56. I have been with this district for over 15 years, and my career in education is well over 30 years, and I've spent time as a primary grade teacher in both first and third grade. I was a principal for 16 years, and I've been in this position for 10 years. So I have a lot of experience with primary age children. Gurnee District 56 is a district of about 2,200 students, grades kindergarten through 8th grade. It's a very diverse school district in that we are a minority-majority district, so we have less than 30% Caucasian, just under 40% Hispanic, 20% or so African American, and a mixture of all sorts of other children in the remainder. Our income levels vary from high income to low income, and so this is a great district in that it really represents our world. We were looking for something different, and in our process of searching out and reviewing programs, we started with the traditional companies that you look at, and we realized it's exactly what they always put out for you. So we started looking at smaller publishers that you really didn't think about for reading series traditionally, and we came across Super Kids. And through my just quick look at it, I thought, you know what, this looks a little bit different, but it also looks like something my teachers would gravitate towards. Super Kids is a kindergarten through 2nd grade program, and we had to make the decision that we were going to adopt something that would stop at 2nd grade. Past practice is always to pick something that goes kindergarten through 5th grade. And we had to say, you know what, why? Why do we have to do that? Why not pick something that we think is really going to boost that foundational level, that core set of skills kids need at kindergarten through 2nd grade, and step outside the box and not pick a K-5 series? There were initially some concerns that it might be a little tough for our kids, but you don't get growth unless you push them a little bit harder. You know, the turtle doesn't get very far if you don't put your neck out. And so we put our neck out and we said, we're going to give it a try. And it has been everything we wanted it to be, plus more. When you have enthusiastic teachers teaching a program that they love, you get better results in the classroom just by that. The buy-in alone and the excitement from the teachers shows up in the learning in the classroom as well. The decision to adopt Super Kids has left us with a lot of aha moments. One of the most important things for us was because it was different, we had some people that were reticent because it was change and it wasn't necessarily approaching the teaching of reading in the ways that they were used to. And so we went into it with the agreement that we would teach this program with fidelity, because we can't evaluate the effectiveness of a program if you don't do it the way they want you to do it. At the end of the year, people found out, first of all, it worked. We had terrific end of year results on our performance tests. I have a school building who had kindergartners. 90% of the kindergartners had met or exceeded their goal for that year, which was unprecedented growth. With those teachers that have had the opportunity to loop, so they have students that had a year of Super Kids in, let's say, second grade, and now they're working with them in third grade. They've come to them with a much broader, deeper toolbox when it comes to reading and language arts. And they attribute that entirely to the work of Super Kids. With Super Kids adoption, there was skepticism because it was different. And midway through the first quarter, teachers started to get really excited because they started to see all of the rich materials and the content and the skills that were embedded in there. Super Kids is obviously been developed by educators who are in the classrooms recently. They know what's going on and it's in the program. We've had a lot of positive feedback from parents because the kids are excited about the Super Kids. They think those kids are real and they think they're in a classroom. They just don't happen to be in their classroom. When the kids are excited about it, they go home and talk to mom and dad. It really keeps that feedback loop and enhances it and gives conversation points for at home at the table. With regards to students who bring different characteristics to the learning table, students with second language learners, students with special needs, all of those students are participating in Super Kid. They are right in there with everybody else and the program's working for all of them. One of the best things and smartest things we did along with the adoption of the Super Kids program is to make sure we included extended professional development from the Super Kids providers themselves. Super Kids has it all there. It has the reading, it has the writing, it has the handwriting. It has all of the pieces that our teachers had been spending their own time trying to fit together in one spot. The adoption of the Super Kids program was probably, in 10 years, one of the best decisions that we made as a district. You can't get a better payoff than what we're experiencing right now with Super Kids.
Our afternoon sessions will start in just a moment. We begin with Nell Duke from the University
If we're
of
going to
Michigan,
stay on schedule,
followed by Lakeisha Johnson from Florida State University. And then we wrap up our day with an inspirational message from Angie Hanlon, the superintendent of the Thorpe, Wisconsin School District. Don't forget to check the chat near the end of the afternoon for a link to our evaluation form, which in turn will give you the opportunity to request a certificate of attendance. In a couple of days, we'll be sending out a link to the recording for today's sessions.
So we can get on with our presentations. If we can move back to our seats fairly quickly here. I hope everybody had a chance to enjoy their lunch, partake of the dessert, have conversations with the people at the table with you. Welcome to our series of afternoon speakers. Leading us off this afternoon is Professor Nell Duke. Professor Duke is a professor in literacy, language, and culture, also in the combined program in education and psychology at the University of Michigan. But I know from sitting with her and reading her bio and talking with her, she's stepping away from that and moving into service as executive director at the Center for Early Literacy Success. She's passionate about her work in underprivileged schools and less resourced communities. And I know she's going to talk to us today about things beyond what we've talked about this morning. Sometimes the science of reading is criticized for being, or misunderstood as being just about phonics or just about phonemic awareness, just about this little more narrow part of reading. And I believe Dr. Duke is going to talk to us about some other things. Without further ado, let me introduce Nell Duke.
Okay, hi everybody. It's a little dangerous to put a boring researcher right after lunch when you're feeling a little tired, but I do have some jokes. They're all literacy jokes because it's like the only thing I know, but I'll try to work those in at points. So I'm going to talk today about indispensable early literacy instruction. My plan is to first say a little bit about terminology, what I mean by indispensable and early and literacy. And then I'm going to talk about 7 indispensable practices that really run a gamut from different aspects of literacy, as sort of suggested. And of course, it's not that there are only 7 indispensable practices in literacy. I'm just offering 7 because that's what I have time for. And so be aware of that. And then at the very end of the presentation, I'm going to show a sample daily schedule from a kindergarten classroom just to show like how you might be able to fit each of these 7 practices into the flow of a classroom day. So that's the plan. And I am a big fan of turn and talks and table talks, so be aware that throughout I'll be giving you a chance to talk to each other about what you're hearing and processing. Okay, so for the purposes of this presentation, early is pre-K to grade 2 is what I'm focused on. So I am including preschool in some of what I talk about today, and even if you're not a preschool teacher, I'm sure you're a leader to others in your community, or could be, who do preschool work. And not every practice I talk about is appropriate at every phase. For example, I talk about a reading fluency building practice that's clearly inappropriate for preschoolers. So just be aware of that. For me, I'm using the term literacy in a narrower sense to just mean reading and writing. I know you know that it can get used very broadly, but not for me today. And when I talk about reading, I want to be very clear that I don't only mean reading words, although that's crucial. I also mean being able to read words fluently, and I also mean being able to understand what those words mean, and I also mean being able to do something with those words, or what I call comprehension, like being able to read a text and follow the directions the text is giving you, or to be able to read a text and get information about science or social studies from it. So all of that, when I say reading, is included in what I'm talking about. So on your screen is the first page of a text from the National Assessment of Educational Progress 4th grade reading test. This is a released item. So after they've used the items on the assessment, they release some of them. Here's a released one. So this is a passage about great white sharks. And I just want you to, I don't expect you to be able to read it. I just want you to get a sense of the length of it. And there's a real photograph there. And then you can see some additional informational text features that we will commonly find in informational text and that are in this released passage from the 4th grade NAEP reading test. Now I'm going to show you 2 items that were asked on the NAEP test after kids read this article. And these are considered what NAEP calls medium difficulty items. So not their hardest items, not their easiest items, kind of in between. So one of the items was, according to the article, why has it been difficult to keep the sharks in captivity? I'm sorry, it's so hard to read from here. What does that say? White sharks? Anyway, so you can see it's a multiple choice question. And what I'd like you to do is turn it and talk to a partner at your table about what are all the things a child would need to know and be able to do to answer this question successfully. So go ahead and talk about all the things that are entailed there. Okay, if you could wrap up your conversations. So right away, and I was able to overhear a little bit, right, they have to be able to read the words. They have to be able to read the words in the question. They have to be able to read the words in that whole passage, or they have really no hope, you know, unless they just guess well, of getting this right. So they've got to be able to read the words. They've got to be able to do them at a pretty decent clip, right? Can't be super slow. They've got to understand what the words mean, and like captivity, 4th grade, tough word, right? Not all 4th graders are going to know the word captivity, so there's an issue there in terms of vocabulary. There's a variety of sort of thinking processes that you have to do. There's some memory demands, right? Unless you're going to reread the whole passage once you've read the question. So there's a lot there. Here's a second question from NAEP, a 4th grade reading test that is also medium difficulty. So go ahead and read this one. And when this is scored by NAEP, what they're looking for is they score it based on like citing textual evidence, right? A little bit about what Wiley was talking about in his presentation. So again, turn and talk. Anything else kids need to know to be able to do this one? Okay, and if you could wrap up your conversations, please. So I'm guessing you added some things, like they need to be able to write. And that's a question I get a lot from people. Wait, there's writing on the NAEP reading test? Yes. When you hear those NAEP reading test scores being shared in the media, you're hearing scores that are based on items like these. So items that include writing. So there's quite a lot that goes into this. So when we hear every few years the dismal results on NAEP, when we hear that 1/3 of US students are proficient on NAEP, what we're talking about is that 2/3 of kids couldn't answer questions like these. And there are a lot of reasons that you could not answer questions like these well, right? It could be you can't read the words, and that's a big problem. It could be you don't have the vocabulary and content knowledge that's going to get you through. It could be a stamina issue. You know, you could get through it, but not, you know, in one sitting, the way that the test is designed, right? And it could be that there's some pretty significant language comprehension issues that are a challenge. And I'm not even listed everything, but those are at least 4 possibilities. And of course, those of you in the room, and I think there are some of you who are clinicians, you know that it's often not that clean, right? It's often the case that the child in front of you has 2 or 3 reasons that these kinds of things are difficult for them and not just one. So I share all of this in order to just underscore that the reason I'm using the term reading in this broad sense is because I really am trying to capture all these different things that children need to know and be able to do. And over the course of the 7 indispensable practices, you're going to see several of those being addressed in different practices. So the last thing I want to talk about briefly is indispensable, and where did I, why is that the word that I chose? In this case, I'm just using indispensable to mean that in a number of studies, this has been shown to be more effective than an alternative. So if it keeps showing up as something that moves the needle for kids in reading, that's been what has led me to say indispensable. And I think you all know, but especially because we had, Dr. Dykstra this morning was really talking to us about science and understanding science. I'm glad to just take a minute to reinforce what is a randomized controlled trial. So that's when we have, in education at least, usually what a randomized controlled trial means is that we take classrooms of kids or groups of kids within many classrooms, and we truly use a random number table to determine which group they're going to be in. And that's done, usually across a pretty large sample, so a bunch of classrooms. So we randomly assign them. And then we try to keep everything exactly the same across the two groups, except the one thing we're trying to test the impact of. Okay, so I'm going to use an example that builds on the what Dr. Dykstra brought up this morning about should you teach alphabet letter names and sounds or just alphabet sounds? And you might remember he talked about people bringing out knives and having this conversation, and that's also been my experience. This is a heated one, right? So, you could debate that ideologically forever, or you could look and see what research finds, and there is a study, a randomized study, in which most of what children were experiencing in their preschool instruction was the same across the two groups. But in one group, they taught only the letter sounds. They didn't teach the letter names at all. In the other group, they taught the letter names and the sounds. And so then they compared how the kids did in the relatively long term. And what they found, which probably won't surprise you, I don't know, is that the letter names and sounds group did better. That even though letter names are confusing and misnamed in English for a whole bunch of reasons, and if I ran the world, I would rename all the alphabet letters to something that made much more sense. But even with those eccentricities, it seems that it's helpful to children to have a label that we put on letters when we are learning them. So that's an example of a randomized controlled trial. So when I'm saying indispensable today, I'm sharing practices or principles that have come from practices that have been tested over time in causally designed studies like randomized controlled trials. Okay, you can ignore that. Okay, so now I'm going to get into the practices. And the first one, we had to submit these slide decks before we heard what everyone else was going to say, which is hard because honestly I would love to have given a whole talk just building on what my colleagues said this morning, but you can't do that if you submit your slides ahead of time. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is spelling, and you've already really heard the very important points from Wiley Blevins about the imbalance that we see in so many places where there's not as much attention to spelling as to word reading. So you've sort of already gotten a preview of this. But my first indispensable practice is spelling instruction. And oh, sorry, I forgot to say that even though I made these slides ahead of time, I knew that you probably would have already heard a bunch of indispensable practices, and I was right. So add those into the mix. I actually I love, as some of you know, I love talking about multiple criteria texts that include decodability, but I figured Wiley would probably cover that ground, so I didn't put it in there. So anyway, so you heard about a bunch of indispensable practices. Now I'm going to go to some other indispensable practices, and the first one is spelling. If you could just take a moment to read the quotation at the top of that slide. I think you can all see it. So what this tells us, and this is from a meta-analysis, which you know is like a quantitative study of studies, like the results of a bunch of studies become the data for this bigger study. What you see here is that in general, when we intervene and we only work on word reading and we leave spelling out of our intervention, it doesn't work as well as when we include spelling, right? So it's one of the reasons that including spelling is so important. And those of you, which I think is many of you who are out there in schools and districts, you are probably seeing examples of imbalances. and places where there is more need to infuse more spelling. It doesn't mean it has to be a whole separate thing. It just means that in the context of our phonics instruction, we're incorporating attention to spelling. Okay, so how would you do that? One of the really popular ways of doing this in states that I work in a lot, including Michigan, is called rainbow writing. And just out of curiosity, how many of you, is this like a thing in Wisconsin? Will you raise your hand if rainbow writing is something that you're familiar? Yeah, okay. So I think this is maybe a nationally interesting kind of approach to folks. So there was a study that compared rainbow writing, and for those of you who didn't raise your hands, rainbow writing is basically where you have kids write the same word several times in different colors, like in the order of the rainbow, or the kids can sometimes pick the colors. And people who believe in rainbow writing often say, kids really like it, and they also say it's multisensory, and they think it's multisensory because there's the physical act of the writing, and then there's the colors and picking the colors and so forth. Okay, so this study compared rainbow writing for teaching spelling versus retrieval practice. And retrieval practice, some of you might be familiar with that term from cognitive science. You read it quite a bit actually in like college level teaching as well. It's just a way of studying that you could apply to anything, to physics, to whatever. But in this case, retrieval practice specifically means that the teacher would read words to the children, they would try to spell those words, and then the kids would get the right answers would be written on the board, they'd look at their answers and mark them correct or incorrect based on the spellings that have been given on the board. Okay, so who did better in this study? I'll show you the image I used when I tweeted about the study. So pretty much rainbow writing didn't work as well. And I think that's probably not a surprising finding to many of you, because rainbow writing is more on the continuum toward the idea that reading and spelling are a memorization task, and less on the side of the continuum that it's really a phonological encoding and decoding task, right? And so you can kind of, see why this would have turned out the way it did. Okay, so when I tweeted about this and Facebook posted about this, I got a number of people responded with, yes, agree, I don't like rainbow writing. We use look, say, cover, write. So that got me curious about look, say, cover, write. And happily, there's a study on look, say, cover, write. So in this study, they compared look, say, cover, write, check, fix. It maybe you know it as that longer. I wasn't trained with the check fix part, but that makes sense. So there's this look, say, cover, write idea, and you basically, have kids look at the word that as it's spelled correctly, then cover it up, then try to remember the spelling, write it, check it, and so forth. Okay. And they compared that to teaching kids statistically likely spelling patterns. And I really love that wording, statistically likely spelling patterns, because that's exactly what it is. So just statistically likely. It doesn't mean it's always going to happen. It just means that most of the time, or many times, this is how it works. And they taught, some syllable breaking, doubling rules, some of the kinds of things that you could imagine teaching in your spelling instruction. So who won this? I'm going to let you predict. And I should say, and this relates to a point that Dr. Dykstra made this morning as well, that both groups grew. Oh no, sorry, that was Dr. Blevins who said, Wiley Blevins who said, that that's often the case that both groups do better. It's just what's more efficient. So what was more efficient in this case was the phonological spelling strategies. So both grew. But it just is faster if you just teach these specific phonological and, in this case, orthographic spelling patterns. So there is a little bit of information about how to and how not to engage in the indispensable practice of spelling instruction. Before we move on to indispensable practice 2, I'm just going to give you a couple minutes to react at your table to that one. Okay, if you could wrap up your conversations. Yes, absolutely. And I want to say for everybody, you know, if you used to do rainbow writing and you're like sitting there feeling guilty, don't. We learned about that this morning, right? We know better, we do better. Over time, you know, we grow as educators, and I can't tell you the number of things that I did years ago that I'm like, what? But, you know, you grow. So, so there we go. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is interactive writing. And let me preface this by saying I got an email from someone, I think it was in Kansas, who said they're doing interactive writing, or that they had been doing interactive writing in their district, and the superintendent has declared that interactive writing is not science of reading, and therefore they have to stop. So because for me, science of reading means an accumulation of a body of knowledge that's derived from scientific research studies, the question that you'd want to ask of interactive writing is, does it have research support in scientific research studies? And the answer is that it does. And one of the things I think is really interesting about interactive writing is that it has research support in preschool, kindergarten, and first grade. And there aren't that many techniques like that where you see that technique can really flow through those periods. Now, to be very clear, if you just did interactive writing and you didn't do any explicit systematic phonics and spelling instruction, that would be very bad. But that doesn't mean that you don't do interactive writing. So let me say a little bit more about what I mean, because another thing about interactive writing is that it's one of those labels that gets tossed around, sometimes things that are not well aligned with research. So what you see on your screen is an example of interactive writing, and what it is it's something that's done small group or whole group, usually small group, or the studies at least have been small group for preschool. And what happens is that the message that that piece of writing is going to have is negotiated between the kids and the teacher, and the teacher is actually the lead writer. So, you know, you could almost call it modeled writing, but not quite, but the teacher is the lead writer, and then the children are contributing to the writing, and they're contributing ideas and vocabulary, and they're also contributing to the physical act of writing. So if you look at the example on the screen, I think you'll be able to see, for example, that the preschoolers wrote the first letter of each of the 3 steps. So they listened for what's the first sound we hear in cut, and then they wrote a letter to represent that first sound. So that's what I mean by children contributing to the writing. And when you do interactive writing with kids, it gives you a chance to do some explicit teaching. You can explicitly teach about print concepts. In this case, you could explicitly teach about how-to or procedural text, because that's the kind of text that was. These were preschoolers who were writing directions for another class on how to make a toy that they had made. But it's also an opportunity to explicitly teach about listening for the first sound in words, or breaking a word into parts, segmenting the word to write it. It's a chance to model writing and to give kids a chance to apply what they're learning. So on the next slide, I'm going to show you another piece of interactive writing, and we've highlighted in yellow the parts that the children wrote, because you can't always tell, okay? And what I'd like you to do at your table is try to figure out in the phonics scope and sequence, or the phonemic awareness scope and sequence, I don't give it away, or the spelling scope and sequence, let's make it broader. What do you think the teacher was working on at the point where that interactive writing was done? So here it is, and see if you can figure out at your table what the teacher was working on with the kids. So hopefully you're figuring that this teacher was probably working on initial and final sounds, trying to help the kids just listen for those initial sounds in words and the final sounds in words. That was the big focus here. I happen to know there was also a little attention to short A, so that's where you see the A in thank. Just a little opportunity there. And this is a teacher who had taught the, so you can see they also worked on the. So interactive writing, where you would just sort of randomly choose what kids are going to write, or what parts unsystematic about it, that's a problem. Interactive writing, where you sync it up with your phonics scope and sequence, or your spelling scope and sequence, and your print concept scope and sequence, and so on, that's where you have an opportunity to give children a chance to apply what they've been learning in actual writing. So I'm going to give you a chance to react to that at your tables for a minute or two. Okay, if you could wrap up your conversations. One of the things that I think is really valuable about interactive writing that I want to make a point about is that it's an opportunity for children to start to feel like writers and to experience the act of writing before they're going to be able to write much beyond, say, consonant, vowel, consonant words on their own, if that. So that's a real benefit in my mind. And some of you are in schools where kids are seeing people write all day long at home, and so they've seen a lot of writing and they're familiar with writing. And so maybe this technique doesn't feel as pressing. But for kids who come to school from homes where there's not a lot of writing going on or any, this is a chance for them to see what is all the fuss about, for them to start to see how writing can communicate, in this case, to the school nurse. All right, the next practice I'm going to talk about is read aloud, and I am really grateful that some groundwork was already laid about read aloud this morning, that Dr. Dykstra said read aloud is an important instructional practice, not for the reasons that sometimes people think, but in terms of developing comprehension, language knowledge, content knowledge, especially vocabulary, read aloud is really powerful. So there are a bunch of different approaches to reading aloud to kids that have been tested in research and been found to move the needle on one or another thing. Probably many of you are familiar with dialogic reading. That's, and if you're not, that's a great phrase to Google later, because dialogic reading has some really nice research behind it. But today I'm going to talk about a way of reading aloud that's more modeled after the research by Becca McEwen, and it's really more focused, it's laser focused on vocabulary. So here's how this works. Before reading aloud, the teacher selects the words in the text that the teacher is going to really work on with kids, not work on from a word reading perspective, work on from a vocabulary development perspective. Or if they're using a program, hopefully the program authors have already selected those words and done so in a strategic way so that vocabulary development is progressing over time in a conceptually coherent way. But anyway, so you're going to select those words and then plan out child-friendly explanations of the words. And this is something that probably most of you in the room are really good at, but if you've ever had the chance to work with novice teachers, novice teachers often aren't so good at this, or you may have colleagues who, for whatever reason, just have never gotten good at this. But a child-friendly explanation is when you are using words in your explanation that are all words the kid knows,
right? Because it doesn't help them if you explain a word by using a bunch of other words that they don't know yet, right? And a child-friendly explanation may not be dictionary definition-like, right? It's often kind of more circuitous, may not even match the part of speech at first, but it's just to sort of get them entering into understanding the word meaning. And then you plan strategies for revisiting the words after reading, and I'm going to give you a chance to do that yourselves shortly. But so those are the three kinds of planning techniques that need to happen before the read aloud. So definitely, if you're in a school community where people are just pulling that book off the shelf and reading it aloud, that's problematic with respect to this and most effective approaches to reading aloud, because most effective approaches to reading aloud require that you plan, that really plan that read aloud. And then, well, that goes without saying. Okay, then during the read aloud, we use our point of contact explicit explanation. So that means, as you're reading along, at the moment that that word comes up, you're giving the explicit explanation of the word. Now, there are some cases, and Beck and colleagues have written this extensively. There are certain cases where you want to teach the words before you even start reading aloud. If the word is really central to the text and it's going to come up a lot, it's often worth taking that time and previewing that vocabulary before you even do the read aloud. But otherwise, you're using a point of contact approach. And a lot of times, a word in the context of a text, there are going to be clues in the text to what that word means. If a character is described as dainty, there may be a picture of a dainty character, right? So there are ways that you can use the text to support your explanation. Then you ask children to say the word aloud. And I can't stress enough how important this is, and you already know why it's important from listening to Dr. Kilpatrick, right? So you need them to encode this new vocabulary in their brains phonologically. They need a phonological representation of it. So having them say the word out loud is a helpful way to just get that, help that process along. So having children say the word is really important and useful. I don't see that very often in classrooms. Like, I'll sit through many read alouds and not have a teacher ever have the kids say a word out loud. And that is really a missed opportunity. And I know that it seems a little old school, like everyone say dainty. But sometimes, as it's been pointed out today, sometimes old school practices are actually really good practices that we shouldn't abandon just because they feel old school. And in the case of kids saying the word, that's certainly true. Then after the read aloud, and this is the part that's most often missed, after the read aloud, you're going to revisit the words that you chose. And the reason this is so important is that humans don't typically learn the meaning of a word in one shot. So if you just explain a word during read aloud and you don't come back to it, you might as well have not said anything, almost. Because what you're really relying on is that somehow in the next however many months until they completely have lost in their memory any reference to that word, that they'll encounter it about 3 more times. Because that's how we learn the meanings of words, from multiple exposures, right? So revisiting the words is so, so critical. And there are lots of ways you can revisit words. You can probably tell that I'm an infant through age 8 person from the examples I gave here. I realize those of you who work with older kids would not maybe do some of these, but you can revisit them with movement. You can revisit words by bringing things in, and so on through the list. One of the things that I find really interesting from research is down here, how much it seems to support vocabulary development when we not only think of examples of a word, but when we think of non-examples. That's interesting how our brains work that way, right? So if the word is versatile, like finding something that's not versatile is actually as powerful as finding something that's versatile. Both of those are really good. Okay, and and then even if you revisit the words after the read aloud, you want to keep them in mind. A lot of teachers I work with just keep a list of words that they're working on so that they can bring them up at another time. So here's an example. This was from during COVID when I was doing some online teaching with kindergarten and first graders, and we'd read this book, Biblioburo. And the 3 words that I had selected were grumble, sturdy, and lantern. So those are each words from the book that are significant to the meaning of the book. So how did I have the kids revisit grumble? I had them grumble. And you can see she was a good grumbler. She was excellent at the grumbling. She had the face and everything, right? So I had them revisit grumbling by grumbling. For sturdy, what I had the kids do was to go around their home and find something they thought was sturdy. And what was interesting here was the second child brought like a vase, and at first I was like, oh, this is not gonna go well, because this is not, to me, my schema for sturdy did not include a vase, but in fact, this was a very sturdy vase. It was a great example, because we could think about the difference between this vase, which has this really like strong, thick glass bottom that's wide, and a vase that would have been less sturdy. And then for lantern, what we did is I could do this because I was online, it was really easy, just did a quick Google search and shared with them. Google image searches are so great because instead of just showing them like one lantern, right, I could show them an array of lantern that gave them sort of more of a set of the boundaries of the concept and more understanding of the diversity in the concept. Back in the Stone Ages when I was teaching young children more, we didn't have there wasn't this. You didn't have a computer in the classroom and you could look up a word and show them all images, but now you can. So that's really exciting. So what I want you to do at your tables now, just to reinforce a little bit of these points, is I'm going to give you a word, and I'm going to ask you to talk about how you would revisit it after the read aloud. I'm going to give you a hard one and an easy one. Unusual and shiver. Unusual and shiver. And I got these from the first page of William Steig's book, Sylvester and the Magic Pebble. So go ahead and talk about how you'd revisit those. Okay, if you could wrap up your conversations. The fact that it's hard for you to wrap up your conversations is actually a good illustration of the fact that this is pretty fun, actually, I think. I love thinking about how I'm going to revisit words with kids. And trying to think about what's going to be most impactful for our young learners. So that's good. The next indispensable practice I'm going to talk about is morphology instruction. And much like spelling instruction, I know that I am like literally preaching to the choir here. But morphology instruction is another important technique area that should be a focus in your classrooms. What I wanted to do, there's mountains of research on the benefits of morphology instruction. What I wanted to do is actually talk about a study with preschoolers, because I think we don't often think of morphology instruction with preschoolers. And what's cool is that I didn't have the baseball example that Dr. Kilpatrick shared with you when I didn't know he was going to talk about that when I made this slide, but it fits exactly, I think, with the point there. So this was a study in which kids were randomly assigned, I believe it was random, to get morphology training, phonological training, or neither in their preschool experience. And the phonological training and the morphological training were designed very similarly. Same length of time, very similar kinds of structures and so forth. But the morphological training was at the morpheme level. This tells us, I forgot. Okay, so it was experimental, the two treatments, and quasi-experimental with the control. Okay, and they did this is for preschool especially. 30 minutes a week for 17 weeks is a lot. That's a lot. I think I would want to spread that out a little bit more, but that's how they did it in the study. And what they did is they followed the kids a long time, actually, through 6th grade, which we don't get very often in our field. Following kids that long, it's quite difficult to do. I probably should say the study was done in Norway, and I don't know that much about education in Norway, so I don't know whether that's maybe quite a bit easier to do there. And you should keep that in mind because it's a different language, obviously, than English or Spanish are two dominant languages here. Anyway, so when they were doing the morphological training, just to give you a little bit more understanding of what they were doing with these preschoolers, and I don't know Norwegian. If anyone up here does know Norwegian, please come up and save me from myself. But anyway, what you can see is that they were basically doing compound word work, and then they were also doing some work with prefixes like unhappy, and how is unhappy different from happy. So that's the kind of work that they were doing in Norwegian. But you could imagine very similar, kinds of work here with kids in English. And what we see from the results of this study is that it wasn't just phonology or phonological awareness training that was supportive for children's development, that morphological awareness training was also beneficial. And what you saw was statistically significant positive impacts at 6th grade on reading comprehension. So the kids who had this training as preschoolers were better comprehenders at 6th grade. To me, that makes all kinds of sense because we know from research that morphological awareness is related to both word reading and also to comprehension. And we know that as you move up the grades, kids are encountering a lot more Greek and Latin root-based multisyllabic words. So you could see where the effects of raising that awareness might kick in more, right? And so assuming the same is true in Norway, it makes a lot of sense. So this is certainly not the only study of morphological instruction, and if you teach 6th graders, be assured that there's still benefits there. I just thought it would be interesting to talk about a preschool study because we don't often think of those two together. Now, I do have a joke I actually have a number of morphology jokes, but the only one I was able to think of last night to share with you all was, I made this one up all by myself, and it's, what did the root word say to the suffix? Kiss my affix. Isn't that pretty funny? It's a really rare crowd that's going to laugh at that joke, and you are that crowd. So thank goodness. Thank you, Tweedle. Okay, all right. So I do want to say that, again, beyond preschool, there is benefit to this. Most of the approaches to morphology, maybe all of the approaches to morphology instruction that have been shown to be effective in research tend to involve kids in composing and decomposing words. So basically, breaking words into morphemes or putting morphemes together to make words. So it's not rocket science. I do really like this approach that Amanda Goodwin, who's a major expert in morphology instruction, and colleagues share, the PQRST approach. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but in PQRST, kids decompose the word by first looking for, is there a prefix? Then what's the queen root of that? And honestly, we usually call it a root, but queen root gets the Q in there, so I think it's okay. And then where is what is the suffix of that word? And then in total, when we put the meaning of that prefix and the meaning of that queen root and that meaning of that suffix together, what do we get? And this is a wonderful place for any of you, and I know there are some in Wisconsin for sure, any of you who are working with multilingual learners, this is a great place to bring in cognates if the language that your multilingual learners speak is related to English. So for example, if you were taking a word like miscommunicate, and kids were doing PQRST for miscommunicate, it'd be a great time if you have Spanish speakers to talk about comunicar, and how does comunicar relate to communicate, right? And in Spanish, you would say probably comunicar mal, you would do this differently, so kind of going into that, that's a really nice way to bring in cognates. Okay. Fluency building. So lots of studies show the benefits of instructional interventions designed to build fluency. Now, let me back up a minute and just say lots of things are designed to, phonological awareness work is designed to build fluency. Word reading work is designed to build fluency. It's all designed to build fluency, right? But here I'm talking about interventions where the target is fluency, if that makes sense. That's the thing that they're trying directly to work on. So there's lots of studies, and there are, frankly, a number of techniques work. So for a long time, we talked about the value of repeated reading, and there is really great research behind the value of repeated reading. But it turns out that wide reading is also very helpful for building fluency, and it turns out reader's theater is helpful for building fluency, and so on. So anyway, what I wanted to say here, obviously the meta practice that's indispensable is fluency building. But I wanted to share with you a kind of a newer approach to fluency building. Now, let me be very clear. This isn't an approach that's been extensively tested in research yet. Just a little bit of research on this particular approach yet. So this approach is not indispensable. Building fluency is indispensable. Does that distinction make sense? But I just thought you'd be interested in this newer approach. I assume there'll be some more research on it over time. It's called rock and read. And in the rock and read approach, what happens is that kids have a point of time in the day, and these are second graders, I want to say. I'm pretty sure these are second graders. Yes, second graders. I wrote it down. Good. So they practiced songs in the first day. They would listen to the song. The teacher would show the song. They would choral read the song. The songs are chosen carefully so that the lyrics make sense based on what kids have been taught to that point. You know, it's not just a random set of songs. And then the kids sing along, and then they get a copy of the lyrics to practice at home. And then they keep practicing the song in subsequent days and get ready for another song on day 3. So that's the rock and read protocol. And one of the things that it's very important, I think, to point out about songs is that songs, as you know, tend to repeat words like more times than in just our everyday conversation. So we call that lexical density, and you can just see a measure of lexical density on the slide there. But anyway. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to say, if you're looking at the titles of some of these songs and you're like, this is a case where I would, if I were you, try to be culturally responsive. So what are songs that would be attractive to kids in my particular community, right? But anyway, so what did they find? So they compared rock and read to readers' theater and to a comparison group that was business as usual. So the readers' theater comparison is a fairly rigorous comparison because readers' theater in most studies, not every study, but most studies tends to have positive impacts on fluency and comprehension. And what they found was that, you know, actually all the kids, even the business as usual control, increased their reading rate over time. And kids do that, don't they? They tend to get faster at reading over time, as a general rule, unless we've messed up pretty badly. And they all got smoother as readers. But what you see is that the kids in the readers' theater and the rock and read groups got better at reading with, the technical term is prosody. So they got better at reading with prosody, but the lay term would be like with expression. So they got better at reading the way that we read, you know, over time. And the effect sizes were pretty substantial here in terms of ratings of expression and volume. They also got better at phrasing and pacing. Now, the pace and rate thing is a little confusing, right? But rate was like a quantitative words correct per minute, and pace was actually judging whether the pace of the reading made sense based on the part of the, so when you all are reading aloud, you actually vary your pace a fair amount, depending on, you know, the part of the story and so on, and so that was what that was a measure of. So again, to be very clear, I'm not saying everyone needs to do this particular approach, rock and read. Maybe you don't like it for whatever reason, but I am saying that fluency building approaches are essential or indispensable. Okay. All right. So I'm going to do one more and then give you a chance to turn and talk again. So this one is text structure instruction. And I am going to focus on informational text structure instruction. And there have been not one in the last decade, but 2 meta-analyses in the last decade that show the benefits of teaching informational text structures explicitly to children. 2 meta-analyses. So remember, a meta-analysis, big quantitative study of studies, so there's a lot of evidence to support this. And something that's been quite disheartening to me is that there are certain folks out there speaking under the banner of science of reading who are saying, don't teach reading skills such as compare, contrast. And that's not consistent with research. There's a terminological issue there because compare, contrast is not a skill in this case, it's a text structure. It's a way that we organize text, right? And there's a huge body of scientific research to show that if you teach children structures that are common in informational text, explicitly and systematically, you give them an opportunity to apply their developing knowledge of text structure when they're reading and also when they're writing, right? When they're writing a text, that is beneficial. So this is just another case like some that you heard about this morning where some folks are using the term science of reading, but they don't apparently know what the research on reading finds. So don't abandon explicit teaching of text structure. Don't abandon that. That's a really important part of structured literacy is actually teaching about text structure. Good double meaning, but anyway. In terms of which structures to teach, this is a What Works Clearinghouse practice guide that Tim Shanahan, who was referenced this morning, was the lead author of. And in that practice guide, we shared a table that gives some informational text structures and doesn't just tell what the structure is, but some of the kind of common clue words that children could be looking for that would signify the existence of that structure. An example, and you can see here 5 that we've highlighted, 5 different informational text structures that we've highlighted, okay? So this is an area that I hope you will think about incorporating into your practice if it's not already there, and if it's already there, that you'll resist being influenced by people who are trying to discourage you from doing this. So I have a bevy of informational text jokes because that's my own research area. So I can scarcely think of what informational text jokes to share with you. I have so many of them, but I will do a couple. So what is an informational text's favorite soccer move? A header. All right. An informational text walked into a bar. Graph. I made that up myself. That's very funny. So if you think it's not, then you need to. Okay. And then this will be my last one. I'll spare you any more for now. But what did Jack Nicholson say to his friend who dropped an informational text? You can't handle the truth. Kidding? Because it's true text. It's funny. Anyway, and then I found this online a while ago, and I think it's so funny. I mean, out of the mouths of babes, right? Anyway, just hilarious. Okay. The last indispensable practice I'm going to talk about today is knowledge building. And happily, I do feel like there has been a lot of discourse around knowledge building as an important part of implementing science of reading. So I've been really grateful for that. And if you're getting any pushback on that, the Knowledge Matters Campaign Scientific Advisory Board, which I'm a part of, we issued a statement about a month ago about the importance of knowledge building as part of science of reading. And I'd love for you to just check that out, Knowledge Matters Campaign. But basically what we see in research is that even though there has admittedly been less research on the impact of knowledge building, like content knowledge building, on reading than some other areas, that so far the research is certainly suggesting benefits of doing so. And so what I'm going to share with you is a study that I conducted with some colleagues in second grade classrooms that we published, gosh, it feels like a lot longer ago, but I guess a year ago. Okay, so in this approach, which we call Project Place, a project-based approach, we were focused on social studies. So this happened during the social studies part of the day, not during the literacy part of the day, okay? We were focused on geography as well as literacy development. We designed a unit that had 20 sessions. Each session was 45 minutes long. And what we did was we engaged children in the idea that they were going to write brochures to try to convince people to come move into their community or to visit their community.
So it was either of those cases. We were working in high poverty school districts across Michigan that were, in some cases, places that maybe didn't have the best reputation. And so there was a real feeling of authenticity and convincing people like this is a cool place to come and visit or live. And so these brochures would be talking about the natural and human characteristics of that community. And if you know second grade social studies standards, you know that distinguishing natural and human characteristics is part of second grade social studies. So we were addressing some key stuff there. So kids read and had read-alouds of books about communities, natural and human characteristics, about maps and mapping in our community. They also explored their community either on foot or through Google Maps Street View if being on foot wasn't safe or feasible for whatever reason. And they learned some key vocabulary that we want kids to learn in social studies. And they looked at mentor texts. They looked at, this one was about, I want to say, Phoenix, Arizona, or Santa Fe or something. It was a community very different from their own, but a brochure about that community so that they could learn more. And then they plotted out what they were going to say in their brochure. So each child could choose what parts of the community they wanted to emphasize. So I think this child did an athletic center or something. So they would map out what were going to be the key points about the natural and human characteristics of that part of their community that would convince other people to come and live or stay there. And if you know the writing research, you know that having children plan their writing and teaching them strategies, explicitly teaching them strategies to plan their writing is very important. And then they would draft, and we used the green, yellow, red approach where green means get moving into the paragraph, so that's your topic sentence. Then yellow is, your body, and then red is here's how you stop, your paragraph. And here are some kids with the brochures that they had done. And some more. This was part of research, so you can't see the name of the community that we worked in. That's why that's covered up. And here's inside the brochure, in addition to written material, there was also maps that they made that showed their community and then where each of their natural and human characteristics were, and then had a map key. And if you've ever taught mapping, I can tell you it works a lot better to have kids make a map than to just teach them to read a map. They really get it when they have to make a map. So here's some more of the inside. And they got those texts to real audiences. The teacher would decide with the kids ahead of time who the audience would be. A lot of times it was a real estate agent. So they'd bring in and they'd give the brochures to the real estate agent to pass out to the people that the real estate agent was showing houses to. But we also had some that worked with their local chamber of commerce or lots of other resources. So you heard about a bunch of indispensable practices this morning. And then I've just talked with you about spelling instruction, interactive writing, read aloud, morphology instruction, text structure instruction, knowledge building, and of course there are lots that we didn't talk about. And so I hope that you leave just recalling or being aware of, if you weren't already, the wide range of different instructional targets that fall under the umbrella of science of reading. As mentioned, that there's a lot there. As promised, I want to finish with a sample schedule. This is a sample kindergarten schedule. I want to point out that I put the word sample in bright red, and that's so nobody leaves here saying, well, Nell Duke said that such and such needs to be X amount of time. This is just one example of a defensible schedule, my point of view, for kindergarten. And I want you to see how the techniques I've talked about could fit in. So one could imagine that the morphology and spelling instruction I shared is something that you'd want to do in whole class foundational skills work. So that might happen in that 9:30 to 10 block. And then that interactive writing might be one of the things you choose to do in small groups with groups of kids you think would benefit from that technique. The read-alouds would probably be in that afternoon block where we're more focused on the comprehension and writing instruction. The text structure instruction could happen in whole group or small group or some combination of both. So you might read a text that has a problem-solution structure. Then you might have kids write a text that has a problem-solution structure and so on. And then that knowledge building
is, as I pointed out, something that can happen during your social studies or your science time. So what's really nice there is you're getting your social studies and your science in. You're also getting some valuable literacy in. You're also floating the boat of kids who find science and social studies the most exciting part of their day. And so that's, just a way that you could put all of those into practice. So I was 1 minute over, so I'm sorry about that. But I welcome any questions that you have. Yeah.
All right. We have some excellent questions. I like this one in particular.
Okay.
Regarding your thoughts on text structure, what about teaching main idea? I've seen articles suggesting we should drop finding the main idea.
Yeah. Great question.
This is a big question.
This is a big one. Yes, great question. So I want to make a distinction between skills and strategies. And this is a subtle one. But just finding the main idea in terms of just like giving kids the question, what's the main idea of this text, and having them look for it, is not going to be probably very effective. But it's very important that kids learn strategies that they can use to help them figure out what the main idea is. And lucky for us, research has revealed a number of these over the years. One of the techniques that was on your button, did you all get a button with like a rainbow and there were different things on there? I noticed that one of the things on your button was GIST. So there's actually research on teaching GIST, and there's sort of a set of procedures that you go through with kids where they sort of cross out details and they go through until they figure out like what's the key point the author is trying to make. So strategies to figure out the main or key idea, those do have good support in research. Related to that, there's, there are approaches to text discussion. I keep citing Isabel Beck, but questioning the author, which is an approach that Isabel Beck and colleagues developed, and questioning the author, which has been shown in numerous studies to be very beneficial to children's development. In discussion, one of the things you ask is, what's the main thing the author is trying to tell us? Or what's the author trying to tell us in this paragraph or in this part of the text? So, so if you have a more strategy-oriented way of thinking about it, where that strategy is to be thinking about the author or to be applying the GIST approach or something, that's where you do see support and research. I know it's a subtle distinction, but that's kind of where we are in the field.
I think people have seen the examples of really well-intentioned teachers presenting some material to a child and saying, tell me the main idea, and the particular piece of text doesn't have a main idea.
Mm-hmm,
it's just not that kind of text.
Yes, that's a great point as well. So main idea is something that you wouldn't apply to narrative. So Joanna Williams at Columbia University and others who've done work with narrative focus on theme. So main idea is really an informational text thing. And sometimes an informational text has many main ideas,
yes.
Right? Right? So there's also that. So chunking that text into smaller pieces is another way to approach that. But I do want to strongly encourage us to also think about what's the reason for it. So if a teacher's like giving kids a text one day, find the main idea. The next day they give them a different text. It has nothing to do with the text the day before. There's no particular reason they're finding the main idea. Right? And what the main idea of the text is may well depend on your perspective. Mm-hmm. Right? So if you're reading a text specifically because you want to know the difference between porpoises and dolphins, the main idea for you in that text is the difference between porpoises and dolphins, if that makes sense, right? Whereas it might be something else, like dolphin conservation, to the author who wrote it. So some wonderful research by Cervetti, Wright and Huang, sorry, I can't talk today, from 2016 and some subsequent studies shows that it really helps kids when you use clusters of texts that are all on the same conceptual theme or the same content. And from that, kids are focusing on building, accumulating knowledge that you get in part by figuring out the main things the author's trying to tell you. Hopefully. Okay.
We have a question. When you're doing fluency building, I thought this was interesting. When you're doing fluency building, might it be okay to use a song or script with lower decodability that might even include a lot of words you haven't taught the sound spelling relationships for, but it might be a good opportunity to teach fluency. How would that work?
That's a great question, and that is a Wiley Blevins question. He'd be perfect at answering it, but I'll do my best shot at it. I think you want to think about where the kids are developmentally. I would not give a kindergartner a song with a whole bunch of words that they don't know, because I think you're just signaling to that kindergartner that reading is memorizing the song. Do you know what I mean? And that study, as I mentioned, was with second graders. So that's one, is like, where are the children developmentally? And then I think the second would be, kind of proportional. So if most of the song are words that the kids can tackle using their decoding skills, but a subset of the words in the song are not, I think that's fine. Do I think it needs to be 100% decodable? No, I'm right with Wiley Blevins on that. I don't know what research people think that they are reading that says that decodable texts have to be 100% decodable. I mean, I've yet to see one single study showing that. So yeah, but I wouldn't hand them, a song where most of the words they can't read. I don't know where that would, I don't know how that would really help move them along. Does that help?
Yeah, I think it answered it for me. I don't know about any of the rest of you, but I'm fine with it. When you talk about interactive writing, is there an age-appropriate way that we might do interactive writing with children a little older than what you talked about? Is that something that extends up to 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade? Is there a way it's done with that, or does it kind of run out by that age?
Good question. So there is not research that has tested interactive writing in grades 2 and above. So I don't use it in grades 2 and above because I try to stay really tight to the research. There have been articles written where people have suggested how you can use interactive writing with older kids. To me, I don't feel like I can take that step because of the lack of research.
It certainly wouldn't be at the same level of letters.
No, for sure. I mean, that's a point I'd like to make about both interactive writing and decodable text. All texts are decodable to us, right?
Right.
Decodability is, and I did tweet about this, I think that's what Wiley was mentioning, decodability is a property of text in relation to the reader. So it's what percentage of that text can that kid read based on what that kid has been taught to that point in the phonics scope and sequence. And interactive writing kind of works the same way. So if you've got a kid who's working on initial phoneme segmentation and associating phonemes with individual, or in some cases letters, maybe digraphs, but probably at preschool just individual letters, then that's what makes sense in interactive writing for that kid. For a kid who is really working on chunking words to spell them, which is a really important spelling strategy to teach as kids get older, right? Then you'd be working on that in interactive writing. So it's really always in relation to the kids.
Taking them the next rung up the ladder.
That's
doing
exactly
the next
right.
part they can't quite do for themselves.
That's right. Uh-oh, I'm bracing myself for this one.
I want to make sure I understand this question. So these are important practices to apply at the secondary level as well. When working with high school teachers in all disciplines, what are some ways to get them to buy into some of these practices and the importance of them?
Great question. So the first thing I want to say is my expertise is on infants, toddlers, preschoolers, K-1-2. So I'm not really qualified to answer that question as well as many other people would be, but I know I've read enough to be dangerous, so I'll just say that I think in adolescent literacy, secondary reading and writing research, there's a very big focus on disciplinary literacy, and some of you are nodding, so you're familiar with this already, right? So that's the idea that we actually read and write rather differently, for example, when we're reading and writing in statistics versus when we're reading and writing in history class. They're different sort of rules of the road. Different structures are used, different vocabulary, it's very different. And so generally speaking, if you can get secondary teachers to think about the reading and writing demands of their discipline, that works really well. Whereas if you come at it with, every teacher's a teacher of reading. There are lots of teachers in high schools that do not want to hear you say every teacher is a teacher of reading. They don't think they're a teacher of reading. They think they're a teacher of history, or they're a teacher of geometry, or they're a teacher of calculus. So what you want to do is have them thinking about what are the reading and writing demands of my discipline,
that I want to explicitly teach children how to meet.
Very good. We have a question about, I'm going to modify this question. We have a question about rainbow writing. Might it be appropriate for learning a name, since names are not as phonics based and some names might need to be memorized? I don't know that we have an answer to that, but I think it's an interesting question, whether techniques like that, just repeatedly writing things, might be more effective for things that have fewer rules to define them.
I just looked at my phone to see how much time I had, because I love that question, but there's a lot in that question.
Yeah.
So let me start by saying that for me, the term irregular is causing our field some real confusion. So first of all, in English, only about 4% of words are truly irregular, meaning there's like no part of that word that you could predict from what you know about English orthography. So an example is of. Like, there's just no way you get to of. Like, you know, that's just a fully irregular word. But most words are not that. Most words are either fully regular in the sense that you could predict how you would read them based on what you know of English orthography, or they're like partially, like said. So the in said and the in said is spelled just how you'd expect. It's really just the AI. Now, for some people, they'll say that's like a heart word, or the AI is a heart part of the word, or the irregular part, or the exception part. For me, and I'm just speaking personally here, I am very influenced by the research on vowel flexing and on the Ravo technique and other research that leads me to think that it's really better to just give kids a set for diversity. Like, in this word, AI says eh. Sometimes AI does it. Usually it says A, but sometimes it says S, and I know we don't want to say says, spells. But my point here is that for me, I don't talk about a word as regular or irregular, or even that a spelling is regular or irregular. I talk about one being more common and one being less common. But I think in English, you really set kids up for frustration if you label all these different things irregular that are really just less common spellings. So names, to get back to names, kind of are the same thing, right? So if your name is Sam, well, that's very predictable. You know, if your name is Ellen, it's a little bit less predictable. And if your name is Joaquim in English orthography, it's a bit less predictable. But I wouldn't personally divide names into irregular and regular for kids. I just, what I say, for example, in communities I work in is, sometimes, J often spells the sound J, but the J spells the sound in Juan. I just say it that way. I don't get into, well, Juan's name is irregular, and you know what I'm saying? I just don't go there. So that's the first thing. But in terms of repeatedly writing names, the Head Start Outcomes Framework 2015, which is the current version of the Head Start Outcomes Framework in the US, calls for children to be able to write their name by the end of 60 months, or so essentially before kindergarten. So you have to have kids writing their name before they're really at the point where they would have the orthographic knowledge, most likely, to read their name. You know what I'm saying? And there is some evidence from research, I'm thinking of the late Janet Bloodgood's research and others, on just the ways in which one's name is a real linchpin for literacy development. Like it's an important milestone, for kids to get to where they can write their name. And in fact, all that conversation this morning about alphabet knowledge, just wanting to point out that one of the predictors of which alphabet letters kids know is what letters are in their name. That's one of the reasons why we have to have those review cycles that Wiley Blevins was talking about, because you can't actually assume that all the kids are going to learn all of the letters in the same order. It's going to depend on their name. To the point where, and I won't name names, but I do know researchers who gave their kids long names on purpose. Not me. Just to be clear, but there are some Christophers out there in the children of literacy researchers world. Anyway. So yes, we want kids to work on names, and yes, for those kids, the names are likely to have spellings that they don't know yet when they're in preschool, which is when they're supposed to learn to write their names. So how would you have them learn to write their names? So yes, you could probably have them rainbow write their names in preschool. I think a more sort of authentic and logical way to do it would just be, you know, they write their names on their artwork. They sign in the morning. I don't know if any of you have seen that, but a lot of preschools will have a sign-in. And it's so wonderful because at the beginning of the year, it's like random marks or like a picture of a sun, you know? And then as the year goes on, you know, by the end of the year, you typically, if the teacher's done their job, you typically see that nearly every kid has written their name in the attendance sign-in. And so it's a really wonderful way for preschoolers to see how they've grown over the course of the year. So I would look personally for more authentic ways for kids to practice writing their names than probably getting way into rainbow writing for preschool. And I wouldn't present them as irregular. And I would take the word apart into sounds as early as possible because it's just good for kids. So if you've never sung Banana, the name song, what, Banana, Fana, Fofana, Me, My, Mo, Mana, Hannah. That's great to sing with preschoolers, really fun. So there's that. And I'm over time.
I'm going to steal 90 seconds of the time because I have a question I want to ask you.
Sure.
When we talk about teaching morphology to young children, do you think one of the reasons that it's beneficial to teaching it to young children, to introducing the idea of morphology to young children and giving them examples of it, is because it alerts them to the fact that this is going on in language and they start to notice it on their own?
That's exactly what I think. Yeah.
Right.
Yep, that's exactly what I think.
Because we're never going to teach all the rules of all the morphology like we could teach all the phonics rules. You can't teach all the morphology. But once you alert people to the fact that morphology is going on, they start figuring it out for
I
themselves.
think you're exactly right. The underlying mechanism is some form of metalinguistic awareness, right?
Yeah.
I just want to say that our next speaker, is she here? Yeah. Oh, there she is. It is her birthday today. And I thought that instead of singing happy birthday, that we would do something I love doing with preschoolers, which is we take the first sound of her name, which is L, and we sing happy birthday with that instead. So it'll be Lappy Lirthday and so forth. So let's sing to her in our, ready? Lappy Lirthday, Lulu. Lappy Lirthday, Lulu. Lappy Lirthday, dear Lulu. Happy birthday to you. Yay. And by the way, that's a great technique for you to use unless you have a child whose first name starts with the P sound. I'll let you think that through.
Poo,
poo. That's why you don't do it on the kids. Anyway, thanks a lot, everybody.
Very good, thank you. I want to remind you, you know, check your schedule, we need to be back. You all need to be back here by 2:45. But there's snacks. There's snacks. So you can feed yourself. You can get some sugar. You can have a sugar crash in about 20 minutes and we can wake you all up.
People freak out? No. Okay, that's good.
Aren't you supposed to be in there? Oh my God. All right. All right, everybody. Take your snacks and your drinks and your new best friends and get back to your tables. We should have worked in a 5-minute break and we would all be doing jumping jacks together or something like that. Lakeisha's got a plan. All right. As we continue what so far I think has been a really wonderful day, and I hope you're all enjoying it as much as I am. Let me introduce Lakeisha Johnson. Lakeisha Johnson comes to us from Florida State University, where she is assistant professor in the Communication Science and Disorders program. You are a speech-language pathologist by training. That's right. She's an ASHA-certified speech-language pathologist and director of The Village, the Outreach and Engagement Division of the very well-known Florida Center for Reading Research. She'll be talking to us today about some things that are very near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure there'll be information that we can all use. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Lakeisha Johnson.
All right, so good afternoon. No, remember, it's my birthday. It's my birthday. Good afternoon. Okay, so I've always had dreams of, like when the celebrity does a concert, it's a special thing, and then they do this whole selfie like this. Because it's my birthday, and we've been sitting for quite some time, we're gonna do a little bit of a brain break. I can't play Go Noodle or anything like that, but we're gonna do a brain break. So everybody's gonna get up. You're gonna get up, and I'm gonna put my camera on video, and we're gonna do a video selfie, right? And I want you to just yell, go crazy, move your whole body, act like the proudest you've ever been of any. Yes, floss for me. Yes. Do whatever you'd like. Do whatever you like. Okay. Are we ready? I'm going to start over to this side, and then we're going to pan our way because it's my birthday. We got to do this. All right. I'm hitting record on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. It's my birthday. Woo! Reading League Wisconsin is amazing. All right, so that gave you a little bit of hopefully energy and zest to make it through our last, a little over 2 hours together for our last 2 speakers. So it is a privilege to be here with you today. These are all the things that are in your slides. You heard those things in the bio. Today, what we're going to talk about are some things that are near and dear to my heart, some things that I'm passionate about. African American students and dialect use. We'll talk a little bit about literacy performance in this population. But then we'll get into more of the application things. What can you do as teachers, as clinicians, as practitioners, right? So in terms of assessment and treatment. And then we'll close it out. So hopefully you leave here feeling like you're able to talk about African American English and how it is differentiated from mainstream American English. You'll describe the relationships between oral language skills and literacy outcomes in African American students. But then we'll also talk about some of those assessment and treatment practices. I was wondering the whole time, I'm like, man, why am I at 2:45? But the lineup is really perfect because it teed up so perfectly for all of the things that I'm going to talk about. You've heard either a good amount or a snippet from some of our other speakers. And so I'm so glad also that the notes are up here because I was like, oh, are we going to have to reach around and see? This is actually perfect. So freedom without literacy is like being in a rowboat without paddles. This is a quote from an Oakland NAACP meeting. Freedom without literacy is like being in a rowboat without paddles. And so when we think about our core principles for defining literacy, it's really important that we're all on the same page, right? So Keefe and Copeland in 2011 talked about these principles. First, we have to believe that all are capable of acquiring some form of literacy, right? We have to have it that all children, even children with disabilities, I'm an SLP, that's my background, right? All children can have some form of literacy. We also have to believe that literacy is a fundamental human right. Right now we know that it's a buzzword, it's kind of sexy, like Wiley said earlier. It's sexy to talk about literacy as a social justice issue right now, right? But it's absolutely true. We know that literacy is a fundamental human right. But what we also know is that it's a collective responsibility, right? It's not just what happens in this one home, what happens in this one classroom. It takes all of us being invested in our children learning to read. As Steve mentioned in the bio, I'm the director of The Village. We called it The Village for a very specific reason. Just like that old adage, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village in order for a child to gain literacy skills and to be proficient, right? And so it's also important to know that literacy has the potential to lead to empowerment. I think one of our speakers before us closed, I think it was Wiley, he closed with a quote about the importance of the gift that we're providing to students when we open up doors and allow them to learn how to read, right? So it's empowering, and we also know that it requires and creates a connection with others, which is extremely important. And so first we'll talk a little bit about dialect usage. How many of you feel like you work with students who may be speakers of a non-mainstream dialect, whether that's African American English or some other dialect that may be more regional based? We have several, right? So I see a few hands that went up. Okay. So I'm going to talk mostly about African American English because that's my expertise area, but a lot of what we'll talk about is how we can think about these things for all children who are from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. And so non-mainstream dialects, and in and of itself, it's not even the best word to describe it, right? Because when you say non-mainstream, it means that it's less than the other thing that's mainstream, right? So that's just what the research, what the evidence-based, the literature calls it, but it's not the best term, right? But it differs systematically from mainstream American English, and that's in several ways. All of these skills that we've been talking about in terms of oral language, it's this language that's spoken in the mainstream media, right? When you think about what you read in a book for the most part, that's mainstream American English. But we know that it varies based on socio-demographic variables as well, right? Age, sex, class, SES, region, right? We are at a whole, I'm from South Carolina, rural South Carolina. I've been living in Tallahassee, Florida, which is essentially South Georgia, right? Because Tallahassee is up North Florida. Not a lot of change there. When you go further down south in Florida, it's more of a more diverse set of languages. So when we think about all of this, we know that there are regional differences, right? The SLP in me, I'm listening as all of the people that I've been meeting and talking to, I'm hearing the different accents. When I met Angie, I was like, yeah, you don't sound like you're from Wisconsin. We know, I don't know where, but it's not Wisconsin, right? I figured that part out pretty immediately. And it's so important because we can learn so much from the language that a person uses, right? And so AAE, or African American English, is differentiated in all language domains. You know those domains. That's phonology, morphology, syntax, pragmatics, right? Semantics, all of those things you've been hearing about already today. AAE is differentiated in all of them, but namely phonology and morphology. It also overlaps with other non-mainstream dialects, like Southern White English, Gullah Geechee English, which is used on the coasts of South and North Carolina, some in Georgia as well. Hispanic influenced English, Haitian Creole influenced Englishes. There are all these different Appalachian, I could keep going, right? There are all these dialects. And there's some that overlap. What we know about AAE, though, is that it has been studied extensively in the context of language disorders and literacy achievement. Very often this work has been done and it's been focused on children from low-income backgrounds. Some important things for you to know, however, is that dialect usage varies across a continuum from low to high. And so you will meet different speakers who speak a range or different amounts of African American English. And you can put in any of those non-mainstream dialects, right? But it varies across a range from low to high. And that density, or how much dialect they use, it changes over time, right? And so we know that there's research that says after school entry, right, there are gonna be some changes simply because they're in a more broadened environment, right? But we also know that after a certain point, their children may not have that shift occur where they're using lesser or smaller amounts of dialect. So there's lots of research out about it. In the US, though, the important thing to keep in mind is that mainstream American English, for better or worse, is what's used in the educational system as the standard, quote unquote, right? That's the standard. That's our point of reference. For people like me, who have to look at and determine whether or not a child maybe has a disability or whether a child is in need of more intensive supports, right? We have to see what that variation is. So SLPs and even US teachers, those of you who are reading experts, who are practitioners, we're always looking and trying to measure this linguistic distance, right? How far is this child from the mainstream? Why do you think that's problematic? Think about it in your heads. Hopefully you agree that that's problematic, right? Thank you, Nell, thank you. But we know that that can be very problematic, right? When we think about determining and using this linguistic difference to determine whether that makes them eligible for additional services or special education services. We call that standardized language ideology. This concept that there is this one way of speaking, this one way of doing things, this one way to get the answer right when it comes to language and grammar. African American English, like all of these other non-mainstream dialects, are systematic and they are rule governed. I can't just go putting things together. I can't, if I'm gonna do a double negative, I gotta do it the right way, right? There are things that happen, and I purposefully, within my talks all the time, within the classes that I teach students, like I said, I'm from rural South Carolina, a small town called Lynchburg, outside of another small town called Sumter, that none of you have probably even heard of, right? So there we go. I see like 2 nods. That's amazing, right? But it's a small town, small rural town. And so when we think about what happens when it comes to language and that there being the standard, what happens is there are some kids who are going to get left behind in terms of what we consider to be right, in terms of what they do in the classroom. What we know, though, is that SES has been a consistent predictor of dialect density, how much dialect you're using, okay? Whether you use a high amount of dialect or a low amount of dialect. But I purposefully, as I was saying, I use dialect within the presentations that I do within the courses that I teach students because I need my students to be very comfortable that when they see this Black woman in front of them with multiple letters behind their name, still use dialect, still use these non-mainstream forms, that it's okay. It's not cringy. It is a dialect, it is a linguistic system. There are rules behind what she's doing. So when they go and work with that client, they're more aware. They know the characteristics. They know that it's a difference. It's not something wrong. It's not something to be devalued, right? So I purposefully do it. So if you hear it here today, I also know I'm from South Carolina. It will come out, right? It will come out. If I go home for the summer, we usually take a trip and we start in North Carolina and Charlotte and then visit family in South Carolina, in Sumter and in Charleston. When I come back, my husband is like, who are you and where have you been, right? Like, what'd you do? What did you do? Who are you? So it's important to know. One of the things, though, is that SES has been a consistent predictor of dialect density, but it's problematic. And that's because we know that the language weaknesses that are associated with economic disadvantage can persist very similarly to linguistic features of AAE, right? So the things that you typically highlight as this is a red flag, that's a red flag, Those subject and verbs aren't conjugating. Oh, they left off the plural. Oh, whoa, that ing, what's happening there? Possessives, right? All of those things are characteristics and features of, remember what I called it, a rule-governed system. That means it's not wrong. It is just different, okay? And so, this is a little bit of reflection. I'm gonna take a point from Nell and do what she did. You can talk to your table mates, right? But think about this, and first I'll ask this one out loud. Do you feel you speak a dialect? How many of you? Raise your hands if you feel you speak a dialect. Every single person should be raising their hands, right? Mainstream American English in and of itself is a dialect of British English, right? And unless you sound like them in England, we are speaking a dialect of English, right? So we all speak a dialect. Now, whether your dialect is as stigmatized negatively as some others, right? And AAE being one of those that's typically very highly stigmatized in a negative way, that may be a difference, but we all speak a dialect. And so you can take some time, talk with your table mates. I'll give you a minute or so, 30 seconds. Talk to your table mates about these next questions. And if you have a link, if you're looking at the slides on your device, you can click this link to the phonemic inventories that provides you with all these different language systems, all these different dialects. You can actually see what some of the characteristics are. So I'll give you about 30 seconds or so. Yeah, I'd say that, well, of course. No, it's all depends on region. So there are some regional things that then happen that cause some changes. Yeah, yeah. So it necessarily. Right, right. Absolutely. So Great Migration, the changes depended on what city you then went to up north, right? Or there are the differences in like a lot of the work that's been done initially around this with Julie Washington. It's been in Wisconsin and Michigan and Detroit. That is not what dialect also looks like sometimes in South Carolina or North Carolina, where I guess I'll tell everybody this. All right. So Steve is up here asking some very important questions. And he asked is there one African-American English? Hopefully, y'all have had some good conversations. Hopefully, you agree that you all speak a dialect and that you know that all African-Americans may not speak AAE. And if they do, it's on a continuum. How about another one? Are there non-African-Americans who speak AAE? Yes. Based on the environment that you grew up in, there's also some really amazing new literature coming out with Spanish speakers who are learning AAE as a second language. It is fascinating because of the environments that they're growing up in. It's some really new fascinating work. But we were talking about AAE and whether or not there are different dialects, right? So of course, a lot of that is based on region. It's based on the Great Migration, right? It's based on where you went or where your family members went post-slavery and some of the other things. When people moved from certain cities, of course, or states in the South, where they then landed, that then determined what that dialect looks like there. So a lot of the early research around childhood AAE, Julie Washington, Hollis Scarborough, all of those people who've done some really amazing work, when you look at that, they were not in the South. A lot of that work has been done in, some of that, Julie was in Wisconsin. There's been work that has been done in Detroit. That is very different than what it looks like in South Carolina. It's different than what it looks like in Atlanta, another place where I lived. It's different than what it looks like in DC. It's different than in Louisiana, where my husband is from, right? So there are all these differences, but there are lots of overlaps. And so we know that there are regional differences as well in dialect. And what we see most often is that there are differences in the frequency. So when we think about the different types of characteristics, we can see differences in how often some of those features are used based on region. And so when we think about literacy and the state of literacy, Steve was getting into this and I was like, hold on, I'm gonna talk about that too, right? it's important that we know that it's really appalling when we see these numbers, right? And then I just so happen, Steve, I may need you to grab it for me. On my program, I have a little yellow Post-it, it's right there. I put down some numbers about Wisconsin in particular. Thank you so much. What we know is that across the US, 18% of African American students, fourth graders, are reading at or above grade level expectations, compared to 45%. We know this, we've heard this quite often. The greatest decline, however, in 2017 to 2019 was seen in the lowest performers. Students of color, students who are poor, students who have disabilities. Those are the kids that I work with, right? Those are the kids that a lot of you work with. 79% of fourth graders, and this is staggering, 79% of fourth graders eligible for free and reduced lunch didn't meet reading proficiency, right? Now, he kind of led into this. We know that Wisconsin may not be where it used to be when it comes to reading performance on some of these state assessments, right? In 2019, the fourth graders' Black students' average score was 39 points lower than white students. Only 11% of African American or Black fourth graders were at or above proficiency. You want to hear the crazy part? And you can look at this, the link is there. This gap is not significant than what it was in 1998. It has not changed. But there are all these advances, right? We have a whole conference that you're attending right now dedicated to the science of reading and what we know works, what the evidence says that works. Those same scores, Wisconsin here, 19 points lower for Hispanic students or Latin students, 29 points lower for those who are getting free and reduced lunch versus those who are not. There is an extreme difference in what we do in this country with children who are from vulnerable backgrounds, right? There are differences that are taking place in the ways that we teach them and then the access that they have sometimes to high quality instruction as well as to materials that are needed for that high quality instruction. And so while the advances around the science of reading have been vast, many African American children still continue to struggle. And you can insert any vulnerable population in that. And we know that this is not due just to what's happening in the classroom. There are all of these things outside of the classroom, right? Both in and outside that are contributing to this performance. And we can go all the way back to structural racism. We can talk about inequities in terms of funding to schools. We can talk about all of that, but just know that it's not just what happened in that classroom that school year, right? So AAE use has been associated with many literacy skills. And so there's a moderate and inverse relationship with the frequency of oral dialect usage and reading and writing outcomes. This association may be even larger for students with language and reading disabilities. Most times, a lot of this work around African American readers, it's often misinterpreted. And we see a line, a bullet like that, and think that if you're poor, if you're Black, if you use a lot of dialect, you're automatically going to be a poor reader. We know that that's not the truth, right? We can agree that that is not the truth. And so despite what we know, despite these compounding vulnerabilities, these risk factors, these additive things that may be adding up and playing a role in maybe what's happening in this classroom with the students that you're working with, many of the students may face some of these vulnerabilities. We do know that they can still meet grade level expectations. I'm a product of that, right? So many people are products of that, right? And so one of the things that I'll talk a little bit about as we start to talk about the application pieces is what I like to call utilizing an oral language-based, dialect-informed reading instruction. If you don't get anything else out of my presentation, This is the slide, okay? In and of itself, dialect does not cause literacy deficits. In and of itself, being bilingual doesn't cause literacy deficits. Being bidialectal, a person who speaks multiple dialects, I am bidialectal. Many of you are bidialectal, right? Being bidialectal, being bilingual are not risks that are in need of being remedied, right? These students are just coming to our classroom with some unique differences, and we have to leverage what they're bringing and teach them differently, right? We have to use a different set of tools. They may not come with the expectations of what we think we were going to see based on what we learned in a book during our teacher prep or our training, our preparation programs, right? So they're not risks that are in need of being remedied. So on this Venn diagram that you'll see, this is in a recent book chapter that came out in 2022 with a colleague, Ryan James, where I like to call them the 3 Ds. This is where the title of the talk comes from. We have disorder, difference, and disadvantage. And just like Steve said, usually I would kind of highlight as I go through each one, but let's think about the overlap that we see in some of these areas, right? So like I said, the red flags that we may see if we had a child who, let's say, had lots of issues with subjects and verbs, they couldn't answer WH questions, they maybe were leaving off endings of sentences, they weren't using plurals, they weren't using past tense all the time, a lot of those things. Those things are red flags for which one? Most often, gut reaction. If we see that, language disorder, right? We're gonna automatically think, language disorder. I'm gonna show you in a few slides, these are also, as I said before, characteristics of African American English, right? What we also know, though, is when we think about language disorder and SES disadvantage, which one of our other speakers today kind of talked about a little bit in terms of background knowledge and exposure. So in that disorder disadvantage, we know that there are differences in terms of background knowledge. So we have to do something differently. We can't, a colleague from Shamika Stanford from Howard, she said, we have to teach before we treat. We treat thinking that something's wrong, right? That there is something that they have inherently not learned. We can't treat the thing until we've actually shown that we've taught said thing, right? And so we have to ensure that background knowledge is there. And then, you know, I already talked about in terms of dialect differences and SES. There's the studies that show lower SES, higher dialect density, right? And that there's that continuum. So there are all these overlaps. You can take a look at that book chapter. So is there anything surprising? I think all of you here are from Wisconsin. There may be some of you who are online that aren't. But talk for just about 30 seconds or so at your table. Is this information surprising? Does this reflect what you see in the classrooms or with the students that you work with? Okay. So what do you think? Are you all surprised? Is it reflective? I see some head nods. It's reflective of kind of some of the struggles that you may be seeing with the students that you're working with. So now I'll give you a little bit of some assessment strategies. The SLP and me, we always are talking about what are the implications of this. So I don't want to just give you a presentation that talks about, you know, a lot of these thoughts, kind of the background knowledge. We'll get a little bit of that, but what can you do in your classroom next week? Today's Friday, what can you do on Monday, right? So in terms of assessment strategies, there are some things we can think about what we know in terms of alternate assessment techniques. We know that there are many cultural and linguistic biases that are found on many widely used normed tests. Now, just an example, this wasn't an assessment, but Dr. Duke, in her presentation, asked us about a tier 2 word, shiver. My definition of shiver, being a person who lives in Florida, was very different than, I'm shivering in here right now. Like, my definition was quite different. Think about the expressive vocabulary test. At one point, there was a picture of an igloo, child in Florida. If you had not seen a book, watched Molly of Denali, heard something about an igloo, when you ask that child, what is this, they're not gonna know, right? That's just some of the regional kinds of things, right? There are cultural differences. We were talking about a few of them at our table. There are linguistic differences, right? There are all these things that can have a huge impact on what a child's score is after you go to complete that assessment and you write that report, right? And it may not accurately reflect that child's abilities. We also know that many of these tests may not be normed on those students either, right? So it's important that we think about how to use assessments that are less biased towards CLD populations in order to identify students who may have DLD, developmental language disorders, early and accurately, which is also important. So some of these alternate assessment techniques, we want to do this in terms of thinking about it, and I love that so many of the speakers before me talked about the impact of language and oral language skills, because we have to, when we think about whether a child needs to receive some intensive services and supports, it's important to think about this through a few different lenses. And so some of these alternative assessment techniques, things like language sample analysis. Any SLPs in the room? Sometimes we hear language sample analysis and we shiver too because it's like, oh, I don't want to do that. It takes too long, right? There are some techniques, though, that give us such a wide breadth of information, which we'll talk about on the next slide. Dynamic assessment, processing-dependent tasks, contrastive and non-contrastive analysis. These are all some of those alternate assessment techniques. And so language sample analysis is just this process of thoroughly describing language production, right? And I love language samples because you can do them in so many different ways. You can have a child tell you a story. You can have them retell. You can give them a prompt. You can make them write. You can ask them to read something out loud, and you're looking for what they do when they read, right? You get so much information. And you also have an opportunity to look at not just vocabulary knowledge, because you can see how wide their vocabulary is. You can see all of these components of language, all 5 you can look at, right, through just this one sample. It can be conversational, but it could also be more structured, right? And so the thing that's also important, because we know with standardized assessments, it's not like you can keep doing the same test over and over like every week. Okay, I can't use that for my progress monitoring, but you can use a language sample, right? You can use it, and you can use something that you're already doing in your classroom. If weekly they have to do something in their journals, we don't need to collect more data, right? Y'all collect enough. You can use what you're already getting to look at some of this information. It just means you may look at the data you collect through a different lens and perspective, right? Dynamic assessment. That goes back to that teach before we treat, right? We have to ensure that we are actually teaching the skill before we go and assess the skill, right? And so it combines these assessment and treatment approaches. It can examine whether you can scaffold, whether the child can do it independently, whether you provide some assistance. And then this test, teach, retest model has been proven effective in discriminating between language differences and language deficits. And so very often what we see when we talk about children who may be dialect speakers, what we see is that dialect is very variable. Sometimes I'm going to include that plural S. Other times, nah. Sometimes it may be they is. Other times, they are. It's very variable. When we talk about a child who has a true language disorder, there's no variation. They don't have that skill, right? We also know that children who are dialect speakers, when we talk about this dynamic assessment approach, they're more teachable or modifiable in these types of assessments. So you can teach the skill really quickly, then ask them again, they can go do it, right? So it's important to know that those are the types of skills that, or a different type of assessment that can be used, and it's less biased. Another is processing-dependent tasks. What I like about processing-dependent tasks, which you've heard a little bit this morning, it's minimally dependent on prior knowledge. Most often, when we think about it, sometimes too, they aren't as dependent on language skills. Several presenters talked about how on so many assessments that are trying to assess reading or other types of things, math, but really it's assessing reading. When you have me do these word problems and I'm doing all of this other stuff, it's still reading. And if I have challenges in reading or challenges with that foundational language, I'm not going to get the other thing that you're really trying to study, right? Just like in the David's presentation when he was doing the rapid naming task, right? That's more of a processing, right? You want to make sure first that they know the things that they're going to have them name really quickly, like the C-top is one that's used. Sometimes it's done with colors first, right? You want to make sure they know the colors before you then ask them how fast can you do it. So these processing-dependent tasks, things that look at working memory. So a common working memory task is if I ask you a question and then it's a yes/no question, you answer, and then I want you to tell me the last word. Are dogs blue? Yes or no? What was the last word? Now imagine I gave you three questions, and then you had to remember the answers to all three, the last three words. That's more challenging, right? But it's a processing task. When you think about the processing, you can, it's less biased for students from CLD populations. And non-word repetition is another one of those types of tasks that has been shown to be less biased. And then finally, another technique that is often discussed when thinking about speakers of non-mainstream dialect is contrastive and non-contrastive analysis. And so dialect density, if you remember, that's when we're looking at how much dialect a child is actually using. So you could take that journal writing that you had from earlier in the week, you could look at a list of characteristics of African American English, you could tally them up, right? How many features did they use? And you can make a ratio. So what's the percentage, right? That gives you dialect density. Dialect-sensitive words are dialect-sensitive features of the dialect. Those are the ones that can be produced differently in AAE and MAE. So whether I said, she going to the store, so I did like two things. I left out the is, and I said, I dropped the G dropping, she going to the store, versus she is going to the store. Two differences, but semantically, was there anything different? Where's she going? You still know she's going to the store, right? We still have that understanding. So dialect-sensitive things, those characteristics, so what grammatical features did I change in those sentences? There were two. Yep, so there was the verb, and then the phonetic thing that happened. Yep, with the ing, I dropped the G, right? That's dialect-sensitive. Those are things that are different, still right, but different, AAE, MAE. Dialect-neutral, however, are the things that are produced the same across mainstream and non-mainstream dialects. Those are the things that are true red flag indicators. So if I see a kid dropping articles, that's not dialect, right? If you're dropping A's and does, that's not a dialect thing. If you look across the common features, that's not something that you would see. So it's important to think about when you're trying to determine, how do I know? Lakeisha, how can I tell if my student is a true dialect speaker? I'm glad you asked. I put together some charts for you, right? So on these charts, what you'll see is, this one is dialect sensitive. These are some of the things that are sensitive to dialect usage, right? So a child that's a dialect speaker, they're gonna do these differently, right? And these are all in the slides. But when it comes to these phonological things like consonant cluster reduction, I may drop off one of the sounds in the cluster. I'm gonna devoice the final consonant. I may leave it off altogether. Substitutions of that voiceless TH. mouth for mouth, duh for the, right? These are some of these things that are dialect sensitive. So if I use dialect, maybe I'm gonna switch that up for you, right? When it comes to, and that's the phonological side. On the morphology side, you'll see things like the omission of regular past tense, right? So past tense, ed, all the ones that I've been naming already. So those are the ones that are sensitive. So what do you think happens when you do your reading assessment, that comprehension test, or any of those things, and you have these types of features in them? Talk to your table mate. What do you think happens? What do you think happens when the assessments that you're doing are filled with these kinds of things? Right. So hopefully you're thinking there are some false positives, right? I may be thinking that this child may have lots of issues with morphosyntax, but when in actuality, no. They may be dialect speakers. Then that's when you do a little bit more deeper digging to figure out, is this child a true dialect speaker? Some of the things that happen is sometimes we give kids way too much credit. Like, oh, they're black, they do this, that's a dialect speaker. I'm gonna just mark everything right. That's dialect, that's dialect. No, that's not the way to go either. We don't wanna go so far where we're providing credit when we shouldn't, but we also wanna be clear in being able to distinguish these differences. So the next chart, these are the dialect neutral things. Test these. Ask a child items that have these, right? So when you're thinking about the phonological stuff, because there's a lot of research around African American English speakers and spelling, right? If you think about some of these morphological things like article usage, modals, conjunctions, these are the things that all kids do the same, regardless of whether you are an AAE speaker or an MAE speaker. Look at that stuff. It makes it easier for you as the educator, as the practitioner, to be able to distinguish that difference, right? Between dialect, between disorder. And so you may think, all right, many of you have probably heard dialect versus disorder. And sometimes it gives this impression that there can't be overlap. Like clearly, it's not black and white. There's some gray space. We can clearly have a child who is a dialect speaker who is also a child that actually has a language disorder or a reading impairment, right? So what do we do next, right? Because SLPs, my one SLP in the room knows we don't treat dialect, right? That's not what we do. That's not in our scope of practice. We do not treat dialect, right? And so it's important, though, to leverage their linguistic power. That's what I like to call it. For my dialect speakers, what they have is linguistic power, okay? And so we know that there are links between poverty and oral language ability, spoken linguistic variation, right? We know that there are all these things that are happening. It's important to explore how we can not only use, but increase that linguistic power that they're bringing to the table. Because remember what I said, they aren't coming to the school with all these problems that need to be remedied. They're just coming with a different set of skills that may not be the skills that you thought they were bringing to the table, right? So how do we then adjust as the practitioner? And so 60% of the variance in reading comprehension has been explained by language skills by third grade, right? What that means is oral language matters. So it's not perhaps by itself, like I said, by itself is not dialect. It's not bilingualism that's causing this thing. Many, many studies have continuously shown it's oral language. So what do we do to increase oral language as we teach these literacy skills, right? And so we want to use these linguistic differences as a launching pad. We want to encourage bidialectalism or linguistic flexibility, right? That whole concept, just like when they were doing, I think it was David who was doing the phoneme manipulation, right? Linguistic flexibility. You got to be able to think about language, play with language in that way. That is a skill that's not just important for your Black students. That's a skill all students can benefit from. As he mentioned, it is a good thing to be able to think about language, manipulate language in that way. And so, in a 2020 paper for IDA Perspectives that specifically looked at some clinical implications, we created this table around the alignment between the language, so the oral language component, and this isn't anything like super groundbreaking, right? Like if you know language, but seeing it in a table in this way was really beneficial for a lot of educators that I've worked with. So when we think about the alignment between these language components and then the reading skill that you then target. So when we think about phonology, that is clearly directly mapped on and aligned to what we do around the alphabetic principle, right? Phonological awareness, phonemic awareness. On the last part, the last side of that table, what you'll see is how we can do this in terms of some language-infused reading or instructional practices, right? When we think about semantics, that's vocab and comprehension, right? Inference making, like we were talking about earlier. Being able to think deeply about language, moving across those tiers of language or of vocabulary. So it's really important that we think through it this way. Morphology and syntax, of course, that's decoding and word analysis. That morphological knowledge is important, being able to chunk those words, teaching those word parts. That opens up the door to so much more language and new words that they then add to their vocabularies that, of course, become important for later reading. And of course, see, I'm telling you, they teed me up perfectly. Text structure awareness, right? These are all things that are important. So you all, Mary and the rest of the committee did an excellent job of apparently choosing the speakers because we are so aligned. We saw nothing of what the other people were doing. But when I think about how do we then do this, what can I go do in my classroom on Monday? These are some strategies to increase bidialectalism. So we already talked about contrastive analysis, right? So you can use sentence sorts. So we can have two different sentences, have students sort the sentences, and the article says home or school language. I'm kind of iffy about if I like using that now, because I mean, what I don't want to happen is that we feel like the language of the home is not good enough to be used at school. That's never the message that I'm trying to portray to students, right? When I talk about this linguistic power, I am giving them, they are superheroes, right? And I'm giving them access to one more thing, one more tool in their toolbox that can be useful for their writing at school. I'm never trying to change oral speech around whether or not they use dialect, right? And so we can do some contrastive analysis in that way, where we're looking at different linguistic patterns. This article also includes some picture books for different age groups that include African American English. I think it's important for children to also know that the language that they speak, the dialects that they use, can still be seen in a book, right? Sometimes in those books, it's in quotations. When you take an activity like what Nell did and you have them write their own stories when they want to use their dialect, right? We put it in quotations. That means a person said that, right? There are ways that we can talk about language that shows that we value it. Identification strategies, right? We want to do things to where morphology, it's a grammatical feature identification, right? Have them look at and specifically or explicitly show which grammatical feature is being used, right? Sometimes we don't teach this way. Transforming. Back in Tallahassee, when I was in my master's program, I did one of my clinical practicums at a middle school, which is completely different than anything I do. If you're a middle school teacher, you are amazing, right? I don't ever want to go back to middle school, right? But it was one of those things to where what we would do is we would transform. Do you know the rapper T-Pain? He's from Tallahassee, right? And so we would take T-Pain clean songs and we would transform them. So let's take a T-Pain song and now let's make it look like something we read in a book at school. That was completely eye-opening to these middle schoolers. One, we want to do something that's authentic to their experiences, something they can relate to, something they will enjoy, right? We want to think about this in that way, but then we can't just do the receptive kinds of tasks. We have the identification and the transforming. We also want to see them do some formulation. You have to then practice. Like I think Wiley was saying, application, right? There's no reason for us to do all of these things if we don't ever get to the part of practice. Practice for me when it comes to this is what your writing looks like, right? And so sentence creation types of tasks. So we could talk about the relationship between language and reading ability. Hopefully you can see from any of these strategies something that you think you can do in your settings that you work in. I'm going to keep going so I can make sure I get to one other part. The other important thing is we have to ensure that the work that we're doing is culturally responsive. It has to be reflective and valuable to the students sitting in the seats before us, right? And so it's the practices that take the students' cultural perspectives and beliefs and values into considerations, right? And how culturally responsive we are is completely related to our past experiences. And so I love this chart. You'll see it in your slides. You can look at it a little bit larger. But when we think about cultural humility, we move past this concept of cultural competence, right? Because competence in and of itself means there's an endpoint. And is there really an endpoint to cultural competency? I no longer say that I'm an expert in CLD populations. That's wrong. If you ask me something about Haitian Creole, I can give you best practices, but that's it, right? It's important to know that there is no endpoint with this. Cultural humility also lends us to addressing power imbalances and systems-wide changes, which lead to more sustainability. And so when we create these culturally appropriate environments, we use strategies like the ones in Gloria Latson-Billings' work, which, although it was done in 1994, and she has a book that just came out earlier this year on culturally responsive environments for students, what we know is that using dialect-informed instruction and culturally responsive teaching are extremely important, right? And we want to do things like be able to, I can't even read it from here, positive perspectives on practices, right? We want to be able to look at communication of high expectations, right? Knowing that students are able to achieve. And the last one says something that's really good. Yes, learning, because I can't see it from the angle. Context within culture, right? So what does this mean for you as a practitioner? It means, like I said, bidialectalism, bilingualism, they are not things that need to be remedied. When we change our lens from how we see these students when they walk into our classrooms, it changes the trajectory for what we do when we work with them. Consider that they have unique language experiences, and all that means is it's a different implication for their MAE knowledge. It isn't something that's wrong, it's just a different implication for what your curriculum says or what you learned in school for MAE knowledge, as well as literacy development. So all of these strategies can be used not just with the Black children that you work with, but with all children. And so it's important to utilize culturally and linguistically sensitive approaches. We want to increase awareness of dialect forms. And so you may be thinking, how do I go do all this stuff? I don't even know anything. There are links in these slides, references, that will specifically give you tables on some of these characteristics and features, right? You first have to increase knowledge. Then, of course, we don't make assumptions about what children are capable of doing. Use scoring modifications where we can. And then include that in the report, right? Like, don't just do it, but include that in the report. And then we want to use alternative assessments when we can. Consider background knowledge when we're doing reading assessments and vocabulary assessments and comprehension assessments, right? Do all of those things. Increase the use of diverse books and therapy materials and curriculum materials so that children see themselves reflected. Shameless plug, I run a website, Maya's Book Nook, that focuses specifically on promoting strong language and literacy foundations through diverse children's books. I was talking with Wiley, he has a new imprint. He's an associate publisher of a new imprint that's specifically around diverse children's books. So I want to pick his brain about decodable readers that actually feature diverse children, right? Because that's important, that's needed. Continue professional development, of course, and then in our last few minutes before we take questions, the work that I do specifically in Florida at the Center for Reading Research is called The Village. And so FCRR is an internationally known reading powerhouse when it comes to research, right? One of the things that we wanted to do, The Village is a new division, just 3 years old. And so one of our things is, how do we take the information that we have in these amazing journal articles and get it to people like you, to practitioners? The poorest zip code in Florida is in Tallahassee, where FSU is located. The schools that I pass on my way to the office are the poorest performing schools. That does not work for me, right? And of course, you can already assume that these are schools that are filled with Black and brown learners. So what do? We create The Village, right? Where we connect to evidence-based resources. We have 3 C's: connect, give you all the stuff you need. We want to champion. There are amazing people doing amazing work. For all of us as researchers, it's not just that we want to just have this one thing, we want to get the information. How do we then champion what they're doing and amplify it, right? Elevate it even more. And then, of course, collaborate. We're a research center. So we work with an amazing wide range of partners. This is just a few of them. Opening nights is like our arts and performing, right? But what do? We create materials that when they take children from schools to see these performances, they have these educational materials that are related to reading and literacy to go along with it. Sister Friends is about Black maternal health outcomes. We can't wait until the baby gets here, right? There are so many things that we can do preventatively. So FCRR and The Village is a whole part of what can we do specifically in our local community to ensure that what we have learned as a science of reading makes it to practitioners, to organizations, and stakeholders who are all invested. So we have At Home with FCRR materials. Many of you may be familiar with our Student Center activities, the materials that are completely free for teachers. Y'all, we're making YouTube videos. You will see families like me and my daughter, where we're making short videos, 2-minute or videos, because we know that also parents may have difficulty accessing. We want to remove barriers. We create videos, right, showing you how you can do these things. They may have been created for teachers like you, but that doesn't mean this isn't something a parent can do at home, right? We make these kiosks. We put all these materials in every single school in our district. Change the information based on grade level, based on school, right? To be able to have access to things. We're gonna do things like create reading challenges. Florida's Florida, so you know we can't, Florida's Florida. So we do things on my website like talk about how do you choose a book, have those acronyms, right? Have these bookmarks, have these things that keep people excited and engaged. When we talk about these culturally and linguistically diverse readers, there are things that we have to think about slightly differently. And this is just so perfect from the last few, from David and Nell's presentations. When we think about just what we can do with a book, and especially how Wiley ended with talking about those decodable readers and how we then align them and connect them to picture books, right? They're so rich for oral language, and you can do so much in all of these different ways, right? So it's not just read the book to read the book. No, we go beyond the book, which you'll see here. I create these beyond the book guides that are completely free, that talk about what Nell did before, during, and after reading, with dialogic reading questions, with tier 2 vocabulary, with child-friendly definitions already there for you. They're there for teachers, but they're also there for parents, right? Anybody can have access to this. We are putting these things in Book Nook bundles, which are hitting our libraries in November for National Family Literacy Month, where families will be able to check out a diverse book with a student center activity, a beyond the book guide, and an extension activity, because like Nell said, you can't hear these things once, right? You got to do it again, and then make connections to their real worlds. So these are just some of the things that are happening in Tallahassee. Gaining cultural humility is a continuous process. We have to develop cultural awareness, and that's dynamic. It changes over time. We have to discontinue these assumptions that there is something wrong with students who are from vulnerable backgrounds. I was that student, right? Some of you may have been that student. When we value and leverage what they bring to the table, it allows us to see the gains that we hope for. So to close us out, literacy is a bridge from misery to hope. It is a tool for daily life in a modern society. It is a bulwark against poverty and a building block for everyone, everywhere. Literacy is, along with education in general, a basic human right. Literacy is finally the road to human progress and the means through which every man, woman, and child can realize his or her full potential. That's from Kofi Annan. There's a ton of references. I'll take any questions that you may have now.
We have 3 questions to begin with, and they all sort of fall into the same category. This dilemma that I think a lot of us feel, and that I think was woven through your presentation, between how do we address the needs of kids who speak this less common dialect, because that presents challenges for them, at the same time without accidentally teaching them that their dialect is inferior.
Right.
So one of the questions was, if we don't work with or fix pronunciations, it can negatively impact their spelling. Should we work with students on pronunciations for this reason, and how do we deal with that tension between you're not saying it wrong, but if you said it this way, your spelling would be better?
Yeah. Well, I think, one, we changed the words that we're even using, right? It's not about fixing. It's not about this thing that's correct versus this thing being incorrect when we're starting to think about these dialectal differences. Now, there are some true spelling things that are incorrect, right? We know that there are developmental spelling errors that could also sometimes look like dialect kinds of things. So one of the things that I do, and I understand that push and pull, that tension, because as a person who has worked in schools with kids, I want them to be successful because I know how the world is set up for them. So I want them to have success. How do you do this? One, you let them know that what they have, what they bring to the table, you show them that it's valuable, right? So many kids have never heard that the language that they use actually has rules. It has a name, right? They hear that it's wrong, that it's broken, that it's bad. When you flip the script in terms of how you talk about the language that they have, it allows them to feel more empowered about that language. And then when you're talking about, all right, we're spelling this thing. I noticed you did this, right? You may have left off that G. Okay, let's say it one more time, because remember, students who are true dialect speakers also have a lot of modifiability, right, in that dynamic assessment. We're going to talk about G dropping. G dropping is a thing, right? Sometimes when I say it, I'm doing this. I give all this modeling. Bombardment, we say it over and over, right? And then when we're writing, when we're doing this thing in our writing, that's when we use that G, right? We want to make sure. You want to ensure that they can hear it, right? That they hear the phonetic sound first, and that they understand that. But that's just one of the ways that I would do it. I would make sure, one, that we're reframing how we talk about it, and when we address it with them being honest that there are these different types of language, bring in these books that allow them to see language in a variety of ways, and that we all speak these different kinds of ways, and that allows them to know that this thing they're doing isn't wrong.
I'm going to ask my own question, because I don't think anybody is going to ask it, but I'm going to put it out there.
I hope I can answer it.
Is this inherently a more inherently delicate issue for white teachers working with black children compared to black teachers working with black children?
It can be, because sometimes when we think about school systems, very often teachers reflect the community of the schools that they work in, sometimes, right? So sometimes we may have a school that is majority African American with majority African American teachers. That may mean everybody speaks dialect, right? Mm-hmm. Just because I speak that dialect orally, because remember, African American English and so many of these dialects are oral in nature, right? Sometimes it transfers into our written speech, but everybody's speaking the dialect, but that doesn't mean that this teacher who uses AAE can't still teach you about subject-verb conjugation. So when I hear teachers ask, I don't feel comfortable talking about this with a parent, or how do I read the story that maybe has some dialect in it? If you don't feel comfortable doing some of those things, YouTube is now so amazing. There are so many books and read-alouds that are available on YouTube by authors and creators of color, right? If you don't feel comfortable, because you want to be authentic. The most important thing is children, no matter the background, sense authenticity, right? And when it comes off as if you aren't authentically interested or valuing this thing, this dialect thing, then yes, you may get some pushback even around, I don't even know why you're talking to me about this kind of a thing, right? It could be some negative feelings. So I think that it may be challenging, but just like with anything, I think that the more you do it, the easier it becomes. So as a teacher who may be feeling uncomfortable having some of these conversations, having even some of these conversations maybe with your colleagues or your peers, right, with some of the things that you notice, the more you talk about it, you'll be more comfortable, and you'll be able to then have those conversations with your students. April Baker Bell, who's an educator, wrote an amazing book called Linguistic Justice, where she literally talks about this from the lens of a case study she did in her classroom, how she talked with them about language. And it was amazing seeing how kids' eyes got opened just because simply this is the first time someone had ever even talked with them about the language system that they bring in.
Well, and I want to say from my own experience, the challenge that some of us have, and that I think we have to admit that we have, to resist that initial reflexive reaction when we hear this kind of English, to thinking, oh, this child's not that bright.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that's why I said I do it up here. I do it in the classroom with the students that I'm teaching to become SLPs. If you can't get over me as the person who they brought here to tell you this thing, and if it still makes you feel cringy, right, we have to normalize that there are different ways of speaking. Just as one of the other presenters mentioned, I think maybe it was David who was talking about how the US is one of the few countries where most people are monolingual. When we think about the number of dialects, the number of languages that exist in other countries, right, this is not like an issue that nobody else has ever had. We just have to, and there are many reasons why there are kind of visceral reactions when we hear dialect, especially dialects like AAE that have been stigmatized. That's a whole nother presentation, but there are many reasons why, and when we unpack some of that stuff, then it no longer becomes this gut, oh, I can't believe they said that. It's not that, it's, I see what happened. This is a dialect, okay, let me reframe. Let's try this a different way.
What is the effect of dialect, particularly dialect that has greater density and maybe lacks bidialectical ability? What is the effect of that on receptive listening ability when the children are listening to mainstream American English? And how should that be addressed in instruction and assessment?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, there's some research around what happens when it's a teacher who is a mainstream American English speaker and the child who is a dialect speaker, for example, whether there's this linguistic mismatch. That's the theory, it's the linguistic mismatch hypothesis. But what we know is that just like if your child had a teacher who stuttered, when they teach the child, that doesn't mean the child is going to start to stutter, right?
Well,
so,
is it common, would we expect a child who speaks maybe almost exclusively African American English dialect to nonetheless, even though they can't produce mainstream American English dialect, to understand mainstream American dialect?
Like I said, she going to the store, she is going. Semantically, they're the same. And what we know is that there is this downward shift in dialect usage until about 3rd or 4th grade. And so at kindergarten, I think the number is around 90% of students use some form or some amount of, as Thompson, Craig, and Washington, some amount of dialect usage, almost 90% of African American kids at school entry. That number slowly decreases until about 3rd or 4th grade. We know why. Things like this, right? When you're around other people, you're hearing these other models, you have all of this writing, right? All of this visual print that's around you, you're hearing and having an understanding of this other way to talk. Now, so often it's called the right way to do it, but you're giving them access to it, which in turn causes what we tend to call in the research dialect shifting.
Well, my father's grown up in Wisconsin his whole life. He's 88 years old, and he would tell you as a joke, we speak the right way and everybody else has an accent. So,
Absolutely.
you know,
I mean,
and I think starting from the understanding that we all have the assumption that our common way of speaking, well, that's the way people are supposed to speak. You know, I don't think I have an accent. I'm pretty sure I don't, but if I go someplace else, they'll say that I do.
I may beg to differ.
There
right?
you go. That's right.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much. Does anybody else have any other questions? Oh, yeah. Some words in African American English are closer to the spelling. For example, some AA speakers often say often, or police, or Detroit. You said Detroit.
Uh-huh.
Some speakers of other dialects of English say police,
Right?
which is further from the spelling, or Detroit, which is further from the spelling.
I see where this is going. Okay. Yes.
So I think that's interesting to point out to people too. I noticed very quickly when you said Detroit, because
Yeah.
I would say Detroit, but if you look at the
I put
spelling
the-
of
yeah,
Detroit
yeah.
and the rules of syllabication and the standard rules,
I put the emphasis.
Detroit is more right than Detroit.
Absolutely. And so that's a really great point. When we think about how African American English and some other of these non-mainstream dialects even came to be, we know what happened, right? Like they had to learn English. They weren't taught to read. There are these things that then happen. I won't get into all of that, but there are these things, right, in terms of how we learned language, which then causes, when you have this language contact is what it's called. So when you take an African language and then you take what you're hearing in terms of mainstream American English, when you start to put these things together, that's how dialects are formed. And very often, it may be just based on, like you said, how close it actually is to the actual phonetic spelling of what we think may be the orthographic rules, right? You may see that.
Well, I think it's safe to say that whatever dialect you speak, you're best off coming to school with as much experience with your language and your dialect, as many words in your head, as much experience
Absolutely.
with language as you can possibly have.
Absolutely, and that's the part that's really important. It's so, just like how in the past, maybe 1 or 2 generations ago, those of you who may be Spanish speaking, perhaps maybe your family was told by a medical doctor to no longer speak Spanish to you because that was gonna cause a language impairment or a reading difficulty. We know that's not true. The same way, we know that when you have strong foundational language skills in your first language, or we can put in place first dialect, that means it's going to in turn give you stronger foundational skills to then leverage to learn that new thing. So if you have strong oral language skills, and I didn't even get into this, there's complex levels of dialect, right? There are some kids who do amazing. If we think about what happens in music, right? The complexity, the metaphors, those are all still, there may still be dialect, but it's still super sophisticated. And we have to be sure that we still use those terms like sophisticated clauses and all those things when we talk about students' language so they see the value in what they bring, and then we leverage that and flip it to add to the next thing that you're trying to teach
I'm
them.
eating into your time, but too bad. So
I'm sorry.
Well, my last question is, do we sometimes listen to children who speak a less popular dialect, a less common dialect, and dumb down our oral language because we think they can't handle it? And so we speak to them in less sophisticated ways and basically hamstring them because of it.
Yes, I would say that that's probably true. There's the same research around why, it was around a lot of the research, Carol Connor and all, when there were some studies around why is there such a huge gap between black and white children in terms of reading achievement. Some of those theories, one was the linguistic mismatch theory that we said, but another one was high expectations and teacher bias, right? So that's a part of it. And we have to be able to address those biases and to stare them down. And we all have biases around it, but that's no different than when you pick up the phone to make a call and it may be someone who is, let's say, has a really deep accent. That's a Southern accent, right? And people may think that they're less than, or if you have someone who may be speaking Mandarin, like all those things that we do that we subconsciously change. But when we hear someone who's from London, it's like, oh, right? Like that. I want people to have that same awe and inspiration when you see a black kid and they say they're bidialectal. I want you to feel just as like, wow, that's amazing. The same way when you heard someone say they were multilingual and they spoke Cantonese, French, and Spanish. I want you to feel that same awe when a student says they're able to do those things, because we know of the linguistic skills that it takes, the things that you have to hold in your brain, right? And that's some of the other work that I'm doing, is we're looking at whether the cognitive advantage that's present in bilingual speakers, a lot of that work that you see in Spanish speakers, the cognitive advantages that they have, we're starting to see and do the work to see if that same cognitive advantage is present in African American English speakers. And a pilot study said yes for my dissertation, yes. So we're starting to do some of that work because I'm all about flipping the script. So much of what we hear about dialect speakers is from the negative. They're not gonna do well at this, they're not gonna be great at this, it's bad, it's this, it's that. I'm gonna flip that and talk about what they do bring to the table, and if we can talk more about some of those things that we could leverage, like that cognitive advantage, because if we're doing some of those more processing-dependent tasks, we can leverage what we know about some of these speakers.
I'm going to keep talking to her down by the table here. You all be back here at 4 o'clock. Eat whatever food we haven't eaten already.
Thank you.
We're going to be gathering up at about 15 minutes after the hour, which is in a minute. Thank you all for sticking together. Let's try to finish strong. Let me tell you, today is not an accident. A number of people have observed it. Today's order of speakers was curated very carefully, and we'll be finishing up in just a minute with somebody who makes sense to sort of pull it all together for us, who has done this work and made these reforms in her district the way you're trying to do it in your classroom, in your district. I want to remind you one more time, if you can find this on your table, this QR code, it's by itself on a single half sheet of paper. If you are a K through 5 teacher, to fill that out, do this individual a solid. They're trying to gather data for the dissertation. If you've ever had to do that and you're at the mercy of the world to give you that dissertation, let's help those people out. If you are looking for the QR code and you can't find it, or you wanted to do it and you forgot, Mary will be sending it out with the handouts tomorrow, the URL for it. So if you're somebody who's a K-5 teacher, let's make sure you do that. Help this person out even if you never met them. They're going to certainly appreciate it. Angie Hanlon is a dedicated and passionate leader for change in schools and classrooms. She currently serves as the district superintendent in Thorpe, Wisconsin, where she works tirelessly to transform teacher practice and student achievement. Before that, you were in Missouri, right, the boot heel of Missouri, and we were talking about that. I used to be in Southern Illinois. She bases her career on the belief that all students can learn and perform at higher levels of achievement when they're given highly engaging, research-based instructional practices and targeted specific interventions. She creates a growth mindset among her staff, students, and community, and uses character education to shape and sustain a positive culture. We started the day with somebody like me who's never taught a student to read and has never done research. We've moved through researchers who have one foot in the research world and another in the classroom. We're going to finish up with somebody now who has the life experience and the career experience, turning that science into practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Angie Hanlon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Steve Dykstra, for that. Good afternoon. I know it's late, but that was weak. Good afternoon. I just want to start off and say a couple of things. One, I've got a question for you. Have you had a great day of learning? I have come to know and to love about the Reading League that if you're ever at any, no matter what state you're in, at any type of conference sponsored by the Reading League, you're going to get the best research by often some of the very best presenters and leaders in the field of education. So my presentation this afternoon is going to be called Implementing the Science of Reading for Success for All Learners. My story is that this is possible and this can be done. It is incredibly doable. It may sound like it's not 95 to 100%, but it is. We really can teach all, and we can help all students make success and growth. And so that's what we're going to talk about in this last section of time this afternoon. I do want to say just a couple of thank yous. I'm new to Wisconsin. So I've had some people say, are you from Wisconsin? And I'm like, I am. But they're like, you don't sound like it. I'm like, well, it's because I haven't lived here very long. But I've spent all the other 49 years of my life in Southeast Missouri, and I'm just now in my second year in the state of Wisconsin, and I absolutely love it. So I just want to say a quick thank you to the Wisconsin Reading League. You've done a fantastic job with this conference, and thank you for my invitation to be here today. And then because I'm going to kind of allude to our school board and the importance of school board members, I just want to say a couple of really quick thank yous. One of our dedicated school board members is at this conference today, Amy Penterman, and she is a tireless advocate who advocates strongly for what is best for students. And she's here, and she's traveled here to get here today, so thank you, Amy, for being here.
one of our amazing educators, Schneider, who is literally the queen of explicit instruction. She is here, and then also with me today is our drug and alcohol prevention coordinator and character ed coordinator, who happens to be my husband, Jeremy. So I'm so thankful that the three of them are here, so thank you. So I'm going to briefly just go through a little bit of my career. So as I talk, you'll kind of understand, because I'll reference back to some of this. This is not for bragging rights or anything like that, but I do have this up for a couple of reasons, and you'll figure it out when I get to the end. First of all, I'm a teacher. I started my career as an elementary teacher. I mainly taught in grades 3, 4, 5, and I have over 20 years in education. And I stand before you today, and if you only take a couple of takeaways, I hope this is one of them. I am truly the product of incredible professional development. The things that I've been able to do in my career, it's not because of things that I learned in college, it's because of things that I learned in the very best level of professional development, that I'll talk about some of those people who have been mentors to me. They've served as mentors, and they've literally trained me in the science of reading and in school turnaround work. After being a teacher in the classroom, I was pulled out by district administration to be the district-wide instructional coach. I was in a county consolidated school, and I did that for 3.5 years. And during that time, I was also professional development coordinator, curriculum coordinator, and then also did the data. So I led the data team meetings at all the schools within our district. And then I was given the opportunity to go be a building principal. And I had spent 10 years saying I would never be a building principal, let alone superintendent. I mean, I said I'd never even be an administrator of any type. But what happened was, in the role of instructional coach, we had, and maybe you've experienced this, we were having what I've called pockets of success. We had some great teachers doing some really great things in pockets and in places in the schools throughout our district, but what we were lacking is we could not get a building-wide initiative for that the whole building was doing it. And so in talking to 3 of my mentors, they said, you're going to need to go do that and be a building principal. I said, but I will never do that. And they said, no, you're going to have to. And so then you'll use whatever school you're at basically as like a lab school. Some people might say action research school. Set that up and then use that for other people to come through, show them what's possible. And that ended up being what we did. And I was elementary principal for 6 years. I'm now in my 2nd year as superintendent in Thorpe, Wisconsin. And people always say, how did you get from Southeast Missouri to Thorpe, Wisconsin? So I'm just going to say really, really quickly. I spent a lot of years being a literacy consultant and training teachers and administrators on best practices. And one of the schools that I was assigned to go be a literacy consultant at was Thorpe. And I not only fell in love with the school district, I fell in love with the town. And I said last night at dinner, I've been a lifelong Green Bay Packers fan. So when I found out that that was an opportunity, I hadn't really thought about being a superintendent, but I thought, would I like to be a superintendent in Thorpe, Wisconsin? I think I might, yes. And so I'm so happy to be where I am. I absolutely not only love the role, I've also fallen in love with the beauty of the state of Wisconsin. In 2008, though, that's when my career forever changed. Because I met a researcher, a lady, I met 2. I met Dr. Vicki Gibson and Dr. Jan Hasbrook, and it forever changed my life. They started talking to me about best practices of literacy. I heard, after being a teacher that had taught reading You cannot if you've experienced this once I continue. Who had never heard the science of reading, and even though I had minored in literacy in college, I heard from her things like the simple view of reading and Scarborough's rope, and I'd been teaching reading for years, and I'd never heard of this stuff that now I know is the science of reading. I said to her, every single educator has to know this information. This will be life-changing for our students. And she said, well, that's why we're on a mission to really get this information out to the people that need it, and that's the teachers. So through Vicki Gibson and Jan Hasbrook, I then met a lady by the name of Patty Montgomery, who has Schools Cubed. She's the owner and founder of Schools Cubed. And I started then focusing on school turnaround work, and that is where a new passion was completely born, when I found what you can go in, and by setting up systems and structures, what is possible, what can be done in a school and in a school system and a school district. By implementing all of what I learned, I was able to be part of a team that reached first 95% proficiency in literacy and then 100% proficiency in literacy. And I'll get to how that happened at the end. But I said all of that for two things. And you don't know me well enough to know it's not about like, oh, look at me. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with this. If I can do this in the school that you'll hear about those learners, and if we can do that, I'm here to tell you with every fiber in my being, then anybody can do it. And then the other thing is that list of positions and roles in my career started with teacher. I still consider myself a teacher. And I think as we do this work, we've got to remember our why, and we've got to remember who we are and what our role is as an educator and as a teacher. Yes, my students have changed throughout my career, but I am still and will always be a teacher. And I hope that you'll be able to feel that as I talk to you today, as I go through this. But just briefly, before we begin, I want you to take just 30 seconds, because I'm going to do a lot like Nell Duke did. I will use instructional practices throughout this today, because you can take me out of the classroom, but you just can't take the elementary teacher out of me. So I will be having you do partner talks, think alouds, things like that. I just want you to revisit for about 30 seconds. Why did you get into education? And why are you doing the role that you're doing right now? So take about 30 seconds to think about that. You can smile at me when you're finished. One, I just need the positive feedback, but then it will tell me who's finished and who isn't. And now I want you to take a minute, and I just want you to share your why with someone close to you. Go ahead and do that now. first wrap up. Second wrap up. And third and final wrap up. Show me some reaction as to if you liked what you heard at your table. Oh, very creative. Okay, great. All right. You are alive and vibrant on a Friday afternoon. Congratulations. All right, so let's talk about what is possible. I remember where I was sitting when I heard this information. Jan Hasbrook is who said it to me. She had a slide, and there was a blank, the percentage, it was a little paragraph, and what was possible. And she had people guess aloud. I often do this at conferences, and people will say like 75%, 85%, and I hardly ever get what is possible. I hardly ever have an audience that says 95%. But what is possible? 95% of elementary students, love the English language, regardless of background, that's powerful, regardless of background, are cognitively capable of learning to read. Turn and tell the people at your table, but it doesn't stop there. Say that quickly, and eyes on me. They are capable of learning to read. It's a cause and effect situation when they receive sufficient, direct instruction. When they receive what? Say it to me. On the foundational skills of reading. We don't have to make this up. That was so encouraging to me as a building leader, and it's still daily encouraging to me as a district administrator. I don't have to go out here and write a playbook. We know what needs to be done for our students. There is a very clear formula. There's a very clear path. There are very clear structures and systems that have to be done to have this happen. It is doable and it is possible. Regardless of background, regardless of what state, regardless if it's rural or urban, regardless of race, regardless of gender, it is possible. Say that with me. It is possible. Say it to me like you mean it. Okay, so now, very good. Yeah, felt like you needed feedback from that. Very good. All right, we can get our students there when, I'm sorry, I'm such a dork. I just get so excited about this stuff. When we provide them the right type of instruction, we can get them there, okay? So what is it that is needed to reach the 95%? Now, I don't know about you, but I have been in professional development sessions where I was not professionally developed, okay? Now, I'm sure that I'm only speaking for myself. I'm sure this has never happened to you, and I'm sure it's never happened in the state of Wisconsin. But I do not feel that I have been professionally developed until someone tells me how to go do it. I sat through so many conferences and someone talked about what needed to be done, and that's great. Yeah, I want to do that. But I wasn't told how. So today what we are going to talk about is not only what needs to be done, but what does it look like? What does it sound like? What do you have to do? What do you have to do when you walk back into your classroom and back into your school? What is it that we need to do to be effective and to make sure that all students are reaching success? So how do we achieve it? Now, it's important to note here that there is a process and a system for achieving this. I'll say it, you echo. Process and system to achieving this. Okay, I liked how you even did it like I did. And system, very good. All right. The other takeaway that you need from this slide is this. I am not special, gifted, talented, a one and done thing. All I have done is, they said earlier, they mentioned this, Steve Dykstra alluded to this, I'm not a researcher. I am a practitioner. What I've been able to have the experience to do for the benefit of the growth of students and teachers is I've been able to figure out what it looks like to implement the science of reading correctly in a school system. What has to be done? What does a principal or district leader have to do to then be effective and to reach all students? But I want you to take away from this right here. This can be replicated, and you can do it. We can do it. This state can do it. The country can do it. But right now, today, I'm a little more concerned about the state. But we can do this. I want you to turn real quickly and tell the people at your table, I can do this and we can do this. Do that now. Now look at me. Oh, I love educators. I heard someone say, and we are going to do this. Yes, I love that. Yes, you are. Okay, eyes back here. I will say these, and I want you to echo them. These are the things that are needed. Leadership. I know it's Friday afternoon, but we can do a little bit better than that. Leadership. Much better. Science of reading. Systems and structures. And I get very excited about this next one. Research-based instructional practices. Growth mindset. And accountability. So we're going to talk about each of these. Let's go to leadership. Tell the people at your table to wake up. This one's incredibly important. And thank you for doing that in a kind manner. That was very good. Okay. So what type of leader do we need in leadership? Because leadership is so important. This is what I have learned, not from my work, but from training, from professional development, is this work rises and falls on leadership. This happens because of good leadership, or this fails to happen because of leadership. Your faces aren't as pleasant as they were, but I mean, okay. It's very hard to hear, and it's so true. And I said the word accountability on the last slide. I'm going to talk about that a lot today. But the type of leader that we need is this. We've got to have transformational visionary leader. Ask me, what do I mean by that? So what do you mean by that? I would love to tell you. A transformational visionary leader knows the importance of a vision. Not just has a staff write a vision and slap it on a wall. I've seen that, but that's not what I'm talking about. They know the importance of having a vision, a mission, that we as a collective school body, this is what we are saying that we're going to do. A transformational visionary leader, they know and they understand how important it is that as a staff, you come together and you identify what's called guiding beliefs. What are the beliefs that you have as a group of people? Do you believe that all children can learn? Or do you not? Do you believe that what you do is important? Do you believe that you can make a difference? We've got to identify our guiding beliefs and the vision, because our guiding beliefs control literally everything we do and the decisions we make. This type of leader understands how it requires multiple sources of data that have to be looked at, reviewed, and analyzed, and then connect that to the mission, vision, and core values. And then there's got to be reflection As a leader, you are led to reflect on what you're doing, and are we living up to that vision, or is it just something that we've written and it's on the website or the wall of the school? Are we living it out on a daily basis? Are we living out our beliefs? Are we having an impact? The other thing that we need is we have to have instructional leaders. Now, that's been a hot phrase, that's been a hot topic. What I mean by that is, yes, it is the instructional leader of the school or the district. But I'll be talking a little bit later about the Wallace Foundation. If you haven't read that and you're a leader, I think it's critical that everyone should read that because it's got incredible information in it. Very, very short. You can Google it, print it out. Even if you aren't a leader, it's still so beneficial to know this information because it really details what this research study found that effective leaders did differently. What leaders of highly effective schools did differently from a low-performing school. And the thing about being an instructional leader is this, that the leaders are having instructionally focused conversations with the teachers. They don't just come in and observe and watch, but they are having an instructionally focused conversation. This is what I saw. This is what you did well. According to the data, this is what, if you do this and if you try this, this will help you have a stronger impact. Are there building or district leaders in the room? Principals, assistant principals? Okay. If we are not being a transformational, visionary leader that is the instructional leader of that school and that district, this is me saying this, not the Reading League, I believe we are failing our teachers and our students. This is what we are required and what we are called to do for our students and staff members. As district and building leaders, this is what we have to do. It's what our students deserve, and it is what they should get. So let's go a little deeper into exactly what that research says. The Wallace Foundation, in their report, I'm just going to quickly summarize this, said they found in their study that by replacing a below average principal with an above average principal, that the students could increase their learning by nearly 3 months in both reading and math. 3 months. They could gain an extra 3 months of learning. Then there's information from John Hattie, who I'm going to talk a lot about today. In his book, Visible Learning for Teachers, he talks about one of the instructional practices that has one of the highest effect size. It had the highest for a long time, and that's developing assessment-capable learners. And as leaders, we have to do that. We have to have teachers that are assessment-capable learners and students who are assessment-capable learners, which means we have to do that ourselves. So how many of you have not heard and you don't know it well enough that you could teach it to someone what an assessment-capable learner is? Just like, okay. There are 3 guiding questions that have to guide our work. I will say them, you echo. Where are we? Where am I? Okay, where are we? That's the first question. Number 2, where are we going? And how close are we to reaching that goal? We know those questions. We know the answers to those questions by data. Where are we? As a school, where are we? Are we high performing? Are we low performing? If you're low performing, don't feel bad, because when I give you numbers at the end of this, I will give new definition to the word low, so you're good. Okay? All right. Where are we? You can only be upset about where you are if you're going to stay there forever, and I can tell you right now, you're not going to stay there. Okay? So where are we? We have to own that. Where are we going? That's where we take where we are from the data, we set a goal, and then we constantly review and check in. How close are we to reaching that goal? So I've said a lot quickly. Turn and talk to the people at your table. What's kind of the one thing that resonated with you about what we just talked about as far as leadership? Do that quickly now. I'll give you about 45 seconds. First wrap up. Second wrap up. And third and final wrap up. In closing, before I move on from this one of my favorite sentences in the Wallace Report is this, and I'm going to read it right off so I don't mess it up. It is difficult to envision an investment with a higher ceiling on its potential return than improving principal leadership. If you are a building and district leader, it is our responsibility to develop those leaders so that they then can become an instructional leader and a transformational and a visionary leader for that staff and for those students. And if, again, we fail to do that, then we are, I'll say, failing that group of people. All right, so now let's talk about the science of reading. Now, I'm not going to go deep into this because there are experts today that have talked about that. But the science of reading, it is our what. And as I said earlier, this changed my career. It changed my life, and it forever changed the lives of the students that I taught. What the research says, this is what we have to know. You know, you hear these things about the talk about the reading wars and all that, and I'm over that, and I'm not even going to mention that because the research is there are 40 plus years of research that as educators we have got to implement. We just simply at this point must implement this and put the research into practice. It is the foundation that we have to build for success for all. We can't get success for all if we don't implement that research and if we don't implement the foundational literacy skills and give that to everybody. I was going to talk about the national dilemma, but the people before me have clearly covered that. But I know you know about the national dilemma because the recent NAEP report, one of the findings in there said that 25 million children in the United States cannot read proficiently. Another staggering statistic is that 65% of fourth graders read below grade level. We can do better than that, and we must. I'll say it, you echo. We can do better than this. That was pretty good. This next one, as I say it this one more like you mean it. We must do better than this. Okay, that was more believable. Thank you. Dr. Mark Seidenberg says there is the disconnect between education and science, and that has been detrimental to both students and educators. We've been doing that for too long. It is now time, and I am so excited by the Reading League and by the reading leagues that are being formed in different states, I do feel that now this is a movement and it's getting traction. But it's no longer time for the debate of it. It is now just time for go time in the implementation of it. We know how we have to teach our students. It's explicit and systematic instruction. We also know what we have to teach them. It's an explicit teaching of oral and written language. It remains the core principle of effective instruction. We have to give this information to our teachers. If you are in a district and you haven't received the training on the science of reading, or if you're a building leader and your teachers aren't rock solid in that, then that's where you start. We have to give them this because the enemy of teachers is time, and they can have a high quality resource and a teacher's manual in their hands, but if they don't know the foundational literacy skills, they don't know what pieces to focus on. They don't know what the core critical components are to put in that 90-minute block. Luckily, you saw a sample of that today, so I don't have to go into that. I'm often asked, where do you start? Okay, so if you don't know, or if you work with people that don't know the science of reading, these are the beginning components that really can get the ball moving. And it's one, the simple view of reading. We heard David Kilpatrick talk about it today. Scarborough's rope. What are the components that when those things all become entwined together, at the end of that rope, we have a skilled reader? And the other thing is the big five. Those 5 pillars, the big areas, and that is where we start, and that is the information that we really cling to, and we go in our rooms and we just start our implementation right there. It is important, though, that after we get that information, we continue it. Because this is one of the things, if you only take a couple things away from this today, this has to be one of them. This is continuous improvement. We've heard multiple people talk about that because the research is ever changing. We find out more information. We cannot then say, well, I'm an expert in it. We will never be. I will never be an expert in this because I constantly have to be seeking out new information, and then it's my responsibility to take that information and do something with it. So we've got to actively be seeking this too. I did a podcast not long ago. So I only mentioned that because several of you mentioned it to me today. And some people talked to me about it last night when they saw me. And one of the things I said in that podcast is find your science of reading community. Make that. You know, we've all heard the phrase, it takes a village. Get the people who are like-minded with you and start talking to them and really then say, what are you trying in your room? What am I trying in my room? And talk about what is working. Now, the other piece is systems and structures. We can't stop at the science of reading. I've based my career on that research, but that's not all. It's not the be-all, end-all, because we know that it is systemic instruction that changes the lives of our students. There is a specific system and structure that has to be put into place. We have to have teams. We have to allow time for collaboration. There has to be a systematic way that you as a team are analyzing and reviewing your data. There are protocols and agendas that are needed. There are questions that have to be asked and then answered when you are in a data meeting. And when you have those things, the systems and structures in place, the school culture begins to change because it's based then upon an environment of trust. There's this safety system built where every single faculty member realizes that they have a voice and they are important. So let me give you an example of what that looks like, how it looked when I was a building principal and what it looks like now in Thorpe, in the district where I'm very lucky to be able to be their district administrator. It's the exact same system because I've been incredibly fortunate in my career to work with one of our sponsors, Schools Cubed, and that's the system and structure that I have been able to implement as a building principal. And there is a specific structure for how we collect data. There's a beginning of year benchmark, a middle of year benchmark, and end of year benchmark. There's a data team meeting after each of those benchmarks. We come together, we review that beginning of year benchmark data, and we use that to set middle of year and end of year goals. And then you can't just leave it. I have been part of a school that then just left it till the next benchmark. Half the year's gone. We can't get that learning back for our students. So we need 6-week check-in meetings to review the progress monitoring data, and we answer these questions. Have the students made progress? If they have, why? What did we do? Why did they make that progress? Which students are not making progress? And we've got to go student by student. I remember earlier in my career just going by percentage. Well, 50%, that sounds better. That would make me, okay, well, that's half. But who are the names that aren't in the 50? And what are we going to do for the names, the specific students that aren't there, and why are they not there? So are they making progress? If so, why? What have we done to get them there? Are they not making progress, and what are we going to do about it? And then how will we respond to this data? Because if we go to a data team meeting and we fail to talk about what are we going to do differently based upon reviewing this data, we have not finished out the process. Because that data has to tell us what we have to provide as far as instruction in the upcoming lessons and interventions. It does tell us how close we are to reaching our goal too. So one of the things that we have set up, they are weekly meetings that we get together as teams and we look at the progress monitoring. We look at that trend line. Are they making progress? If so, great. Keep doing what we're doing. If they aren't, and if we have 3 weeks in a row that they've been stagnant, we've got to do something. What is it that we're going to do? And as a building leader, we're building leaders again. Show me again. That data, when we're in those teams, it tells us where we need to be the next week. Do we need to be in a specific grade level? Is it a grade level, or is there one grade level that's got worse data than another one? Do we need to be watching whole group, small group? Do we maybe need to be in the intervention room? As far as teams and collaboration, we have a district leadership team where the district leaders will come together the first week of the month. The second week of the month, we have school leadership teams. The important things that are done at the district leadership team meeting, that's then shared with the school leadership team meetings. The third week of our month, it's the school board meeting. We then, as the building and district leaders, we take all our reports from that district and school leadership team meetings, and we share that with our board members so that everybody's on the same page. And then the final week of the month, we have staff meetings where all of that information is then shared with anybody. And a lot of the times we've had discussions and we've narrowed it down, and then we do like a staff-wide vote and get everybody's voice. For all of this, there are agendas and protocols. Ask me why. Because that builds trust. It's not the secret society having these secret meetings. The agendas go out. It's so systematic 2 weeks before the meeting to everybody. Because then if they want something added to that agenda, they tell their building rep that's on that school leadership team. And so then they say, I want this added to the agenda. And then the week before it goes out to the team, and when they still have a week to get back to me about do they need to add something to that meeting. And then we come together as a team. Always after the meeting, then we put out minutes of what happened. We do that because we want it clear. We want it transparent. We want it visible, that visible learning piece. We want it visible that these are the things that we're doing. And then what does that do? That develops a culture of trust. And we cannot do this work if it's not in a safe environment that's going to welcome error, provide coaching and support, and then let everybody have a voice. Briefly, because we're running a long time, take 1 minute and talk about your favorite piece of what you heard there. Go ahead. First wrap up. Second wrap up. And third and final wrap up. Give me a thumbs up if you had very good, relevant, valid conversation at your table. Were you at a good table? Thank your table mates then for being good talking partners. All right. Now let's go to one of my favorite pieces, research-based instructional practices. Oh, I heard someone say, woohoo, I love that. That's how I feel every time I say it. Okay, if the science of reading is our what, research-based instructional practices, this is the how. How do we need to provide that information to our students? The one that's been the most beneficial to me is the book Visible Learning for Teachers by John Hattie. How many of you are familiar with that book? Great. In the back, in the appendix, he lists from highest effective practices down to the least effective practices. When I knew as a first-year principal that we were 2 to 3 years behind in every single grade level, when I got there and saw the data, I knew we didn't have 5 to 7 years to turn that around. It had to be now. So we took that list in the library. We took the 0.65s and higher because we had to have at least 2 years growth or better. We took that, and those were the practices we focused on. It's the largest collection of evidence-based research ever collected that tells us what actually works to improve learning. By that list, we can start doing more of what is highly effective and then remove the things that are not effective. It gets touchy because not in your school, not in your school, only in the ones that I've worked in outside of Wisconsin, okay? They have said, but I've always done it this way. Not valid enough reason to keep doing it. Where's the evidence that it works? I can't find any. Then that's a practice that we've got to let go of. One of the things is the effect sizes give us what actually works to improve learning. One of the things, and this sounds so simple, but I found it to just totally be transformational, is one of the things we have to do is we have to take, you're not going to like it when I say it, so just hang with me. We've got to take the emphasis off of teaching and place it on learning. Let me say that again. We have got to take the emphasis off of teaching and place it on learning. You should be reacting to that in some way. Okay, I saw some people clapping. You are my people. Thank you back there. Okay. What do I mean by that? This is what I mean. If you've only taught 2 weeks, if you've only been a substitute teacher, or if you've taught 22 years, you can know you can have a beautiful, eloquent lesson plan. Best lesson plan I ever wrote was on Ben Franklin. It was glorious. It was an epic failure on the implementation of the lesson. Just because we have a great plan and just because it's a great lesson and just because we taught it so well, it does not mean they learned it. We've got to take the focus off of teaching. This is what I've always heard as an instructional coach, but I taught it if the data was poor. But I taught it. Or here's the other phrase. Again, this is only in my experience, not yours. I've covered the material. You may have taught it. I'm not saying that you didn't, but they didn't learn it, so therefore we have a problem. Can I get an amen to that? Okay, so we have to stop worrying about have we taught it, and the focus has to be have they learned it. The phrase that changed my life in John Hattie's book is know thy impact. Know thy impact. It was alluded to this morning. Every single time that as a teacher we stand before a group of students, I will never forget the story that Steve Dykstra shared this morning about that student and those list of people. We are making an impact every time we get in front of our students. What that data has to tell us is, are they responding? Did our instruction have an impact? And if it didn't, we can't have an ego problem with that. We just have to accept that and then teach it a different way, teach it in a different manner, because what is important is have they learned it? I actually wear on my wrist a bracelet that says know thy impact. I don't ever want to forget that everything I do, the decisions I make, I want to know, am I impacting the students and am I impacting the teachers? Because if we aren't, that's where we have to fix it. The other thing that is so important is explicit instruction and all the information that came out in NAEP and the stuff from the reading panel. It says it has to be explicit and systematic. The work, if you need a resource, the person who I have found that is so easy to understand on this is Dr. Anita Archer. I just got some thumbs up and woohoo, yeah. She's phenomenal. The I do it, we do it, you do it. I'll say it, you echo, I do it. We do it. You do it. Now, it's gotten better. So here is the improvement of that. Okay, I say it, you echo, I do it. We do it. Here's a Missouri word, y'all do it. That sounded so beautiful. Yes, okay. Y'all do it. Because we need those collaborative discussions, and those students, we need to do it, because then we as the teacher, we are constantly going around and we are assessing and listening, are they getting it? And then if they have it, then we can free them up for independent instruction on the you do it. Okay. The other thing that we have to have as teachers and students is a growth mindset. I am not going to sugarcoat this and say that this is super easy, because this work, school transformation, school turnaround, it is daunting and it is relentless. And I'm not going to say that it's not, because it is, but it's also the most worthwhile thing that we can ever do in our career. Students have to have a growth mindset, and educators have to have a growth mindset. We have to be at a place where we can welcome error. We're not going to get this right every single time. We are going to make mistakes. We've got to look at that is okay. And it was said here earlier today, when we know better, we'll do better. We will set those goals and we won't always reach them. We've got to teach our students how to get through struggle. They won't learn something the first time. We know now that even the most skilled learner is going to take 1 to 4 repetitions of something. After that, it's 4 to 14, 14 to 40, and then the last one, a struggling disabled learner, they might need a repetition from anywhere from 40 to 200 repetitions to get something. So many students have had what I call a history of failure. Their families have had a history of failure. We have to teach them that they don't have to learn it the first time. It's not that you don't know it, it's that you don't know it yet. It's not that we haven't gotten the 95%, it's that we haven't gotten there, what word? Yet. Yes, we haven't gotten there yet. But can we get there? Yes. Will we get there? Yes. Everybody's got to be of that mindset. It really is a mindset change. We also all have to be an assessment-capable learner. We've got to constantly be thinking about where are we? What is our vision? Are we living up to what we say that we are going to do? What are the next goals that we're going to reach, and are we reaching them? And then there is an accountability piece. And part of the accountability is we've got to remember our why. Because I've had to have very hard conversations with people. We were talking about this some last night. And people have said, well, you must like having hard conversations. No, I don't. I don't think anyone does. No, I don't even like confrontation. But there are times where you have to have hard conversations because of the why. Because if students aren't getting what they need, we've got to change our practice. Another key takeaway from John Hattie's work is he says that we are the change agents. We are the people that will change the students. We are the people that can take them to where they need to be, or we're the ones that will fail to. But we are the change agents. Everyone is depending upon us as educators to make this happen. Our students are counting on us. Our teachers are depending upon us. Our parents and our communities. We have to make sure that we do this. We lead our teachers here, or we fail to. We lead our students here, or we don't. And one of the ways that we've got to start looking at is we've got to constantly be thinking about, have we had an impact? Am I having an impact as a teacher? Am I having an impact as an administrator? Am I having an impact as a school board member? Whatever your role is, are we having an impact? And now I'll just close with my last few minutes on the results. But to do that, I really have to talk to you a little bit about the learners. The elementary school that I was principal of in elementary had dismal attendance rates. Kids did not want to come to school because they could not read. So they had stomach aches all the time, and they were the poorest county. We were the poorest county in Missouri. 25% of the students my first year, they were either in foster care or they were in open DFS case. We had one of the lowest attendance rates in the state of Missouri. We flipped that because everyone wanted to be there and feel what was going on once they got that taste of success. And we ended up the last several years of having a 95% attendance rate. The achievement data, I said that it was low, and I'm going to give you a new definition of low. We were in the lowest 15% of the schools. Our average ELA average on the state assessment was a 13%. Yeah, math was even lower. Less than 20% of students read on grade level on the benchmark data. Less than 10% were at benchmark in mathematics. We went to a building average on the state assessment, the building average of 95% of the students were proficient or advanced, with the majority, at least 70% or higher, they were advanced. Our special education data, we were 2 times the state rate. Students had been identified that they were not special education. They needed intervention. They were academically deficient and they had been instructionally deficient. Our special education rate went from over 26% to less than 10%. State ranking, instead of being in the bottom 15%, we went to the highest school in the state of Missouri on growth. The next year we slipped to the second highest in growth because the first highest in growth was another school in that district. We exited focus school status, priority school status, quicker than any school had done in the state of Missouri. We went on to become a Gold Star school in the state and a National Blue Ribbon school from being one of the lowest percentages. And I said all that just to say this. If those learners in the highest drug-riddled county in the state of Missouri, 100% free lunch, that did not come to school with the right clothes, they didn't have water, in the #1 drug county in the state, if those students can get there, anybody can. The teacher that put up the 13% is the exact same educator that 100% of her students reached proficiency and 80% were at advanced. That 13 to 100 was the exact same teacher in the exact same classroom. Why? Because we came together, we took the focus off of teaching, we put it on learning, we ask ourselves every single day, were we making an impact in the lives of our students? And we did not take no for an answer. Thorpe, Wisconsin is on this same journey. We're not there yet, because we will be there. We're not there yet. We are constantly coming together. We never bring teachers together without looking at data, reviewing that mission statement. Are we doing what we said that we're going to do for these students? Having those hard conversations. We never, ever stop or back down from that. If your data's not on the walls, get it on the walls so that you've got to see it every day and you are surrounded by it and it's a living, breathing document that tells you where you are. I hope you've been encouraged because I am here to tell you, I'm not special. I'm not. And my husband sometimes gets upset when I say that. I guess he kind of thinks I am. But here's the thing. It's not about me. This can be replicated. And I'm here to say that the time is now. This needs to be a movement. You have attended a great conference, but don't let it just be, wow, that was a great conference. Stand up from these tables, walk out of this room, walk into your school, walk into your classroom, and know thy impact. And together, one teacher will do it, will become 2. 2 will become 4. 2 districts will become 4 districts, and that will become 8 districts. And we are no different from Mississippi. We've got the research and we've got the educators and the students to make this happen. Let's go do it. Have an impact. And if you ever doubt yourself, email me. I believe in you, and I know for a fact this can happen. Thank you.
We're almost done. Thank you all for being here. I want to I said y'all. That's a good word. I want to draw your attention in your program to some free events that are going to be going on in 2022, 2023. Includes something I'm doing in March, but we got stuff in February, April. We have Marcia Henry in January talking about morphology, Laura Stewart in November talking about what does structured literacy look like. Join us for those things. Get your coworkers to join us for those things. Turn it into a pizza party. Get people to join us for those things. We'd be happy to have you there. Now I'm going to go back to the back of the room. I'm going to do the most important thing all day. Draw those little coupons for the prizes, and we're going to see how that goes. If you're at home or at your school watching this on the virtual presentation, your part is done because you can't win anything, but I hope you join us face-to-face next year. And we're going to be here next year in October. Come back, bring your friends, bring your coworkers, bring your principals, throw a net over your directors of curriculum and instruction, make them come with. You know, commit petty crimes to get people here, whatever you got to do. So get your blue coupons out. Get your blue tickets out. You might win something. We've got a lot of stuff. I'm drawn because I'm the honest one. We don't trust anybody else. No, nobody trusts you. Here we go. So we're going to have 9 classroom sets of these 30 sound snakes. So these are whole classroom sets. We're going to draw 9 of these out. I'm mixing them up.
With the Reading League pencil, if you need one, we have them.
So listen up. Got to get 9 of these. Our first winner is Jen Silverthorne. Jen said, if you win, I'd prefer, like on The Price is Right, that you jumped up and made a scene. So here's a number, 809-604. 809-604. All right. Make a scene, make a scene. 809-605. 809-605. Whoever's got 809-605. I'm drawing a lot of Jen Silverthorns here. She apparently wanted a lot of these.